save the day. Here I come to save the day. Here I come to save the day. I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done. I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here. And today we got to talk about, now black men, you got to go vote for Kamala now. Well, this describes it a little bit better.
Here I come to save the day. Here I come to save the day. Here I come to save the day. I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
So that pretty much describes what we'll be talking about today. Yeah. So, former President Obama has come out to lecture us black men about who we need to vote for. Now the question is, why is he doing this? All of a sudden he's popped up out of nowhere to lecture black men about voting for Kamala. Why is this happening? Well, one of the reasons why this happened is because it might have something to do with the fact the original Simp Squad failed.
Here I come to save the day.
Since that Simp Squad couldn't take care of it, couldn't shame black men into voting for Kamala Harris, they sent Barack out.
Here I come to save the day. Here I come to save the day. Here I come to save the day. I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
What's going on, neighbor?
I'm good. I just want to let you know, motherfucker, you are a fool for bringing in Mighty Mouse. How dare you? I grew up watching Mighty Mouse as a kid, man. No, look, I'm doing it wrong. You know what? We gotta get that Greta Thunberg tone. How dare you? How dare you use Mighty Mouse like that? But then again, Obama has the big ass ears. That's one thing he also has in common with Will Smith, besides, a pain in the ass wife.
Oh, well.
What, you're not gonna go look at me like, hey, now, don't be saying about that, about G.I. Jane. Don't be saying, hey, Ma, you're wrong for that. Don't be talking about G.I. Jane like that. Don't be talking about Michelle Obama like that.
Oh, that's everybody's favorite. But anyway, we're actually not going to start out with what Obama said. We're going to start out with a little interview with Screaming A. Smith.
Screaming A. Smith and Roly Poly. Oh, this should be interesting.
Very recently by Charles Coleman Jr. Take a look at this excerpt from the column right here. Quote, "Black men today face a unique reality that warrants consideration. Under nearly any relevant index for measuring the quality of American life, how far we get in school, our finances when compared to those of our white counterparts, and how long we will live, Black men consistently rank last or near last. There is not a black man alive in this country right now who has ever seen black male unemployment equal to or less than that of his white counterparts. This
Yeah, what else is new?
is true even more acutely for a 34-year-old black man born in 1990 who may have voted in every presidential election since his 18th birthday. Saw the election of a black.
Yeah, I did that. Voted in every election since my 18th birthday. So yeah, I have a right to criticize the Democratic Party.
President and spent more of his adult life with Democrats in the Oval Office than Republicans. How could we not be asking ourselves come November, which candidate can help us change course? End quote. Again, that was written by Charles Coleman Jr. He ain't better than my next guest. That article was well written, giving him props. But damn it, he ain't Roland Martin. He ain't Roland Martin Unfiltered. That's who I got right here, right now. What's up, big boy? How you doing, man? How's everything?
Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Before I say what I gotta say, how dare this motherfucker start sporting a beard? What are you trying to be? A dark-skinned version of Rock Newman? Get the fuck out of here with that. You ain't intimidating anybody with that. We know you got no balls. Why are you trying to act so manly, trying to be masculine with a beard, motherfucker?
I'm sorry, Neymar. Hold on, wait a minute, Neymar. I'm sorry. I gotta point something out.
All right.
Masculine and Roland Martin does not belong in the same sentence.
That's why I said, how dare he try to act masculine? I'm calling him out for the phony shit he's doing.
Roland,
You know you ain't got no balls, motherfucker.
No, Roland acting masculine. This clown acting masculine.
Trying
Really?
to appear masculine.
Trying to appear. Okay, fair enough. Let's continue.
Charles a nice brother, but he does belong to that youth group called Omega Psi Phi.
That's right. Oh, no. I take every word I say. I take every word I say. Yeah, brother,
I knew you didn't know.
You watch your mouth. You watch your mouth. Read this article and all. You to what?
Things that Charles wrote that I've literally talked about on my show and actually have been talking about for the last 12 years. So let me unpack that. In 2012, first of all, I sent you guys a graphic. So in 2008, black men, 95% voted for Obama, 5% voted for then Senator McCain. Then it jumps to 11 in 2012. Why is that? Because you heard black men were saying they felt that Obama did not deliver. So there was a 9-point gap between black men and black women. So then when you go to 2016, then the number increases. A lot of people kept saying misogyny, they ain't supporting a woman like Hillary Clinton, but they ignored it was 2 men in 2012. Now you go to 2020, it was 2 men, Biden and Trump. And what then happens? Same thing. Okay, you see the number increase. Now, the chart that you just showed is important to understand. Black men,
it's still up there.
Black men are like all other men. They're naturally more conservative. White men, Hispanic men, Asian men, black men.
That's true.
Oh, y'all just now figuring that out?
That's a real issue. But when it comes to Democrats, black women are their number 1 voting bloc. Black men are still their number 2. So what do you now like? So like, what's going on here? What's the difference? What Trump does, Trump presents this tough guy. I'm manhood. I'm a do what I say. I say what I mean. That is attractive. Right.
Yeah, it's called being a man. Something you don't know about, Roland.
That's attractive to a certain group of men. Now, when Charles was talking about this dissatisfaction in terms of these perceptions that, the Democratic Party is a party of women. Well, first of all,
yeah,
perception is a lie. Now, we say sometimes one perception becomes reality. Here's the reality about black men. Who's the highest ranking black man in the Democratic Party? No,
I got a better question. What does Kamala Harris keep talking about? Whenever Kamala Harris sit down, but what subject does she always talk about? What subject that always gets bring up when Kamala's sitting down for an interview? reproductive rights, aka abortion rights. That is not a male issue, Roland.
Breaking African American Democratic Party. You got Vice President
Would that be
Kamala Harris.
Hakeem? Right.
But the minority leader is
Hakeem
Hakeem
Jeffries.
No one cares.
Who was the person who actually made it possible for Biden to win? Congressman Jim Clyburn. Are there more black male members? The 3 black members of the United States Senate. There are 4. 3 men, 1 woman. Okay, 3 Democrat, 1 Republican, and Tim Scott. In the House, there are more black men than black women. We can keep going on and on and on. Now, what brothers are reacting to, and I've heard this for last decade, brothers are reacting to, all they hear is black girl magic, black girl magic, black girl magic. But what black men got to understand is, we've been the ones getting all the attention for decades.
Bullshit. Bullshit. That's some bullshit.
He's half right and he's being dishonest, intellectually dishonest. When he says black men getting all the attention, no. Black men have been getting a lot of negative attention.
Yep.
So he's being choosy with his words, but he's being intellectually dishonest. Secondly, Trump and masculinity, nah. Trump comes off as an asshole and has this I don't give a shit what you think kind of mentality, which draws a lot of people, but there ain't no masculinity about him. In fact, Craig Buhewlett even summed it up by saying, first of all, Trump is not a man because he's never been in a fight in his life. He acts tough, but he's not really tough.
We got to take into account paternalism, sexism, misogyny. So, for instance, if I ask, I guarantee you this, Stephen A., and not just brothers with high school diplomas, brothers with college degrees. If I ask them, how does the Montgomery boycott start? They're going to say, oh, that was Dr. King and the preachers. No, it wasn't. It was Joanne Robinson, an Alabama State professor and the Women's Political Council. They're the ones who started the bus boycott. So we have to understand that men, let's go to Shirley Chisholm, when she ran for president at the Black Political Convention in Gary, Indiana, the black men did not want to endorse her.
Right.
Didn't want to endorse her.
Well, all I have to say is, what do you expect from a dude that wears this kind of shirt on his show?
He's got to self-promote, man. That's the whore in him. And that too. He's a hoe like that. Secondly, as far as Shirley Chisholm goes, has anybody seen that movie with Regina King that came out on Netflix a while back?
I do believe Dr. T reviewed that, so I've seen parts of it.
Mm-hmm. I've yet to see it, and something in my gut tells me don't watch it. But even then, he's talking about like.
Oh, before I forget,
mm-hmm.
This show has been brought to you by Sweet Sassy Rollin' Vote Blue Sauce, now with extra sassy blue juice. Get your Sweet Sassy Rollin' Vote Blue Sauce.
And coming soon will be the saucy light. I'm glad I don't eat pork.
Yeah, I don't either. I might eat some ribs every now and then, but I do my best to stay away from pork. Let's continue.
So we got
so that level of misogyny is not just about black men; it's about men. Period. Across the board, whether it's white, black, Hispanic, whatever. Misogyny, stereotypes, those kind of.
Yes, there are some men who don't want a woman to run the country. What else is new?
Things. I got you.
Men thinking a woman shouldn't do certain jobs, or she.
Woman can't do certain jobs. Would you want a woman on the construction site where you got to lift heavy stuff or manage lifting heavy stuff? Do you want women, every type of woman in the programming lab where you have to maintain software when they all when they get all in their feelings with something to go their way? Okay.
He can't be a leader. Well, the reality is there have been female leaders all across the world. Mexico, female president. India, go to my ear was late in the we can go on and on and on.
Okay.
But what Charles laid out, it is true that it's a huge piece here. What Democrat, and I'm gonna say Democratic white strategists don't understand is that the further you get away from the Black civil rights movement, Black people less self-identify as Democrats. You and I are Gen X. I've been really paying attention to this since I graduated from college in 1991. You and I are in different tax brackets than our parents. You and I, and others are focusing on things that our parents didn't focus on. So what now begins to happen? You now begin to look at stuff differently. If you never owned a business, you didn't care about a corporate tax rate. You now own a business, you do.
Yes, you do.
So it's a pocketbook issue. So what Democrats have not done is they have not crafted a strategy on how do you micro-target Black people.
Yeah, and what you're not saying is that's partially your fault. You haven't told them to do it, Roland. You told them to vote focus on the civil rights generation and what they care about and done. Don't you listen to them, B? Remember 4 years ago, B? Don't you listen to young folks, B? Now all of a sudden, you realize they have to listen to us now.
You got to talk to a college-educated Black woman different from a non-educated Black woman. You got to talk to a brother who in rural America different than urban America. They've always had sort of this one size fits all. But so what you're not.
Yeah, and that's partially your fault, Roland. Because they've been listening to coons like you. That's your fault, Roland. That's what you're not saying.
Seeing the data, you're now seeing people go, you ain't talking to me, so I'm going to start looking at other options.
Okay, and I'm saying to you, and this is where I can get on you, because you dropping facts, I'm not disputing it, but then you'll turn around and you'll point out how folks on the right, well, you know what, they ain't worth a damn. Look at what we trying to do here on the left, but on the left, you've got folks that are strategists that are in the ears and in the head of candidates that are manipulating the proceedings, and they ain't paying attention to our community, like you just highlighted.
But here's the problem. The problem is the strategy don't look like me and you. So the problem.
I agree.
Yeah.
Right. So the problem is the strategists control the money, control the messaging. They're not paying attention to the streets. They're not paying attention to the ground.
Neither are you.
So when you listen to the ground, you now got to realize you now have to communicate with people differently. Now, when I went through Charles's column, he was talking about issues, criminal justice reform. He was talking about health, things on those lines. Here are the facts, and it's just flat out facts. When you look at the difference between Trump, Harris, Democrats, and Republicans wanted to end the Affordable Care Act. The Affordable Care Act specifically has helped Black folks get insurance, which means help Black men. So when Black men say, I need to hear something specific. Well, when the vice president worked on 3.5 years,
you just can't list a policy that helps everybody and say, that helps Black men. We want specifics. Everybody else gets specifics. Why can't we get specifics, Roland?
Issue of Black infant mortality, that impacts Black men. I had a brother say, no, it don't. I said, brother, when she's talking about infant mortality, she ain't just talking about the sister with the baby, because the sister is birthing Black boys. I said, that's
but my brother, stop right there.
Come on, man. You know Roland ain't been in the streets for real.
I need you to stop right there, because my point is, I ran into to Senator Chris Coon. I know you know who that is, based out of Delaware. All right, Chris Coon, based out of Delaware. He's done some HBCU work with me, and I really, really appreciate him for that. Right. But he asked me about a question. I brought up your name because obviously anytime somebody's talking to me about politics, particularly on the left and what they're trying to do and voices out there that should be listened to and heard, I always point them in your direction, my brother. I never had to, don't come to me. Listen to that brother right there. He know a lot more about that. I'm venturing into it. I ain't trying
to. All right. I got 28 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit my super chat, support the show.
Is it just
expert in this
me,
lane,
or is it just me, but does this look like a conversation between Daffy Duck and Porky Pig all of a sudden?
Good analogy. I don't see much difference.
I mean, you look at how hyped up, Screaming A is. Or Negro Night, as some people are.
Yeah, he's Daffy Duck, and Roland's clearly Porky Pig.
Obviously, except he doesn't have a speech impediment. And look at What the fuck is this motherfucker smiling about? You ain't the smartest motherfucker around. Thinking you thinking you cute and everything. Man, you're not. You're not exactly.
Let's
Anyway.
continue.
I want a part of it, but I will say this to you: the messenger matters as much as the message. And if you're going to sit there and say we've got a vice president who is black, who is the Democratic nominee for the president, who is a black woman, who we have a minority, Speaker of the House, in Hakeem Jeffries, he's black. We saw, Clyburn, he got Biden elected. If you're going to bring up all of these things, and how do these surrogates, how do these folks that are really financing the campaigns and what have you get away with not paying attention to the black community when you know you need them in order to win? Why are those folks in power letting these folks get away with that? Are you trying to win or are you not?
Right. And first of all, you're absolutely right. And messages do matter. I can tell you in 2016, on the night of the Congressional Black Caucus Foundation ALC dinner, I literally told Hillary Clinton to her face, listen, you're going to lose this because your people are got.
That's not how I remember it. Gee, Namer, you remember what Roland was doing?
He was trying to show her how to do a certain type of dance I never heard of.
The wobble, if I'm not mistaken.
Trying to show her how to wobble.
Yeah, last I remember, you were buck dancing for Hillary Clinton.
And that was 8 years ago.
Yeah, last I remember, you were buck dancing for Hillary Clinton. So
my question is, was he telling her this before or after he tried to show her how to wobble?
Probably both. Anyway.
Got their heads stuck in their iPads, not listening to the ground. I told her, I've been trying to.
Oh, this coming from the guy that showing Bussy on his live stream, talking about the iPad, really?
Get your black male surrogates on my show, and your people are not responding. And she was high. She said, she literally said to Huma and to Marlon Marshall, if Roland's not getting them, I know others are not as well. And so you've got to have the voices out there. I can tell you, black men were saying early in the Biden-Harris administration, where are your black male administrative folks? And so you're right. You got to be sending out trusted messengers.
Actually, I am going to be a little fair to the Biden administration. Your defense secretary is Lloyd Austin. So there you go. And unfortunately, he's had to manage their bullshit over in the Middle East and Ukraine. So there you go.
The vice president has been doing is she sees it as an opportunity. She's been speaking to them when she's been speaking to the various groups. She's been having conversations, but you got to have more conversations. But this is now where the challenge comes in. Here's the challenge now, Stephen A. And I wrote everything Charles wrote. Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I told you what. When the black women
go ahead, I'm listening.
When the black women met in 2020, Win with Black Women, they launched that to get her the VP nomination. She got it. They kept meeting. They've been meeting every Sunday for 4 years. Do you know how many times brothers were like, yo, man, we got to meet? And I said, we'll organize it. It never happened. You know why? Because typically when stuff got organized in the black community, sisters are the one that did it. So when we did the Win with Black Men call, for now.
That sounds like a personal problem to me. You couldn't you guys couldn't get together and organize. That's your fault. That ain't the woman's fault.
Actually, anytime that black men try to organize, you know the women are going to try to undercut it.
Yep.
You know they're going to undermine it because they make it a point to try to say that they speak. It's not the men, but we black women who speak for the black community. Not these men, because these are not black men. They're just black males.
55,000 folks were on the call the day after the sisters did. But guess what? It's a whole bunch of these brothers ain't been on the call since then. So here's what I'm saying to Charles and to every black man out there. I can't wait for the Democratic Party to speak to black men. I need black men mobilizing and organizing, speaking to black men about our issues. So
I'm confused. Isn't that what we're doing right now?
We are, but then again, according to him, we still being misogynistic, despite the fact that we all know that nobody is on the receiving end of misandry any more than black men.
I have been, this goes back more than a decade. I have directly challenged my frat Alpha Phi Alpha. I since then. So here's what I'm saying to Charles and to every black man out there. I can't wait for the Democratic Party to speak to black men. I need black men mobilizing and organizing, speaking to black men about our issues. So
we've been doing that for the last, what, 7 or 8 years, if not more. What are you talking about, Roland?
Wait a minute.
Where the hell you been?
Hold on a second. This motherfucker was in a fraternity when he was in college?
Yeah, I forget which one he was in. I need Art Newstall on the panel to tell you. I forget which one he was in. But yeah,
I have been, this goes back more than a decade.
I'll look it up.
I have directly challenged my frat Alpha Phi Alpha. I've challenged.
Well, there it is, Alpha Phi Alpha. So
all the fraternities in Divine Nine. But also, I challenge the Prince Hall Masons. I challenge black men's groups. See, we can sit here and say, hey, you know what? The party ain't doing this here. But this ain't about party. This is about us. It's about us.
Yeah, but they never listen, Roland. You know that. Come on, Roland. You know they don't listen. If there's one thing, and you know.
I told you he was daffy.
Yep. Yeah, Alpha Phi Alpha is his But yeah, we've been talking to each other. It's not our fault that the fraternities can't get their shit together. Why is that our problem? Anyway, we're going to the next video. If you want to watch that video, give me a second. I'm going to copy this. Actually, let's see, share. Oh, here we go. Copy. And if y'all want to watch the rest of that video, you can do so right here.
I'm glad it's over.
But we're going to the main crux of the Colosseum today. This is the reason why we're doing this. The stream I titled it today. Oh, that's
I'm gonna go ahead.
So, President Obama made a visit to the Harris campaign office, and he had a few words to say.
And just speak some truths, if you don't mind, because my understanding, based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities, is that we have not yet seen the same kinds of energy and turnout in all quarters of our neighborhoods and communities as we saw when I was running. Now, I also...
Okay, whose fault is that? Not our fault. Democrats didn't speak to us the way they needed to. Whose fault is that?
So what is he bitching? What is he bitching about now?
Oh, you'll find out.
Yeah, Charlie Murphy. Sorry, Charlie Faulkner.
Because I'll just say it as bitching.
With the brothers. So if you don't mind, just for a second, I'm going to speak to y'all directly.
Oh, you gonna speak to us directly? Gee, I wonder what he has to say.
Well, say that when you have a choice that is this
No, let him finish.
clear.
Hold on, Dre.
When on the one hand you have somebody who grew up like you, knows you.
Kamala, yeah, grew up like us, knows us, and
I was in a middle class family. I was down by the river. I was going to bring my house
I was born in a middle class family. What am I, Mr. Charles? My mother got a house when I was 16. Yeah, everything's hunky dory. Blah blah blah.
Went to college with you. Understands the struggles.
Now, to be fair, she did go to college. She did go to Howard University. So, yeah, she
Just to
did.
be. Oh,
To
she
be
went to Smut University. Okay.
well,
If you're familiar,
I
if you're
have a
familiar with Howard, it's nothing but smuts
I have a better term for it, Charles. I call it the Lesbian Factory University.
and smuts.
True, but every chick I know went there came out a lesbian. So, just saying. I'm just saying.
And
Oh,
pain and joy that comes from those experiences.
She was straight when she went in. She came out a lesbian. Didn't
she
help
was
that she played
experimenting and found her true self.
well, and didn't help that she played basketball. So,
Isn't that funny?
Who said to work harder and do more and overcome and achieves the second highest office in the land.
by sleeping her way to the top.
And is putting
Overcome
forward
or you come
concrete
down.
proposals to directly address the things that are vital
She had
in our
becomes
neighborhoods
on
and our
her to
communities.
overcome.
From housing to making sure that our mothers and our fathers and our grandparents can afford medicine. And making sure that we are dealing with prices that are too high and rents that are too high, and is committed to making sure that we maintain the Affordable Care Act. So everybody's got to help it.
Maintain Affordable Care Act.
Give me a second, AB.
Yeah.
So I'm supposed to believe because she looks like me, she never had to go through shit. As a matter of fact, how many black people did she throw in jail as AG? Let's even look at this. You had the deciding vote on this fucking Rescue America bullshit that put us through the inflation that we're in.
Yep.
But yet you brought more migrants, you're giving them more rights, more fucking benefits than anybody else in the fucking country. So how the fuck you worried about me?
Well, yeah,
She relates more to you than she does to me. She was born majority of her fucking formative years in Canada. She was alive in
yeah,
Canada.
because
She grew up in Canada.
well, I only actually like finally got to listen to what he actually said today, and it's rather disappointing. So I coined the term just like on these like Republican channels. I was calling him Barack Obama.
Well, okay.
The shit that
Let's
he was
continue.
saying.
Cares about things like education and entrepreneurship in our neighborhoods. And that's on one side. And on the other side, you have someone who has consistently shown disregard, not just for the communities, but for you as a person.
Oh, like you doing now?
And you're thinking about sitting out?
Yeah, why not?
First of all, let's not forget, as BGS has mentioned, this motherfucker does not like Kamala personally. And he objected her being the candidate. So he's doing this begrudgingly.
But, because Putin. And you're coming up with all kinds of reasons and excuses.
We don't owe you our vote.
Well, AB, that is a great part.
Because part of it
Hold on, wait a minute. Let him finish.
makes me think, I'm speaking to men directly. Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president.
Oh, there it goes.
Well, AB, like the part that I wanted to emphasize was when he was talking about like cousin Pookie, right?
Speak up, man. We can't hear you.
Nigga, you're the only one that says this shit for the most part, right? So
No, you are pretty low, man.
yeah,
You sound
I am
distant.
pretty low, but for the most part, it's name of the same shit. But like what I was trying to say is that when he said cousin Pookie, I've seen this before like on many different channels. Like they play clips of like so-called pookies saying that they support Trump, and on one of these so-called Republican channels, they were playing clips of like so-called pookies saying that they support Trump. Meanwhile, Obama's over here talking about cousin Pookie, right? Like in a derogative way. Meanwhile, they're supporting Trump.
Yeah.
So,
What else is new?
yeah,
on,
make
BTS.
that make sense.
Yeah. What's going on, folks?
Yeah.
Teacher.
As I played earlier, this is basically what Obama's here to do.
Here I come to save the day. Here I come to save the day. Here I come to save the day. I'm done with life.
What?
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
I'm surprised he didn't say Jermaine was voting for Trump.
Well, AB and BTS. What happened to his hair?
Who?
He was president for 8 years. That's what happened to his hair.
Obama?
Yeah.
Obama's what, 63? Not a young man.
Yeah,
Let me check.
come on, Andre. He was president for 8 years. That happened.
Yeah.
Look at George W. Bush when he got out of office compared to when he walked in. That stuff wears on you, man.
Yeah, look what it did to Trump in 4 years.
Well, actually, BTS like made this clear.
Yeah, he's 63.
Well, BTS made it clear a while. He was like, like look at how like his hair went white, but now he's bald. It's like, damn. Like I understand his hair going white.
He's
an older
60.
man. Come on,
He's
man.
63, man. Come on.
He's an older guy. Come on now. Let's use some logic for a second. God damn. Like, let's get back to the video. Shit. God damn.
Coming up with
It shouldn't be that hard.
And I think anybody you are talking to in a barbershop, anybody you are talking to in your house, in your family, at church, who is coming with that kind of attitude, I think you have to ask them, well, how can that be? Because the women in our lives have been getting our backs this entire time. They've been raising us and working and having our backs.
Get the fuck out of here.
When we get in trouble, when the system's not working for us, they're the ones who are out there marching and protesting.
No, they're not.
And so now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody?
Yeah. What's the big deal? Our ancestors didn't die to kiss the Democrat Party's ass. What's the big deal?
Do I have the right to veto?
Why don't you just say your mama black?
Actually, that's not one. That one's not going to work on me either. My mother's the one to point it out. I have a conservative streak, so.
Yeah, they probably tell him your mama ain't black.
Oh no, she was black.
Yeah.
Who has something in the background?
That's Charles.
Oh, okay.
Who has a history of denigrating you? Because you think that's a sign of strength? Because that's what being a man is? Putting women down? That's not acceptable.
Who's putting women down? Part of my argument is she's not a strong enough woman to be in that office.
Yeah, actually,
This shouldn't even be.
well, actually,
Barack Obama is back on the.
Okay, we'll get to that in a minute.
And he's talking to the men that are in the Kamala Harris campaign office, and those are black men, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, actually, AB, like I was on like a Republican channel.
Which channel was it this time, Andre?
This was ABL. I was over there. And
I watch him from time to time. I don't catch his lives, but I watch him from time to time.
Our favorite coon.
Well, I was asking the chat. I was like, "Are y'all gonna vote for Kamala?" And like, there was a so-called black chick in the chat. Well, a few of them that was like, "Yeah, like we're black women and we're not voting for Kamala, not because she's a woman. She just has like terrible policies."
Well, there's a lot of black women like that. So.
Yeah. Have you seen this, BGS? This
Which
is
one is it?
this is Kamala's. I call it the "I'm a man" ad, but you just have to listen to this crap.
Bears, that's what bear hugs are for.
I'll tell you another thing I sure I'm a man.
I'm a man.
I'm a man, man. And I'm man enough. I'm man enough to enjoy a barrel-proof bourbon.
Neat.
Man enough to cook my steak rare.
Man enough to deadlift 500 and braid the out of my daughter's hair.
You think I'm afraid to rebuild a carburetor? I eat carburetors for breakfast. I ain't afraid of bears.
That's what bear hugs are for.
I'll tell you another thing I sure am not afraid of. Women. I'm not afraid of women. I'm not afraid of women.
They want to control their bodies? I say go for it.
They want to use IVF to start a family? I'm not afraid of families.
They want to be childless cat ladies? Have all the cats you want.
Woman wants to be president? Well, I hope she has the guts to look me right in the eye and accept my full-throated endorsement. Because I'm man enough to support women.
Man enough to know what kind of donuts I like.
Man enough to admit I'm lost, even when I refuse to ask for directions. Man enough to not ban young women from reading Little Women. Or one of those pants books that the sisters like. I'm man enough to raw dog a flight. It sucked. Not worth it. I'm man enough to be emotional in front of my wife.
In front of my kids.
In front of my horse.
Oh boy.
I'm man enough to tell you that I cry. I love that.
Oh, good lord. Here come the soy. Here comes the soy. Okay.
Oh my god. This shit is so
Oh
over
really?
the top.
Oh my god.
This is so over the top. Oh my god.
So what kind of tea do they
Oh
drink?
my gosh! I don't know, man.
It was like, let's type that motherfucker right there looked like he's lactating. You got
I cry from my horse.
Like,
Oh, come on.
there
man.
is so much wrong with
See
like,
that just shows you how out of touch that party is with men.
You know who put this commercial together? Black women and gay men.
Pretty much.
Well,
You sure it's not the same women who?
Oh, so actually, you know who put the commercial together, Andre?
What's going on?
I don't know who put the commercial together, but I heard
Tyler
that
Perry?
everybody- But
You heard what?
I heard that every man in that video, they're all like LGBT people. Every
Who?
man.
Jesus.
Al who?
They're all
LGBTQ.
Yeah.
yeah, like yeah, all
West Side Story.
You know
so-called men
you know that for a
domineering,
fact.
belittling, and controlling women just so they can feel more powerful. That's not how my mama raised me. I love women. I love women who support their families.
Women who decide not to have families.
Women who take charge. And I'm man enough to help them win.
They're reading a script.
Get the fuck out of here.
In the Vita blue, yellow-bellied, red-blooded hell did I walk in on?
Kamala Harris commercial.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
her "I'm a man" ad.
Let me ask it another way. Chris,
What in the all types of blue hell?
was that?
That was her "I'm a man" ad.
that's the point. That's the point that I was trying to make. It's like everybody in that ad they're all part of the rainbow community.
Well, we don't know that, and I'm not going to speculate on that.
I have two sounds to play, and both are courtesy of BGS. The first one says,
What is gay?
No, that never.
and the second one says,
That's some bullshit.
Wait, Charles, can you turn?
Just mute
Charles,
Charles.
can you mute up, please? Thank you.
Phew. I finish a Donnybrook of a game in Eugene, Oregon, and I walk into this.
You got to wind down. It'll put you to sleep.
Oregon, 32-31.
Damn.
Oh, it was close.
Damn.
Winning field goal with 1:47 left.
Wow.
Sounds about right.
But speaking of bullshit, listen to this bullshit.
Oh no.
Yeah, I'm finna say this with my chest. If you don't
We
vote
don't care.
in this election or you vote the wrong way and you're black, you deserve everything that you don't get. You deserve being overlooked for that job opportunity. You deserve getting pulled over driving while black. You deserve racial inequality. You deserve having to have a job with a non-livable wage. You deserve the fact that you're going to have student loan debt for the next 25 years. You deserve not being able to buy a house and build generational wealth. Some of y'all are just embarrassing. And I'm not talking about embarrassing to yourselves. You're embarrassing to your ancestors. You're
Oh boy.
embarrassing.
Jesus Christ. AK, she said,
Hold on, hold. This is one time I'm just gonna be raw and uncut. Bitch, look in the mirror.
Well, you talk on this fucking man.
If the mirror survives,
Did she look? Did she do cutting a commercial or what? At least she's better than the "I'm a Man" commercials. They should have used her.
I mean,
well,
she could
right
write.
now,
She could do her commercial be, "I'm a mammy."
well, right now,
Yeah.
okay. Right now, what she's saying is vote for Kamala. That's why I come from
to
what she
all
said.
of the barriers that were broken before you even thought about existing on this planet Earth. Y'all are embarrassing to your children and to your grandchildren that you've not even met yet. It is disgusting. Having a literacy test has got to be put back on the table.
Oh, you do know it's the Democrats that implemented that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because y'all done messed it up for everybody. Yeah,
Yeah. Anyway.
Black men have embarrassed Barack Obama. Oh, good grief.
Oh, this, oh, that's
Man, you whoever did that.
you a
How dare
fool.
you?
I
How
didn't do
dare
this
you
one, but
disrespect? How dare you
You a
disrespect the memory
fool.
of John Amos?
What the hell is that?
So for all the men, black men in particular, this is just for y'all. All the black men
That's a bad baddie kid.
out here claiming to vote for Trump over Kamala.
yes.
And in some cases, for the simple fact that she's a woman. Y'all don't like y'all mama, do y'all?
Yeah. Y'all don't like your mama.
We go BTS, your mama black.
Your mama black.
Your mama's black.
Your sister.
Well,
May I make a statement, please?
Hold on.
Okay, I'm sorry.
In your life,
Slow down.
for you to
Hold on,
sit
Andre.
here as a black man to say, I would rather choose a felon,
Yes.
the worst president in history, not my.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute. I got to point something out. You remember that fraud case where he allegedly owes $400 million?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That case got destroyed in the appeals court.
Okay.
In fact, the closing arguments for the prosecution was, please don't sanction us. That's how bad it was. And which brings me to my next point. BGS, what did I say about Letitia James, Gorilla Grip Pussy, and Alvin Bragg? What did I say about them? Oh, right, they're pawns. What do pawns do? They go
Pawns
first.
go first.
Yeah, they do. They get taken out first. They get taken out quick.
They go first and they go fast.
Words. Who is trying to turn the United States of America into his own handmaid's tale. You would rather vote for him than a qualified black woman. Who the fuck hurt you? Who hurt you? Because you are
again. Qualified? That's an insult to real qualified black women. I'm sorry. It is. That's an insult to black women who are actually qualified.
Fucking
I agree.
Kamala is not God. She is not perfect, but compared to what we got on the other hand, baby, bye.
So what we got? We're talking about Biden, the president. Is that who she's talking about?
Compared to, oh my gosh.
Oh man.
And she's acting like she's not in office. She's
know.
in office already.
Either you have been scarred by your mother.
There it is again. Your mama black.
Same sign language, anyone?
By the way, I got 78 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit my cash app. Support the show.
I hit that like button in a bit. Hold on, baby.
Here's the question, right? Here's the biggest question. Who hurt you? Bitches like you trying to force me to do what I don't want to do. Give me a reason why I should vote for this silly bitch. She's not qualified to run a kiddie pool.
Let alone the entire damn country.
Because your mama black. That's why.
I ain't trying to fuck my mother either.
I don't.
Well, that's not going to help me either. Because
Who hurt you? Who hurt you, Charles?
Who gives a flying?
Hey,
what did I say?
Wait a
What did I
minute,
say?
wait a minute, Snowman. BGS, that's not going to help with me either because my mother married a Republican. Oops.
I mean, that doesn't affect me.
Who hurt your mama?
Well, in my case, let's see. It was a dictatorship. Before that, an absolute monarchy that destroyed her, that hurt her and her generation collectively. But they fought back. Okay. In my case, let's see. You talk about yeah, but they talk about like this guy gonna turn this place into Don Keaton. My dear, have you ever been to the Middle East back in the 1970s and 80s?
Yeah, how do you want to know?
When it was under Sharia law and when Sharia law was strictly enforced?
Mm-hmm.
Do you understand what true race is? Well, nothing against it. Well, you guys have dealt with racism.
Fam, we going off the rails here.
Yeah, we are going off the rails.
I'm back. I'm gonna jump back.
Have you dealt with true racism? Like when you look at a white woman, you get hung? Yeah.
You get hung, you get dismembered. But they're proactive.
No, you get hung and you get thrown off into the river.
Yeah.
And with a tire tied around your neck.
How many boys did they find in that river?
About 20.
Like the 9th body or something?
He's the 11th body.
Damn.
Which river are we talking about here?
The river that what's his name? Emmett Till found in.
Yeah.
They found
like,
call out black
I actually
men
thought that was
for
crazy.
their lack of support of Kamala Harris and their support instead of Trumpelstiltskins. And I have two thoughts. The first thought being that while
my first thought being, what the hell is that on your head?
She's cosplaying as Momoa.
What the fuck?
She's trying to look like she's Samoan.
No. I can't let you get away with that, David. That's an insult to the Samoans. Now, apologize.
Number one, she looked like Mumbo Jumbo from Silverhawks.
That's a bonnet that didn't quite fit.
Yeah.
She looks like Mumbo Jumbo from Silverhawks. Look it up.
Watching that video and watching Obama call black men out. It's also very sad to me that this video even had to be made or said. That's just sad. The other thought that I had, though, is I remember when Obama ran for president and so many black people, not just black men, black people, voted for him simply because he was a black man running for president.
Okay.
They were here for history. They were here for...
Yeah, I admit it. What's the big deal?
The optics of it all. They didn't really care about his policy. They didn't really care about what he stood for. They just saw a black man running, and they were here for it.
That's because the economy was good enough. The economy isn't good enough anymore, sweetheart.
And so now that we have a black woman running, another historic moment, suddenly black people don't care she's a black woman. They want to know what her policies are. They want to know what she stands for. They want to know what she plans to do. And
yeah,
they wanted to know the same thing about Obama when he ran.
Exactly.
When he ran, they wanted to know the exact same thing. He didn't get to ride for free.
There is nothing wrong with wanting to know those things. That is perfectly fine. I just find it interesting that now that it's a black woman running, suddenly you don't care she's a black woman. Suddenly that doesn't mean anything to you. Suddenly now you want to know what her plans are.
Yes.
Because
she's the goddamn president.
Because why do y'all think folks are voting for Trumpelstiltskins? Right. So I just think that
because he has policy that people agree with. That's why they're voting for Trumpelstiltskins, as you call them.
That should be unpacked as well. Just saying. So I just got done watching President.
So once again, I got called a simp.
Yeah, you are a simp.
Simping for
you fit every definition of a simp. Just look at you.
He does look like a simp. The glasses and everything, yeah.
I mean, BGS, find the lie.
a little bit of soy, a little bit of soy in there.
A little?
A little
By a
bit.
black man, of course,
Half
because
goddamn
Oh,
those
the
are the
two
only
earrings.
motherfuckers I know to use that goddamn word.
Hey, leave the
Two
earrings
earrings.
out.
Dumbass black dudes that want to vote for Trump, but
No,
No, with the earrings in, yeah.
no. Look
The
at his
glasses in.
no. Look at his nails.
Yeah.
Oh,
the nails are nice.
Unless he's a punk rocker. Unless he's in in metal or some shit like that.
No comment.
Sometimes it signals LGBTQ. So.
Yeah, it does. It does.
KP from KC, who are you?
What's up, man? What's up? You know who I am. You just missed my name, man. That's just my picture, man. You just.
I'm from KC5. Yeah, he's been here long. Yeah, he's always here. Yeah.
What's up, KP?
I just got to check. You know.
Nah, you good. You good, G. You good, G. Hey,
this
shout
is
out
where
to
I
y'all, man.
lap
Salute to the
you
brothers.
on the track. I show up at the finish line long before you're even out of the starting blocks. And I'm taking pictures with your girl. Because while y'all are sitting around talking about who's simping for who, right?
Mm-hmm.
My fingernails, my earrings, my this, my that, alpha man bullshit, right? Is this your man?
We are the piggy bank that everyone wants, that someday we will continue along the path. It's been an amazing path. It's been a horrible period of time, but almost the last 4 years, I will tell you that if I get elected, we will be a piggy bank stronger than ever before, but we will be a fool no longer. I have more complaints on grocery. The word grocery, it's sort of a simple word, but it sort of means like everything you eat. The stomach is speaking. It always does. It's so simple. I mean, this isn't like Elon with his rocket ships that land within 12 inches on the moon where they wanted to land. And they're coming down very slowly, landing on a raft in the middle of the ocean someplace with a circle. Boom. Reminded me of the Biden circles that he used to have, right? He'd have 8 circles and he couldn't fill them up.
That's your man? That's your man. You're going to simp for that. Captain Word Salad over
Word salad, really, Nick. Word salad, really.
Well, he's got a point there.
He has.
All I heard that motherfucker talking about was wah, 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 and y'all ain't simping for that, though.
But
No, they win.
Bro, wait a minute, but you're simping for a chick that can barely keep. What's the line, BGS? I was born by the river. I was born in a middle class family.
Talking about Queen Word Salad.
Is them steamy checks that goddamn important? For that
Yes.
chick?
Yes.
In this case, yes.
Where's Ice Cube? Where's Ice Cube? Hey, Ice Cube. Ice Cube. Ice Cube. Cube. That's your man? That's your man? That's what we want to be? This motherfucker over here?
Yo, can you pause that?
Kamala Harris.
Can you pause that?
That's your.
Yeah.
Yo, so where's Ice Cube, the guy that they wouldn't meet with? That's what he asking about. The guy.
Yeah, that's indeed who he's asking about.
Yeah.
Fuck it. These people are idiots, bro. Man, take your wife beater off, dog, and just sit down somewhere. Like, these people are dumb.
Take your wife beater off.
Like, bruh.
No. Keep the white beater on. We don't want to see that shirtless.
So my vote is worth.
Uh-oh.
Like,
You're bored for a minute, man.
He cut out. I'm lost for words. It's like, why are y'all listening to Magic Johnson and Barack Obama or Barack Obama? I don't know what way you want to say
Barack
it.
Obama.
Or
This looks like
Barack
E.J.
Obama.
Johnson trying to be alpha.
Because he's a former president. That's why.
Yep.
Y'all chosen
whether we like it or
candidate.
not.
So what?
That motherfucker just said a bunch of shit. Did none of it make sense?
It makes more sense to have the shit Kamala says. So your point?
None of it. Not a goddamn bit of it. So in this game called politics, where we know
Which you
both
can know how to
political parties
play.
are shit, why is the party that a lot of you motherfuckers want to support helmed by a man who literally should not be running for president?
Helmed?
Why?
Did he say?
I mean,
yes, helmed.
I won't talk bad about the elderly.
Well,
Nor will I talk bad about the infirmed. What I will say is they shouldn't be fucking president of the United States.
Nigga, you got gray hairs.
That ain't simping though, right?
Well,
You're not simping for
my
that.
brother, like, how much was your last deposit from the Kamala campaign?
Well, you got to understand this. Number one, he's got 2 earrings that are ringed, and then you know what party that's a part of.
Yeah.
Then on top of that, you never said anything or try to defend Kamala about anything she said that was intelligent. You know why? Because there isn't any.
Oh, I have some more bad news for you, Charles. Apparently, he's a soldier.
Is he?
Yeah, you can be a soldier aboard an army. He's a soldier of the democracy.
Hold on. See, here's the part about it, right? Stop thinking all police, all soldiers, all firefighters are being the same. They're not equal.
Nope.
Obviously.
Some of them got sex changes inside the military.
Yeah, that's way after I got out.
Just real quick, that was the clip that AB was playing. I thought it was somebody on the panel I was responding to. That was the clip? Oh, my bad.
Ooh, no. You can't possibly be simping for that, right? That's your man, though. Hey, for all you motherfuckers that want to say I'm simping for Kamala.
Yeah, you are. Bye.
I know many of the Democrats.
Yeah, you definitely
They'll say things and then wink at me. And again, it's the same old story. They'll say things, they don't mean it. It's politics. The reason they don't want me is because they want to run the show. They want it. It's power. It's whatever you want to call it. But what they've done here is a disgrace, a total disgrace. In one case, they say, he's a fascist. He's taking over the government. He's the most powerful president ever. He's a horrible human being. He wants to take over the entire government and he's going to do it. We can't stop him. That didn't work. The next week, he said, he's incompetent. I said, well, wait a minute. In one case, I'm taking over the world. And in the other case, he's incompetent. They tried that for a week. That didn't work. These are very dishonest people. These are con artists. I know many of the Democrats. They'll say things and then wink at me. And again, it's the same old story. They'll say things. They don't mean it. It's politics. The reason they don't want me is because they want to run the show. They want it. It's power. It's whatever you want to call it. But what they've done here is a disgrace, a total disgrace. In one case, they say, he's a fascist. He's taking over the government. He's the most powerful president ever. He's a horrible human being. He wants to take over the entire...
This is why Barack Obama is my forever president. He understands that misogyny is the number one obstacle to Black women gaining any type of upward mobility in this country. Take a listen.
My understanding, based on reports I'm getting from campaigns and communities, is that we have not yet.
If you mad because the chicken wings is $6.
Oh yeah. Let's get.
Oh, Jesus Christ!
This is a switch of. Now listen to this very carefully, because yeah.
If you mad because the chicken wings is $60 for a 4-piece.
Yeah, let's listen to that again, just so you make sure you hear it correctly.
I want to be sure I heard that right.
Because the chicken wings is $60 for a 4-piece. You can't even hang with me.
What?
Well, all the fuck right then. Hell, I don't want to hang with your ass in the first place. Shit, you irresponsible. You out here paying $60 for 4 pieces of chicken. So let me get this straight. You ain't mad because y'all went to a place where you got to pay $60 for 4 pieces of chicken. I'm going to be real with you. I don't want to hang with your ass in the first goddamn place. Hell no, your priorities is all the way out of order. I can't be caught hanging with somebody like you. Now I know what some of y'all going to say. Richard, if you broke, just say that. Bitch, I'm broke. And I don't give a damn if I wasn't broke. I ain't paying $60 for 4 pieces of chicken and some fries. But hell, that ain't even got shit to do. Not when I'm going right goddamn there and get this man $20. I'm going to get 5 lemon pepper, 5 seasoned, some seasoned fries, and a roll for $20.
Mm-hmm.
That shit ain't happening. If I pay $60 for 4 wings, I better bust a whole ass nut after I get through eating them bitches. If I pay $60 for 4 wings, them bitches better give me an erection. If I pay $60 for 4 wings, I better be able to talk to Lil Shirley after eating them bitches. And she been dead since 2011. Must have you drunk, you gonna pay that shit. Well, baby girl, your ass need to stop drinking.
Hey, Andre, calm down, man.
Your hard-earned money on some chicken wings. Then
They should have never gave you niggas money.
If you mad because the chicken wings is $60 for a 4-piece,
Can you pause for a minute, AB?
you can't even hang with me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a repeat anyway. So go ahead and stop it.
Go
First
ahead.
of all, why does this woman sound the way she does? Is that even an adult that's talking?
Probably not.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's a child.
You sound like a
I
child.
was trying. The restaurant's closed, so I can't look it up. But I know I can get a 30-piece for at least $20, man. For at least $20, you paying $60 for 4 pieces of chicken wings? Really?
So where does she go? Where the hell would anybody pay $60 for a
$60.
4-piece?
You feed a whole
like,
family for like $20 or $30.
Even in a fancy restaurant, they wouldn't charge you for 4 pieces of chicken.
Forget 4 pieces. There better be 4 buckets.
well, like, why I was trying to jump in, it's like this dude got it fucked up because he was talking about like a 4-piece and fries. I heard $60 for a 4-piece. There was no fries included.
Oh yeah, well yeah.
Oh yeah, that's wild.
Yeah, that is just a waste of money.
Yeah, I don't even know what. I'd be embarrassed getting on TikTok even saying some shit
Hell,
like
I
that.
can go get a 5-piece and some fries for $10 if I wanted to.
Same here.
Yeah, why would you? Who's gonna date you if you have that kind of?
Who would want to date her?
What's so special about? Why would you? I mean, that's the idiot thing about women, man. It's not even not about the food or the restaurant. It's about how much you spent, because how much you spent tells them how much they're worth.
I'm
That's the issue.
happy I'm married to
I'm
a
glad
very
they know the price
One
of a
time.
chicken box.
Go ahead.
I'm glad they know the
Snowman.
price of a chicken box.
Go ahead, Snowman.
I am so happy I am married to a very simple, practical woman.
Yeah,
So,
you're lucky. Like I said, you got your reparations, man.
Yeah.
And I think I'm gonna go to bed and enjoy my reparations.
Can you please go to
I
bed?
did. Look, Jody's been ill most of the day. I got to go out and DoorDash in the morning to take care of one more bill around the house. But if someone can help with a cash app, I'll throw it in the chat here. But my crazy ass is going to bed.
Good night, man.
I'm not tired. How did my friend Victor put it? Oh, and Jody has said this to me, and BGS, you'll enjoy this. I'm not tired. I'm tired.
Tired. Yeah, tired. It's old Southern thing. Tired.
I am tired. So
I got a fun one here from Legacy of Pretty.
Okay. I haven't looked at her channel in a while.
Yeah, she's been on Black Man recently, but because some of the freeloads of Kevin Samuels have been going at her, but
Okay.
I don't know if you heard that.
That's why men have been saying y'all stink. That's why. Because if you worried about a cat full of bleach in
a dishwater, yeah.
What you gonna do when you cause you're supposed to put bleach in your bathwater to get the rust off?
Ooh.
Yeah, that's what country motherfuckers do. Alcohol, all that. They gonna get the rust off of it. But you sitting there with them nails. Let me know who's not to go to. Don't worry, you won't get invited. You got to worry about that. You got them nails. Everything you done touched is on your food. Because I know you don't put them gloves on. I thought the Lumi, like the all over body odor, I thought it was for white folks that wash once a week. It's for y'all. Y'all think y'all have evolved and you ain't got to wash every day. And you can just do whatever. Y'all stink. That's why y'all be like, oh, he need to eat ass. Because he can't tell the ass from the coop. It all smell the same.
Damn.
All right. That's not normal. All this pH. The pH ain't from all them dicks. The pH is you. The pH is a lack of hygiene.
That's true.
You ain't taking care of your old cooch.
Yeah.
I know a lot of women that used to do that stuff.
Now you thinking you being cute. Well, who is doing this? Y'all gonna have some rough Thanksgivings. Because y'all gonna be putting turkey breast in an air fryer. How you gonna make collard greens? You ain't gonna clean them either. Y'all sad.
No lies to be found.
AB, can you find the
None.
clip of AB? Can you find the clip of Red Fox? You gotta wash your ass.
Maybe later.
Good night, y'all.
AB.
Good night.
All right,
All right,
Snowman.
have a good night, Snowman.
All right, have a good night. But
AB,
this is why
Begging for the men to hang out with them. Begging for the men to hang out with them. Not date them, not marry them, not be in long-term committed relationships, but to merely hang out. It has gotten that bad, you all, that the men have completely abandoned ship.
what you call it, BGS lying flat.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, they don't want anything to do with a lot of the women today, and I just can't
Oh, that's also the fault of me too.
help but to think,
Yeah, a lot of women
how
can
far
saying that
have we fallen?
same thing.
Ladies, how far have we truly fallen from grace to where the men are now avoiding us like the plague? They don't want to kick it with y'all. They don't want to turn up with y'all. They don't want to do anything with y'all. Like, what did y'all really do?
It was called Me Too.
Me Too and sexual
Time's up.
harassment, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, all that kind of stuff is yeah, because white women are really complaining about it now.
It's called Me
Uh,
Too. Fuck you. I don't give a fuck about you. I mean,
Yeah.
I also mentioned this I also mentioned this to Mr. Z on a previous stream of his. Holla Back, the group themselves, when they were
Hmm.
doing the whole cat calling shit.
Yeah, catcalling stuff. Yeah.
If you remember the clip, the video, 10 hours walking in New York that
Hmm.
came out back in 2015, that was Robert Bliss in association with Holla Back,
Hmm.
that organization.
Thank you, Mr. Cash Out, for the Cash App. Y'all like, share, subscribe. I got 94 watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit the Cash App. Support the show. Hit the super chat. Support the show. The BGS tax is in effect, and the sergeant tax is in effect too. So
Yo, AB. When I was watching that shit earlier, yeah, because I haven't watched the whole like Obama like preaching the black man thing,
Uh
and
huh.
like Obama mentioned like cousin Pookie, and like ABO like went into like a like clips of showing like the so-called Pookies supporting Trump.
okay,
So of
Oh,
course like I was spamming like Pookies for Trump.
Twiggies for Trump. Yeah, that's funny.
yeah,
I even got some of the white people spamming it as well.
okay.
But I thought that was interesting because like Obama was like he's like black men need to support Trump, and he's like your cousin Pookie, and it's like
Hmm.
I don't think you know that like Pookie actually supports Trump these days.
Yeah, well,
Who was that? Was it Mark Lamont Hill? Who was that actually went to and interviewed all those
oh,
black guys? Was it
that
Don
was
Lemon?
Don Lemonade. That did
Okay.
that.
And
There's
you
been
found all the Pookies that were voting for Trump.
Yeah.
there's actually been a lot of people supporting like interviewing Pookies. Like there's
Okay.
been like a lot of interviewers going around like asking who they're gonna vote for, and
Uh
Uh huh.
the Pookies, the so-called Pookies, like said that they're voting
What's
for
going on,
Trump.
Mr. Donnie Mac? But yeah, that's not surprising.
huh. Hmm.
I got a glimpse of code breakers today.
Oh yeah, I was listening to it. They
Yeah,
sound they sound real subdued right now.
Yeah.
I caught a bit
Yeah.
of code breakers
Hold on,
stuff too.
Andre. Hold on.
Andre, calm down, man.
And just I got through. It's like, yeah, no, Obama shouldn't have said that, but Kamala's still in the running. She's not far behind. I was like, okay.
Yeah, but she only has instead of having 91% of the black vote, she's got 80% of the black vote.
Yeah, those are
Ooh,
the new numbers that have come out. Yeah.
Yeah.
that's a
So,
significant difference.
yep.
Well, like I've
So
been saying about the code breakers, I like Paradox.
Yeah.
Do you?
Okay.
I mean, we were cool to or not.
Yeah.
So, so
I
it is
just
what it
listened
is.
in to see what they would do. I just wanted to see what they thought about it.
Mm.
I didn't comment or anything. I'm like, yeah, okay.
It
But
is what
anyway,
it is.
Yeah, Ohio State lost. I'm disappointed, but
Oh, you a Buckeyes fan?
I don't have a choice. No other Indiana team is going to get close to that national championship.
That's true.
Maybe except Notre
Uh,
Dame, but I don't particularly like them either for firing that black coach. But
well, that's interesting. I got relatives who went to Ohio State. They're graduates from there, so yeah, Buckeye State.
yeah, I know some people from Ohio too, so that helps too.
Hey, the senator from Ohio is an alumnus of Ohio State as well.
Yeah.
Before he
Yeah.
went to Yale, and he
Yeah,
graduated
yeah.
with a double major, philosophy and political science.
Yeah, he sounds like it.
Oh, I don't know if you heard BGS.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, Kamala's going to be doing an interview with Charlemagne next week.
Tuesday, I do believe. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on Tuesday.
Come again? She gonna do
She's
what
gonna
now?
be. She went on the Breakfast Club on Tuesday.
Well, is she really trying to rally the troops? Isn't she?
She got no choice. The internal polls are not looking too good. And everybody, that's the rumor.
Oh
The
yeah,
internal polls are not looking that good.
yeah. All week, I've been hearing that Democrats are in a panic. Almost every video I say Democrats are in a panic. Like,
Yeah.
okay, what's going on? Like, well, I guess the internal polls are showing not doing that.
Well,
Yeah.
this is going to be a wiffle ball interview on Tuesday.
Yeah,
Probably.
I'll review it.
Well, we'll see. The thing is that if they've been under fire about softball interviews, so they're gonna have to be a little tougher. You saw 60 Minutes was a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
Because they've been getting on her.
Well, that's why I said wiffle ball, because you know how Charlemagne gets down.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm interested to see if who's going to show up. Angela Rye with Leslie Tomato on the side.
That's a good question. I'd love to see it.
I wonder how much she's going to be of a cheerleader for.
She gonna have the pom poms out, most likely.
I'm sure. It is what it is, though.
I mean, she's gonna need that win after what happened with Jill Stein, where she had to sit back, close the laptop and sit there with her arms folded up and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you mean like this?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got checked by an old white woman.
Straight out of Waiting to Exhale.
Yeah.
After she burned the car.
Mm-hmm.
Now
that looks like all of Angela Bassett after she burnt the car. Yep.
Shoot, baby. Hey, don't get me started about Whitney. Anyway, what was I gonna say?
You forgot already.
I'm getting old, BGS. I'm getting old.
Yeah.
But it's like just looking at all this and just like thinking about oh, okay, that makes sense. Oh, really? All right.
Yeah. I got a little trouble on Facebook. I said, the Democrat Party was started by a slave owner, and some black people are still slaves to the party.
Oh, okay. That went over well.
And the guy is like, then how come all the Confederate states are ran by Republicans? I was like, okay, that's irrelevant considering that only started happening during the 90s when the Dixiecrats finally lost their hold.
Yeah.
Also, when they seceded from the Union, if I'm not mistaken, Democrats were in charge.
Yes, they were.
Democrats were in charge. And what was their president's name? What was that dude's name? Jefferson Davis?
Jefferson Davis. The Confederate, yeah. Jefferson Davis.
A Confederate president, yeah.
The alleged Confederate president was Jefferson Davis.
Mm-hmm.
All Democrats.
Yeah.
Then I saw this comment. He's but see in 1964, you didn't read history, sir. In 1964, President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the Civil Rights Bill. Yeah, and he also said, "I'm gonna have those niggers voting for me for the next 200 years." Your point?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that was just a layup, man. You didn't have much to say after that.
Okay.
Damn.
It's civilians.
Yeah. I didn't know Revs could be civilians, but damn.
You're surprised.
You know who could be civilians?
Revs.
Revs, you might talking
Reverends.
about. Oh yeah, they're some of the worst.
Give me Revs. I don't follow.
And other
Reverend.
pastors.
Oh, Reverends. Okay,
Yeah.
pastors. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
The
But I was
argument
like,
that I've
I'm
been
like,
seeing,
man, I'm like, he's supposed to be in. I just keep thinking to myself, he's supposed to be insider. Why am I, why am I arguing with this dude? He sounds like somebody's not an insider, but I guess he's not. Oh well.
like the argument that I've been seeing is like Kamala saying that she's not going to do anything specific for black people, and
What else is
Trump is
new?
like, yeah, and Trump is like, what do you got to lose?
What else is new?
No.
They keep forgetting that the same people are already in power. What are you doing now? And what you gonna do?
Oh,
What
but
are you doing
Kamala
now?
can't do anything. She's just the vice president. She couldn't do anything, even though
Well,
she was. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me
yeah,
finish.
like my apologies, sir. Go ahead.
Even though she was the sole vote on a lot of things that got passed, including the Inflation Reduction
Hmm.
bad Green Energy Deal Act,
Yeah.
poor Green Deal. If you're gonna do green energy, do it right. Don't
Yeah.
have
But that's very common. Them misnaming actually lying about the title of the bill and something else, which astute people that know politics should pick up. But
Oh, I noticed it during Obama. He did a campaign stop for Kamala too. I just didn't put it in the
who's that?
Obama. He did a campaign rally for Kamala too, and
Yeah. Yeah. I heard it.
I noticed he repeated the same line that we had an immigration bill, but Trump wouldn't let us pass it. I'm like,
No.
this is a weak ass argument. You know that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
Well, most people don't. Most people don't look it up.
yeah, like BGS actually went into great detail about that immigration bill specifically, and also like he went into great detail talking about like why that deal wasn't passed, and like and many people have said since then it was both like Republicans and Democrats that like weren't
Oh,
like there was against that were against that
before I
bill.
forget, hold on, Andre. Before I forget, since I did send you the MP4. Feel free to use this BGS.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
Yeah, I saw that picture of them hugging. I was like, oh, that's perfect because I finally found that clip of "It's Always Jermaine's Fault."
Oh, did
Uh,
you? Okay. Yeah.
yeah, I
It's all
googled
over the
it and
place.
I was
Yeah.
oh yeah, I got to clip this.
Yeah.
I'm using that little snap tool that came with Windows 11.
Hmm.
I was like, oh, I got to clip this one, and then I got CapCut, so I could always swap out the picture. Swap out the original video and put something else in there. But yeah, y'all hit my cash app, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. I need to upgrade my CapCut. Got one. Salute AB. This is from Louis Wet Red.
So what?
No, that was Charles in the background.
Oh.
Yeah, I watched one of Lewis's videos, man. I kind of got depressed. The
What happened?
the one where they talking about aborting black boys. Like, damn, you bitches are really just sitting around talking about that shit.
They still are, but
Oh,
they still are.
for those of you who don't know, the Iron Bang, yeah, not the Bang Yang, got her channel back, and she's still casket sharp. So there you go.
Okay.
Well, actually,
Hopefully, a lot of the brothers that lost theirs will get theirs back since they let her back
well,
in.
actually, she
That's
got her
my
channel back.
joke. Hold on, wait a minute, Andre. That's my joke about her.
Mm.
She got so much damn makeup on. She looked like she just walked out of a casket.
Yeah, yeah. And the funny thing is, when she was younger, she was actually a pretty decent looking girl. And,
Yeah,
and,
well,
no, not not
misery will do
anymore.
that to you.
I guess it will.
Well, actually, I was trying to say like she got her channel back like a month or two ago. I
Okay,
only recently heard about it, and that's quite disappointing to hear.
It's about a month ago she got her channel back. Somebody caught it. So
She ain't said anything new, so whatever.
Yeah. So maybe she'll be a good girl from now on.
Probably not, but black men are.
Do you
No, she
think
gonna do.
she
Yeah.
learned? Do you think she
Well,
learned anything?
No.
Hopefully the 2 years off she had off, she went to see a shrink, man, to get her daddy issues taken care of.
what I thought was interesting is like looking at like these Republican channels and like seeing like so-called black women because like people could be lying and
Uh
whatnot.
huh.
So like you were like, I'm a black woman and I don't support Kamala.
Okay.
I thought
There's a
that was
bunch of them.
Yeah, there's a
I
bunch
thought
of
that
them.
was interesting.
In fact, you've actually most of your YouTube pundits that are female don't support Kamala, like Sabby Sab and
Oh yeah, Savvy.
Joy
That's
and
brutal.
oh yes, she brutal. And then what's it,
Brianna Joy Gray.
Brianna Joy Gray. She doesn't like her. There's a whole bunch of them that are on YouTube don't like her. So
Yeah.
that we know that it's not 100%, but they don't talk about them. And
Oh
then
no, they got to
they,
keep the bullshit going.
and then Nina Turner gave him that work though. Nina Turner
Well,
gave him
I'm
that
Oh,
actually
work.
starting
I'm glad you said that because I
like
need to because I was gonna play that little CNN clip.
Yeah, she gave him that work. So she followed up. So it wasn't just a one-off.
I'm actually starting to see on like Republican platforms that they're saying that yeah, Donald Trump is not a part of like the globalist agenda. I'm
No.
I'm
Donald Trump is an isolationist, which is what they don't like about him. He's an
yeah,
isolationist.
like my thing is that I'm surprised to hear like these people saying this stuff. That's what I'm surprised about.
Okay.
See him saying what stuff?
Well, the fact that Donald Trump is an isolationist and that
He is
he's not part of a globalist.
Yeah, he is an
Like
isolationist. Yeah.
we all know
Okay.
this stuff, but it's like I'm just surprised to hear this in public.
Okay.
Well, because they didn't care, but because they didn't think he had a shot at winning. But now that he probably will, now
Mhm.
they have to start facing facts. Go ahead.
Uh, um, thank you, JB, for the $1 holler. Let's I got a video playing. Oh, wait a minute. There we go.
The campaign trail, and he's making the case against Donald Trump. But before his guest feature in Pennsylvania, Obama made a surprise visit to Kamala Harris's campaign headquarters in Pittsburgh. It was there that he got candid, maybe a little too candid if you are in the vice president's inner circle tonight. He warned that Harris is underperforming him with black voters, and he had a message specifically for black men.
Part of it makes me think that, well, you just aren't feeling the idea of having a woman as president. And you're coming up with other alternatives and other reasons for
There's a reason for that.
it. So now you're thinking about sitting out or even supporting somebody
Yes.
who has a history of denigrating you.
What are the options
Because
do we have?
you think that's a sign of strength because that's what being a man is? Putting women down? That's not acceptable.
CNN political commentator Errol Lewis is in our fifth seat for this conversation. Errol, I guess he knew the cameras were there. It was an unscheduled stop, but that message was so pointed. In addition to him making it very clear, Kamala Harris is not doing what she needs to do with this core Democratic constituency.
That's right. Although he is asking her, let's be clear, to go over a very high hurdle. Barack Obama got historic levels of black voter registration and turnout and support, and he did it twice. It was almost inevitable that it was going to swing more toward the long-term average of a handful of black voters.
Can I interrupt you for just a moment, just to show you something here? Because we went back, looked at 2020 exit polls. Biden got 92% of the black vote. Right now, according to Quinnipiac, this is in Pennsylvania, according to Quinnipiac.
Damn, that's low at 80%. She's down 12 points.
Harris is at 78. It's a big gap in this state right now. And that can be closed because Biden is not Barack Obama.
Biden is not, well, he was Obama's running mate. Certainly some spillover there. But you cannot ask of every black candidate in the post-Obama era you've got to come up with 92% of the black vote every time. That is just not a reasonable assumption. If the margins are as tight as they're likely to be in this race, that's going to cause you problems in Pittsburgh and in Philadelphia and in Detroit and in Milwaukee and in Atlanta and in all of the swing states. And so they're going to have to come up with a strategy. Now, Barack Obama is trying one strategy, trying to sort of connect with some of the black male voters who they think have been drifting away and are likely to drift away in these last 26 days. I'm not sure that's the right message.
I mean,
they had to try something.
It's a lot of pressure. I mean, this is not a nice message. This is a very stern message.
Let me ask you a question, Abby and Nina. Let me say, I find it very interesting.
Warning, you're about to
that
hear,
we're trying to reach
you're about to hear a straight up feminist.
out to white men. We're trying to reach out to black men. The people whose rights are really on the ballot right now are women. And we're begging all these men to pay attention to us and to care enough about this election to
Why should we give a shit?
vote to come out to support us. I feel like Barack going on the campaign trail right now makes perfect sense. Of course, right? He's a top surrogate for Democrats. He should be out there doing the work right now.
Surrogate?
I think it's so amazing to me that with women's rights on the line, we're spending so much time focusing on making sure men care.
Because men, I don't know, it's because men are the problem
Men
right now
should
for
care.
Kamala Harris.
I mean, women.
And by the way, Governor Walz, according to Politico, is going to be going out on a mentor, literally a tour of media to appeal to men.
They need to appeal to the needs of the voters. And so what?
Oh, here come Nita Turner.
I was a delegate for President.
Hold on, let her. Come on, Andre.
All right,
chill out.
Obama in both of his elections in Ohio. Right now, the vice president is down 11 points in Ohio, even though I fully expect President Trump to take Ohio as he did twice. But to be down 11 points compared to President Biden, that is a problem. But this other issue I want to bring up is a problem too. Why are black men being lectured to? Why are black men being belittled in ways that no other voting group? Now, a lot of love for.
Because we're at what they call BGS, the permanent underclass.
The permanent underclass, yeah.
Former President Obama. But for him to single out black men is wrong. And some of the black men that I have talked to have their reasons why they want to vote a different way. And even if some of us may not like that, we have to respect it. So unless President Barack Obama is going to go out and lecture every other group of men from other identity groups, my message for Democrats is don't bring it here to black men who, by and large, don't vote much differently from black women. And what? As a politician, we should be trying to get all voters to vote. And hopefully there are a few good men out there who do care about the stripping away of some of women's bodily autonomy. But this is wrong for President Obama. It is a wrong course for the Harris-Walz campaign to lay at the feet of black men when they have their reasons. In 2020, the vice president was labeled a cop, as we know.
But do you think, sorry to interrupt you, Nina, but do you think he's right that one of the reasons is because they don't like the idea of
it might be some listen, black men are socialized in the same society as any other man. So yes, is misogyny maybe a part of it? But again, is President Obama and is the Harris?
Yep, go ask Dad said. He'll tell you straight up, I don't want a woman being in that position, but you know.
Harris-Walz campaign going to lecture other male groups in the same way that they're lecturing.
This is not.
And Nina brings up a good point. Are they going to go to white men and say this dumb shit? Boy.
There's a lot of women don't believe that a woman should be in that position. So.
Oh yes. When Hillary was running, I talked to women. They're like, I don't want a woman in that position. No, a woman can't handle that job.
Not just about.
I don't think so.
It's not just about Pennsylvania. It's not just about men. It sounds like there's a concern that there's a broad problem for Vice President Harris with the blue wall. It's basically, according to the poll of polls, no clear leader, a tied race essentially in all three of these battleground states. You know, I don't know that this is because Trump has run a great campaign, but I mean,
I don't think it's that.
I mean, maybe he has, maybe he hasn't, but he has struggled against Kamala Harris in this early stage, but he's still kept this race pretty tight and maybe has made some inroads in the last couple of weeks.
Oh, absolutely, he has. Vice President Harris's high watermark was about a week and a half after the convention. It's slowly been trickling down. That Quinnipiac poll showing the vice president down in Michigan and Wisconsin sent alarm bells throughout every Democrat office in the country. But I want to say this, the blue wall is cracking and black men are just one part of a broader puzzle that she hasn't been able to reach. Now, to her credit,
that's true.
She hasn't been running for very long. This campaign's new. This is a new experiment of replacing somebody late in the cycle. So, okay, we'll give her that. However, she's struggling with union voters. The two of the biggest unions ever didn't endorse her. She's struggling with Muslim Americans in Michigan, according to CARE's own numbers. She's struggling with Hispanics in California. She's not expected to remake the Obama coalition. That's impossible. That's a 1 in a million, especially given the short time frame. But she has a lot of bigger problems, and that's why you see Tammy Baldwin panicking about being down more.
Here's Debbie Dingle. People need to see the real Kamala Harris. This is what she told Axios. They need to let her get in the union halls and just talk to people. Whatever you think about Trump, he's personable.
Well, I think that's one of the things. I mean,
I wouldn't send it to some of those union hearts if I were you, because a lot of them are Trump supporters. Here's a little dirty secret. Yeah, the union leadership backs Kamala Harris, but the union members don't.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find this clip.
I drop you a clip in the back, man. It's perfect.
Yeah, hold on. I'm trying to find what's the name of their channel? Due Diligence, I think is the name of their channel. They have this clip that I wanted to play. Of Kamala Harris that doesn't just have a problem with black men. She has a problem with the Arab community too.
Oh yeah, especially since the Gaza thing's going on.
Let me look in my.
That's why she's probably not going to win Michigan.
Yeah, let's see.
Hello, dissidents. Welcome.
Yeah, this is not the one I want to play. This is. I hope y'all don't mind diligence, fair use. Oh yeah, this is the one I think I want.
To some degree, they know what they're supporting.
Tell me what scale
is worse. Shouldn't
now listen to this Muslim podcaster, and it speaks for itself.
you vote for Kamala in that case? This gives a pretty eloquent and
survived 4 years of Trump. You could survive again. 240,000 Palestinians did not survive 4 years of Biden. You survived Trump. You survived it. Trump is going to be worse than Biden. Let's measure it. What do you mean relative to what happened to the Palestinians? Tell me what is so terrifying that you are willing to forgive the genocide in Gaza. Tell me what scares you so much that you are willing to step over Sidra's lifeless corpse with the legs blown off and say, excuse me, sorry. That you will step over Hind Rajab's cold corpse that was shot at 360 times by the Israelis while she sat in the car waiting for an ambulance that was blown by Israeli tank. That you step over Hind Rajab's body, sorry Hind. That you would step over Reem's body. Tell me what's so terrifying. You step over Reem, Ruh, spirit of my spirit. That you step over the child, you can't identify this child, the head's blown off. You step over them. You step over those 240,000 corpses to get to that ballot box. You step over all of them. You walk by the Palestinian refugees walking by. Where are you going? I'm going to the ballot box. Voting for who? You're too ashamed, embarrassed to say it at that time. You walk to the ballot box. You walk over those bodies, piles and piles of those bodies, drenched in the blood. You see those kids in those images of the hospitals, crushed by the rubble. Their arms are hanging, blood dripping for no other crime than some random people from the West said this land belongs to us. You will walk all over those corpses, go to the ballot box. Vote for the one who did it to them, Jalal. Vote for the one who slaughtered them. Vote for the one who massacred them. Vote for the one who continued to lend every impunity to them. Vote for the one who broke the whole international order. To slaughter those children. To slaughter our brothers and sisters. To commit the most brutal genocide. You will cross all of those corpses to the ballot box. You will put a cross next to the name of Harris, the one who committed the genocide with Biden. And you will yell to those spirits and say, I did it for you. You will look at them in the eye and say, I voted this for you. You will say that I voted for the one who killed you. I voted for the one who gave the bombs to slaughter you. More bombs than Dresden. More bombs than Hiroshima. More bombs than Nagasaki. More bombs than World War II. I voted for the one who gave unfettered access to all those weapons. I voted for the one who sent the Marines to help kill you. And you would dare to look me in the eye and say you did it for Palestine. You did it for them. The nerve, the sheer arrogance of it. It's not for Palestine. It's for your comfort. It's for your status quo.
Yes.
I just have one question. Are they going to go to men like that with a straight face and tell them that they need to follow the line and vote for the Democrat Party? Do you think would you go to a man like that with a straight face and try to say that bullshit?
No, unless you can actually prove him wrong, which you can't.
Well, AB, I think like one of like the greatest things that happened recently was with like Australia Sky News, whatever, when they had that like Muslim dude on there. They accidentally had him up there, and like, he told the truth. and yeah, they had to shut the show down because he told too much truth.
Yeah, they had to let him go, and
Yeah.
yeah, they didn't expect it out of a professor.
Yeah.
But Dr. Murphy said that the thing is, he was actually there in Beirut when it happened, and some of his friends were in the compound when those
Yeah,
bombs hit. Yeah.
and he's actually been on other channels since then,
Yeah,
which I'm
yeah.
not
So
going to mention, but he's been on other
so
channels.
he's on a jihad because a lot of his friends got killed in that bombing. So that's what Dr. Marifa says. That's why he's on the jihad.
We got
He's still circulating too.
yeah. We got
Yeah, he's
113
telling me.
watching. Like, share, subscribe. Hit my Cash App, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show. BGS taxes in effect. Man, this is going to be a hell of an election.
Now I told you. What did I tell you?
Yeah, and we got less than 30 days too.
Yeah, I told you. I was trying to tell you guys. I said you probably never see anything else like it uh, in the future because there's so much
Yeah,
riding on so much riding on this
I
election.
hate to say this, and I might get in trouble for this, but that dude's right.
What do?
How you gonna step over those 200 some odd bodies to go vote for Kamala Harris?
They do it all the time. So
I know.
we'll see. We'll see.
I have my opinions about it. You know that I had to walk out of service because one day because they were one of the preachers was bringing up Benjamin Netanyahu for doing that shit. I was like, nope, I'm
Okay.
out. I can't. No, I'm not gonna stand for that.
Not in good conscience. Yeah.
No.
Well,
I hold on. Let me finish, Andre. They do it because they, they're, they claim they're so-called Israel, and that's my opinion.
Oh yeah. Well, my mother is the same way because they've been fed that propaganda for so long.
Yeah, my mother, you know what my mother said about Bibi? She said, that's a warmonger. I don't like.
Did she?
Oh yeah, she didn't like him at all. He's like he's nothing but a warmonger.
He's actually a war veteran too. He was he served during the Yom Kippur War of '73.
Well, what I was trying to say was, yeah, I was asked like what my like why am I interested in this current like political situation? It's like, and I said it's like what you guys do like affects the world. Like the world is talking about this right now. We're all worried about like what you guys are gonna do.
Yeah, we'll see.
And like unless you're like low IQ, you maybe might not understand why we're all interested.
Hey, BGS, I gotta ask. You think Condoleezza was advertising for a job?
No, she's not. She's not coming back. But okay, the thing is that she's still working in certain arenas because she's on boards and all kind of other kind of crap. So she's well taken care of. Well, she's actually these are the neocons reaching out to Trump. If you want to play it, you can play it.
I caught her reaching out to Trump because
she's reaching out to Trump because she's saying the same things that Vance was saying. Okay, and a lot of your realists are saying the same thing. A lot of your McGregors and Miss Shermans are saying the same thing. If the competition is not between you and Russia, the competition is between you and China. So all the Gaza thing, the Ukraine thing is to them is a waste of time because your main competitor is China, and she used the same language. Like when she talked about great powers, don't have the luxury of sitting back. Okay, that's realist language. So basically, these are neocons trying to send an olive branch to the realists, because I do believe they don't think that Kamala Harris is actually going to win this election.
Yeah,
and because if you were listening to the code breakers, they're getting the same kind of sense that she's probably not going to win.
Yeah, but I caught it when I caught the olive branch to Trump though when she said that. And yes, some of these countries are going to have to pay their fair share.
Yeah.
I was like, that was a straight olive branch to Trump. I caught that.
Yeah, because Trump said that. Okay, they're going to have to pay their fair share, and do more and that kind of stuff. So, but like I said, if white people want to remain viable in this arena, they have to band together. So
Yeah.
this is the West as we know it, the white West as we know it, trying to stay in power. And that's the olive branch, and that's what that's what she was saying, because Trump doesn't believe in using force to that extent. That's another olive branch she was actually sending to him. But this is the neocons reaching out to the so-called the neoliberals or the isolationists like Trump, because Trump is an isolationist. They're trying to convince him not to
Yeah, he
not to
definitely
withdraw
is.
the clause. Yeah, he's an isolationist. That's
Yeah,
that's NATO's afraid of him.
yeah, BGS. Like, I'm hoping to do a Patreon this weekend because I have some questions I want to ask you. I don't want to ask on open air, but I have some questions I want to ask you.
Okay.
There's some recent things that happened over here.
In Canada?
Yeah.
Oh,
Some
okay.
recent things that I'm sure you're probably aware of. I
I
don't want
mean,
to
there's
ask it
so
on.
much going. There's so much,
There's a
man.
lot
That's
going
going
on, man.
so it's hard for me to keep up. Especially if it wasn't an election year where I have to keep up with the domestic stuff. I probably would have my ear to the ground a little bit more about the global stuff, with the domestic stuff, with all this crap going on.
Mhm.
That it's taking up a lot of time.
It was like our right wing took uh it
A
took
serious hit.
it no it took a turn like to the chosen people, like it went
Oh.
over there. And
Oh, okay.
yeah, it was like
Okay.
I supported it until they said that.
Mhm. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, they're all in. Is it's
Yeah.
convoluted about what's going on over there,
Yeah.
even
Let me
though
read my super
it's a
chat
lost
here.
cause. Yeah.
It's funny how black women were standing with Palestine all over TikTok in 2023 till Harris started running. Oh, well,
Yeah.
yeah.
They probably still are. They're just quiet about it.
Yeah, I can tell you, not all black women on TikTok are for Harris. That's for damn sure.
No. What it's because of it's less about Palestine. It's more about them not getting
Yeah.
their butter biscuits. Even Craig said that a lot of black women are mad because they're not getting their butter biscuits.
Yeah, well, they gotta, they gotta support the migrants.
Yeah. It's like that. I was
They
listening
gotta
to the
import their people, as you would say.
Yeah, that's what I was listening to the code breakers talk about, that they were lying about FEMA. They weren't lying about FEMA. I said we were pulling the documents how much FEMA's given the migrants over the past 2 years, like
Yeah, you can look on
over
their
$1 billion.
website. That's why
Yeah,
I'm like, wait a minute. So we're lying about FEMA by looking at their website? Okay.
Well,
yeah.
like, did you guys actually get into like art, like when he tried to do his stream the other day, and like also on last night when he was doing the stream, like one of his topics was like they lied about FEMA, and apparently there's like 8 billion available, but they told these people in these hurricane zones that there's no money left.
They lied about FEMA because there's about $8 billion in FEMA.
Well, like
The budget.
his topic was like there's 8 billion available, but at
I
that
didn't.
time,
I haven't read that. I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I haven't seen that either.
well, art, like I actually look at like the topics that he has, and I read up on them like before like I look at his stream, because like he puts out topics, so I read up about them before I go on the stream. And like, yeah, one of his topics was apparently FEMA, well, some like a government watchdog or some shit like that, like actually found out that there was 8 billion, not million, sorry, 8 billion available for FEMA, but they were saying that like they ran out of money when they were talking about like the people in North Carolina, and also now fucking, where is it, like Florida?
Yeah. Well, that's
Yeah,
gonna
like
go over well.
I'll see if I can find it. I don't. Normally somebody in my ring would have found that. I don't know.
Well,
Who said?
art had that as one of his
Okay,
topics.
okay, we get it, Andre.
we understand. What I'm saying is, you saying that he had as one of his topics, but I don't, I haven't seen it.
Yeah, because like I'm assuming like the conversation never got to that point because like Art, Art, like he has like a bunch of topics and it never always
Yeah, we get it.
No, we get in. How did FEMA spend $9 billion so quickly? Okay.
no, that wasn't the argument I was making. It was like they were saying
what I'm saying is I'm reading it off of YouTube. The thing is, so did you go look it up after you heard it?
no, like
How come?
like the argument that I'm currently making is that basically they said that there was only
Yeah, but what I'm saying is it a fact that the money is still there?
Right.
Because that's not what I'm hearing.
Well, what I was trying to say is like basically like we had this conversation prior to this BGS.
Oh, in other words, they just got the money. Okay, they were broke. So after getting a recent infusion of around $20 billion from Congress to respond to hurricane season, FEMA now is down to $11 billion in its disaster relief fund. Administrator Dean Criswell told reporters that means the agency spent about $9 billion of its recently appropriated money in a little over a week before Milton even made landfall. The rapid spend rate. So in other words, where's the money going?
Yeah.
Well, BGS.
Hold on, wait a minute.
I understand what you're trying to say, but the thing is, we're asking you for the facts of the case, and you're not giving it to us. So why'd you? Okay, go ahead and say why you bring it up, because you're going around in loops.
Well, what I was trying to say is that at the time, the argument was they only had less than $1 billion to cover all the survivors of that hurricane, right? And
before Helene, they didn't have any money. The Congress just recently gave them money. That's what I'm reading. They didn't have the money before.
Yeah.
They just got them. Congress just hold on, okay. Go ahead, tell me about it because you know about it. Tell me about it.
Actually, I was going to say thank you for saying that because you said that after the fact they gave.
Hold on. Okay. Because Salchi sent us the stuff, and basically they were broke. Okay, because Salchi sent us the paperwork. So if they got money, okay, it's recent. Okay, and I'm reading right here. Go ahead, pull it up, AB.
Oh, hold on, wait a minute.
Yeah, I'm not actually disagreeing with you, BG.
I understand, but you're talking. I'm asking you questions. You're not answering my questions. How did FEMA spend $9 billion? In other words, if you see something and you're curious about it, and you're on your phone and you're online all the time, how come you didn't look it up?
Mm-hmm.
So how did FEMA spend $9 billion so quickly, back-to-back disasters? In fact, they didn't have $8 billion; they had 20. Okay. Okay, Andre. Okay, what? I don't know what you're trying to explain, man. Explain. Okay, I'm gonna mute up and you explain it to me.
Well, actually, what I was trying to say is that at the time when it happened, the funds weren't available to them, but after the fact, it was. That's all I was trying to say.
You did say that. I'm telling you. I'm trying to tell you what happened. Okay, and you're still talking. Okay, I'm trying to read it to you. Is that okay? Unless you look this stuff up and you can tell me more about it.
Well,
what's going on, number two?
It's definitely okay. I'm not against what you say.
So in other words, in other words, I'm trying to read it to you, and you're talking through me. So do you want to expound upon what your theory is, or get to your point? Okay, because the money was not there before. Okay.
That's exactly what I said. The money wasn't there.
That's what we said. So, okay, I'm trying to dig to the bottom of it. Okay, is it okay? Do you want me to do this, or I'll just go ahead? I'll just go ahead and mute up, and you can talk.
Well, the only reason why I was talking is just to make it known that
You okay? Say it for the last time. Okay, we know they didn't have no fucking money because Salchi sent us the paperwork.
Yes.
We know they had no money. So our thing is, okay, now they're lying and said they had the money all along. No, they didn't, okay? Because the paperwork said they didn't have the money. They spent $1.5 billion of FEMA money, which was not supposed to go to migrants, okay? It's just for emergencies, okay? Importing migrants and feeding them with food stamps and housing is not an emergency.
People don't.
Go ahead.
Again,
Go Salchi.
This is
civilians.
Why, yes. When it comes to the government, man, they do their budget, right? They do their annual budget. And I mean, it literally, unfortunately, because again, we're talking about human lives. Unfortunately, the annual budget, like the time frame, literally just ended at like
October 1st. Yeah, October 1st. Yeah.
So they do the budget, and how it works is when you get it, you have to use it.
Yeah.
Now, depending on which account or which organization you're in, there are various buckets per organization.
Right.
Now with FEMA, they do have I sent you guys the stuff, but I don't remember the numbers on top of my head. And
I mean, 2024 they spent like the 2024 fiscal year they spent 650 million. Yeah.
Yeah. And but the thing that most people, again, because people don't know how to read financial statements, the thing is, right, with the migrant stuff, what people don't understand is that when they say we didn't spend any money from FEMA on there, no, they're lying.
Yeah.
The thing is, they're not. Instead of them just saying there was a bucket for them, just say that because it's true. People like me, we could look it up, and it was. I think it's called. I think the account was like SPG
or something like SB something. I have it somewhere, but yeah.
So yeah, just say that. Just say we have different buckets. I mean, I don't know why it's so hard for this administration to just say something basic.
But you know why? Because they're not supposed to be. Because most people would say there's not supposed to be a bucket coming from FEMA to actually feed migrants. Okay, most people would oppose that. So just like they hid the green energy bill under the Inflation Reduction Act. Okay, I mean, me personally, okay. If you're saying that you're feeding migrants that you're bringing into this country with FEMA money, I'd be upset.
Yeah.
Because to my knowledge, okay, Federal Emergency Management Authority is not supposed to be giving welfare to migrants.
Yeah.
I mean, Sauchi, it be in your town. Am I wrong?
I would say that you are not wrong, but remember, these are all these people. They're attorneys, right?
Yeah.
So they use verbiage to get around stuff. So
in other words, if they give the migrants money from all one place, okay, people can track it, right?
Oh yeah.
But the thing is, but giving money to migrants come through FEMA, who's gonna look for migrant money, welfare money for migrants in FEMA?
I mean, just off the top, nobody.
Nobody. Which, Andre, if you know about this, man, go ahead and speak up, man.
I was gonna say,
let him finish, Andre. Let him finish. Good Lord.
What do you want to chime in? But no. Give him a minute. Go ahead. Tell us about it.
I was gonna say, BGS, please put this behind the wall because, like, you're going deep. Like, you're gonna get a lot of people in trouble. Like,
this is public knowledge. This is CNN, man.
Yeah.
All I'm doing is trying to read where the money come from because, to my knowledge, FEMA was broke. Okay.
Yes.
Before Helene. Okay. To my knowledge, and Sauchi's right here. Now, if Sauchi has something different because this is his business, okay. So in other words, because when we read this stuff off during Helene, okay, FEMA was broke, okay. Now all of a sudden they got $8 billion. Where the fucking money come from? Okay.
Where did they siphon it from?
Where did they pipe it in? Where did it come from? Well, what?
Yep.
Well, BGS. Like, what I heard about this stuff is like there was no money available, and they had to go back to the federal government to get more money.
Okay, Andre, if you let me read the goddamn article, you can understand it, okay? Instead of guessing.
Can I
Andre,
no. Just let BGS.
Why don't you let me read the article first and then talk, okay? Because I tried to start reading this article like 15 minutes ago, right?
Go ahead and read the article.
You keep interrupting me, okay? Let me read the article first.
I didn't know you were reading the article.
Andre,
it's on the screen, Andre. Shit. See, how did FEMA? Why don't you mute yourself, Andre? Okay, for a second. Give me about 4 minutes. Mute yourself, okay? So while I read this thing, okay?
All right.
How did FEMA spend $9 billion so quickly, back-to-back disasters, right? Okay. And it said U.S. Federal Emergency Management Agency is rapidly spending its disaster funding as a response to back-to-back major hurricanes, Helene and Milton, coming on top of a nonstop disaster year filled with tornadoes, wildfires, and floods. After getting a recent infusion of about $20 billion from Congress, okay, to respond to hurricane season, FEMA is now down to $11 billion. So basically, Congress just, well, I don't know where the money is, but Congress just gave them $20 billion just to respond to Helene for the most part. Administrator Deanne Criswell told reporters Wednesday that means the agency spent about $9 billion of its dollars recently appropriated money in a little over a week. They just got the money, okay? They didn't have the money before. Before Milton even made landfall. In other words, they didn't have no money for Helene. That's like people were getting $750 checks, okay? Getting refused because they didn't have no money. They just got the money, evidently they got embarrassed, and so they just appropriated their $20 billion for disaster relief from Congress. This rapid spend rate is a reflection on just how many earlier disasters the agency is dealing with in addition to Milton. In other words, they've been hiding this shit, okay? Because there's a lot of people that had disasters that wouldn't get no money because they didn't have it. Okay, because you have been giving it to migrants. And it may mean Congress needs to appropriate billions more in disaster funding for the agency earlier than expected. Here's what to know. How did FEMA spend $9 billion so quickly? FEMA had already, here it is. Bingo. FEMA had already run out of money earlier this year. Okay? Say it in for the niggas in the back. FEMA had already run out of money earlier this year. So Congress recently opened up the fiscal year 2025 budget, okay? Which what Salty was just saying, okay? Salty was just saying. They didn't. So when Helene struck and everybody's complaining that they wasn't getting no money, it's because FEMA was broke, just like everybody said, okay? And people were pissed is because when they looked at the budget, you had almost $1 billion that you spent on migrants. They were not happy about that, nor should they have been, right?
No, they shouldn't.
He said on Wednesday, Criswell said about $9 billion of that has already been spent since the agency came out of immediate needs funding, and a designation would mean that means just focus on immediate storm response and pauses longer-term recovery projects. And in other words, basically, basically they weren't just doing this with Helene. There's other emergencies that probably happened that FEMA wasn't funding. Just people are quiet about it, right? But Helene is so big, okay?
Yeah, they couldn't hide it.
They couldn't hide it. So in other words, they just start spending this money because FEMA was broke, okay? Okay, let's see. Essentially, once FEMA got the authority to spend, it was able to send recovery and assistance money to communities in Texas, California, and New Mexico that have been hit earlier by hurricanes, wildfires, and tornadoes. Okay. Criswell said about $7 billion to $8 billion has been spent on reimbursing other states for those earlier disasters. The remaining balance has been spent on Helene and Milton in recovery and response. In August, we had paused obligations for recovery projects for all of those other than open disasters. Once I was given authority to spend against the budget, okay, we began to reimburse communities for their recovery projects in addition to the spending that we are doing for Hurricane Helene and Milton, okay? It said, why is FEMA spending so much? In short, a lot of extreme weather disasters have hit different parts of the U.S. this year. The current tally for $1 billion extreme weather disasters is the U.S. is hovering around 23 or 24 this year, according to Adam Smith, the climatologist with NOAA, who helps compile the government count of expensive extreme weather disasters. That number is unofficially and likely to change, but it includes hurricanes Debbie, Helene, and Milton, and it could possibly grow to add a separate complex of earlier severe summer storms. Because, in other words, they're already in a hole, okay? But there's a lot more than hurricanes. Wildfires are still burning in multiple parts of California and other western states. Hurricane Beryl, remember Hurricane Beryl hit Texas earlier in the summer, and Beryl remains remnants dumped rain and caused deadly flooding in states so far as far north as northern New England and Texas and other states experienced a spat of vicious thunderstorms and tornadoes this past spring, wreaking havoc and causing power outages. Okay, this is the most open disasters I have seen with FEMA, and it's because we're seeing an increase in the number of events. We had an incredibly busy tornado season this year. We had catastrophic and historic levels of flooding across many states this spring as well. We've had wildfires across much of the West. I think this is about I'll read one more, okay? How much more money will FEMA ask Congress for? It's too early to know. It will take time for states and multiple municipalities to do a full assessment of the damage and get their disaster assistance requests into the federal government. On Wednesday, Criswell added FEMA is constantly assessing the balance of its disaster recovery fund and could have to ask Congress for more money sooner than it anticipated. She didn't say exactly when that might be.
Mm-hmm.
All right. In other words, so basically, what it did uncover is that that money is not supposed to go to freaking migrants. It's supposed to go to whom? It's supposed to go for this. And they have been
disaster relief.
That's exactly. They have been shortchanging disaster relief because they spent almost $1 billion on migrants. Okay. So people saying that FEMA wasn't broke is bullshit. Okay, they just recently got their money like a week ago. According to this is 4-minute read, October 10th. So basically, October 3rd is when they got their money. Okay.
Yeah. Because as I was saying, that's what I'm saying. People don't understand how the government works, man. They don't work on a calendar year. They work on fiscal year. So
yes.
So literally 2025 fiscal year just started. So as I said earlier, when they get their budget, they're supposed to spend it.
Yeah.
In some cases, if you don't spend it and then the next year goes over and you didn't spend all that budget, you need more money. They're gonna be like, "Well, we gave you money, and you didn't spend all of it."
They'll cut your budget, and basically they were already in a hole. Okay.
Yeah.
Because they overspent, and that's how people are upset about when Fauci brought the stuff about this bucket of money they were giving to migrants. It's like that's not supposed to be FEMA's job.
Mm-hmm. I found that in like 2 minutes.
I know you know where to look.
Yeah,
I never find
we can come back to this subject, but we have a crying sighting. I think this might be computer generated, but it's still funny.
But I hope that answers your question, Andre.
I never got to respond, but
I put the link of the article in the chat so you can read it for yourself.
Yeah.
I never got to respond.
Read it, Andre. We'll talk about it later.
On national polls, no one's performing worse among blacks, among Hispanics, the worst performing Democrat in modern history among those demographics, worst performing polling wise among Jews. She is losing key factions of the Democratic base. Muslim voters, she's at under 50%. She's at 52% in the latest CARE poll among black Muslims. She is not doing well. She is the worst polling.
I just thought it was funny.
Democrat against Donald Trump in history on national polls. No one is performing worse than
the Democratic Party. I'm going to say it tonight so that you won't be confused, is the anti-Christ party. It is anti-family. And I'm going to say this, you're not going to believe it, but it is anti-black folk. You are only needed for votes. You are only loved when it's time to get your votes. There's no real care about you. And see, we still stuck and we got that thing ingrained in us that this is the party for the black man. It is not. The party has changed. Black people.
Well, BTS, you've been in the game longer than anybody on the panel. Has it ever been for the black man?
No.
Ever in its history?
No.
Really, to be honest with you, have never been the priority. They have only been used. Go back and look at the Civil Rights Act of 1964. We've all given Democrats credit for that, but Johnson was the one that wanted to pass it, but he couldn't get enough Democrat votes to pass it. It was the Republicans that pushed and passed the 1964 Civil Rights Act. Go tonight and look it up. Look at Wiki, W-I-K-I, put it in there, 1960. He couldn't even get enough Democrats to vote for it. So he had to go to Republican senators in order to help him out. They are anti-life. The party pushes stuff that's anti-life. It pushes anti-morality because most of their policies are immoral, that pushes sexual perversion. It is the party of death. Why do you say that, Pastor? If you go back, you'll see slavery started with the Democratic Party. And we saw many slaves that died. We also saw under Jim Crow.
Started by Andrew Jackson, a well-known slave owner.
Jim Crow was established.
I forget what number he is. He's one of your presidents. I forget what number he is.
Established by Democrats. And we saw under Jim Crow how many were hung and lynched.
I think he
And
was right
then
after
we're
Lincoln.
seeing today how many babies.
Andrew Jackson.
He
Andrew
was
Jackson
way
is
before
before.
Lincoln.
He was in
No,
the
he was before.
18.
Yeah, he was like,
1828.
No, he had to be like what, 11 or 12 or something like that.
No, I don't think it was. I think it's more like 8 or something like that.
yeah, he was.
He was.
Part of the.
He was.
Part of the, go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead. No, go ahead.
He was part of the 10 of your first
Yeah.
presidents that were slave
President.
owners. So
Yeah. Basically, he's the one that fought the hero of the War of 1812.
Yeah.
yeah, the president before Lincoln was James Buchanan.
Yeah, Buchanan.
An interesting fact about James Buchanan: he is the only president in U.S. history that was never married.
Oh, okay, I believe it.
Um,
He was not well loved by the South. Let's put it by the Democrats. Let's put it that way.
No, he was number
15.
He was number 7, Andrew Jackson.
Oh, Andrew Jackson. Okay.
Yeah, I thought he said 7 or 8, something like that.
Yeah. James Buchanan was the only president that was never been married. If I'm not mistaken, his
Well-
hold on, let me finish. If I'm not mistaken, his niece was took the role as first lady.
Okay. Yeah.
So first
From what I
lady
heard,
decided-
from what I heard, he did have a fiance, but she apparently passed away before he got elected president.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's consumption. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of
the South hated his ass.
Yeah,
man.
the South loved the president before that, James Polk.
Yeah.
Because apparently I didn't know this until recently. He was apparently pro-slavery. So
Yeah, I think Buchanan was out of Pennsylvania. I think I do believe.
oh, so he was more of in the industrial state.
Yeah, the newly industrial state, and basically they were twin. Pennsylvania's always been tweeners.
Yeah. Who's trying to get in?
Well, basically, when you look at it, first lady's a title. It could be anybody you designate, and there's a couple of presidents who weren't married, but they got married either during their election or they were widowed.
Yeah.
He's the only one that never get.
Andrew Jackson actually stopped the first Civil War because they were afraid. The South was afraid of him.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, because South Carolina would try to secede, and Andrew Jackson threatened their ass, and they backed down.
Yeah, that man didn't play. He
wasn't playing. No, no, he's an asshole. Yeah,
yeah, he was an asshole. He's responsible for the Trail of Tears. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he also was crazy as shit. You know how many fucking duels this motherfucker been in?
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
they said somebody tried to assassinate him.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't they call him the president of the common man?
Yeah. Yeah, he's the one that he was also the one that killed the bank of the United States, the first one.
Oh, okay. I gotta look.
He hated bankers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Andrew Jackson.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, Hickory, huh?
Yeah.
Former president, founder of the Democratic Party.
Oh, the white people love old Hickory Jackson, man. They do.
He was a veteran from the
1812 war. Yeah.
Yeah, War of 1812. Because remember, he got a scar on his face.
Yeah, he's the one the Battle of New Orleans. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's a lot of interesting history with if you go I used to look up, believe it or not, when I was a teenager, I used to look up former presidents for fun. My father got me a book to help me do it, and I was like, and I would just look this stuff up for fun. John Quincy Adams is another interesting character. He was the first son to be elected president of a former president. In fact, John Adams lived long enough to see him become president. Then he died. He died not too long after that. But to my surprise, John Quincy Adams' big stick was he was anti-slavery.
Yeah, he was.
He
Remember
fought
Amistad?
no, John Quincy Adams.
Yeah.
I said Amistad, as in.
It's the ship Amistad. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, AB, I want to say this real quick, and I'll drop off. Like the recent stuff that Obama said, like I haven't seen it until like today, and I actually seen it. I see what he said is like. I have to agree with what BGS said. Is that if you vote for that, like you deserve whatever you get.
Yep.
Now, that's anybody you vote for. So.
Oh well, yeah. But, you know, the thing is that that's how come. But they're not going to mention that Obama doesn't particularly care for Kamala Harris.
Oh yeah, they're not going to mention that.
Yeah, going to mention
of course
that.
not. But hold on, wait a minute. As you said, he's a good soldier. So
he's a good. Yeah, he's a good soldier. Yeah, he is a good soldier. Just like when Michelle Obama campaigned for Hillary, and she hates Hillary Clinton's guts.
Yes.
You don't remember back in 2016.
Just real quick, name like whatever the
Right.
jump is like.
It's just he's on one today. Go ahead.
It's one of those days where you just want to just get the.
Get it all out, man. Get it all out,
man.
No, it's like I actually know what I'm talking about. Is what I'm trying to say is that
Okay.
what I'm saying for the jump is like for the jump like.
Stay off the weed.
No,
Go ahead,
it's
man.
like when I get interrupted, it's like I have to actually think about what I said. Like, but what I said for the jump is Obama like took months to support Kamala.
Mm-hmm.
Why did that happen?
Mm-hmm. Are you asking or do you know?
A little bit of both. I'm asking.
No. It's not a little bit of both. Do you know why it took him months, or are you just asking? Which one is it? Either you know or you don't.
Thank
Which
you.
one
I
do you want?
protect you for the cash app.
Well, it's a little bit of both. Like he didn't want to support her because like he didn't think that like she was realistically gonna win the campaign, but also all the shit that was going on as well.
Basically, in other words, you answered your own question.
Yeah.
That's why it took him months. He didn't want to do it this time. The reason he had to do it this time is because evidently, and this is something that DC and Paradise actually mentioned, they talk about the internal polls are not looking that great.
Yeah.
Yep.
So that's why they pulled him out of the hat.
Yeah, that's like it's more of a like rhetorical question.
Yeah.
Let it get it out of your system. What do you want to say, Andre?
Well, I said it was more of a rhetorical question, I guess.
Okay, you already knew because we talked about it. I mean that's the whole thing, man. You're on with us every week. We talked about it when it was going. We talked about it before it happened. Okay, we talked about it after it happened. We talked about it during the convention. We played evidence like AOC and we played what's her name Maxine Waters chastising Tavis Smiley, saying that the Obama and that wing lost. Okay, they lost.
Yeah, they knew the deal.
They lost. If you lost that battle, so you have to get in line like everybody else, and this is him getting in line because he wanted an open convention. He said that. So did a whole bunch of others on that hat. The Pelosi wing, along with Obama, they always wanted an open convention. Okay, the Clinton wing and their supporters did not. So they pushed for Kamala Harris. Okay, they gathered up enough supporters and enough money behind her to actually convince the Democrats that this was the best way to go. But we said that months ago.
Yeah.
And
We talked
this
about
why
months
like
ago. Hold on.
my apologies, go ahead, sir.
Go ahead.
So I don't know.
I was gonna say,
I don't know. I don't know what the confusion is, man. You know the answers already because we gave them to you already.
well, like there's no confusion. It's like this is why I give you all the credit because like recently, like all of these, like especially like the right wing like channels
Never
and stuff,
underestimate
like
the danger sensing ability of black folks. This is Miss Williams.
Black youth are doomed. And I say this with integrity. On the American church, tell us what's wrong with it.
Okay, what were we listening to?
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was live.
No, you playing?
Yeah, I was skipping through to find something to play.
You don't fucked up. You don't fucked up.
You shared it, man. You know it's not on.
On the American church, tell
He
us what's
forgot
wrong
it was
with it.
on, just like
You know what really irritates me about
MAGA?
MAGA?
Shannon
It's
Sharp
the
with the
hate.
phones.
Oh, we
It's
already
the
played
hate.
that.
No, we get basically he's playing something, so it's kind of hard to hear over you guys. So, so what are you looking for, AB?
Nothing don't change. So 2 months ago, I quit my job as a marketing director to work on my business.
Yeah, I was looking for something. But,
Never underestimate the danger sensing ability of black folks. This is Miss Williams.
This is actually an
She was a
interesting story.
pregnant school bus driver in Milwaukee, taking these kids to school one morning. So after picking up all the kids from their bus stops, she's actually almost at the school to drop them off. But then she notices something strange. What she notices is a weird smell. At first, she ignores it and just keeps driving. She figures, hey, look, I'm almost at the school anyway. Then the smell got a little stronger. Her spidey senses must have gone off because she pulls the bus over and calmly instructs the kids to get off the bus. She's
Is it a dead
calm
body?
but firm.
Nope,
Seeing her
worse.
like this, the kids didn't ask no questions. They all just got up and got off the bus.
I guess they smelled it too.
These kids were talking, yelling, throwing stuff on the bus, but they immediately got in formation when Miss Williams put on her serious voice. Anyway, once pulled over, Miss Williams ushers 37 kids off the bus before she finally gets off the bus herself. Tell me why. As soon as she finally gets off the bus and takes like 5 steps, she looks back to see the entire bus burst into flames.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm not talking
Okay.
about like one part of the bus either. I'm saying the entire bus was engulfed in flames.
Oh, my goodness.
Firefighters came and they put the fire out, and the bus is basically a hollow shell.
Shout out to her.
Anyway,
Oh, my God.
shout out to Ms. Williams for being a hero and
Yes.
saving 37 young black lives.
Oh yeah. Yep.
I evacuated the bus, made sure everyone was off, and made them line up against the gate. And as soon as we stepped off the gate, I turned around and the bus was just in flames. Because if it was my kid on that bus, I would have wanted the bus driver to do the exact same thing.
Never underestimate the
So
danger.
she should put up her cash app. I'll shoot her some money.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Anyway.
Oh, I want to. Here's one I want to play. Not all the legit are on what the Democrats are on.
Sorry, Obama, I'm a black man and I'm voting for Donald Trump for president, and there is no amount of lecturing or bullying or shaming that you can do that is going to make me change that decision. I am not afraid to vote for Kamala Harris because she is a woman. I refuse to vote for Kamala Harris because she has spent the last 4 years destroying this country. She has spent the last 4 years throwing up the borders to illegal immigrants. She has spent the last 4 years destroying this economy. We have seen over the past couple of months that she is not fit to be president. She can barely speak. She can't articulate a vision. And actually, she's pretty stupid. And if you think that I, as a black man, am going to let that waltz into the White House, that is going to get my vote because you're lecturing me and you're bullying me, and you may be the surrogate black dad for a lot of fatherless black boys that are running around this country, but I got a dad. I know who he is, and it ain't you. I'm voting for Donald Trump for president. Take it or leave it. Sorry, Obama.
There you go.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find what I was looking for.
What I wanted to say was, Obama just doing all this shit. It's a repeat of what happened in 2016, if you remember. When he held that press conference, he was like, "Come on now." Y'all remember that?
No.
He was on, remember that near the podium? He was leaning on a podium to talk to the press.
No.
Talk about people.
Nope.
He was like, "Come on." Oh, all right.
Don't remember it.
Don't remember it?
Nope.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. It's just like, it's just a little bit of history repeating.
It always does. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Oh well, I guess I'll find it later.
Okay.
Take your time.
But yeah, just I wanted to go over Obama, what Obama said, and but yeah, they're trying to get us to fall in line, and it's not working.
They don't. I mean, basically, if you can, when I first heard it, I said okay, because like Andre said, he hasn't campaigned for her in months. Okay.
Right.
Yeah, it really hasn't really done anything since the convention.
Yeah.
So
Mm-hmm.
why is all of a sudden he's out in force, man, chastising people? It's because they're behind,
Yep.
Yeah.
and somebody got on his ass that you're not doing enough.
My only thing is, like I said, I noticed
That's it.
President President Obama, President Biden's decline way back in 2016.
Yeah.
So if I noticed that, my thing is, what were people in administration doing? Like, why weren't they prepared? Like, I don't. That's the one thing that's the only thing that boggles my mind. How can you guys have not been prepared?
They evidently, he's the guy that was with it, in 100%,
Mm-hmm.
and other than maybe Clinton, he was probably the only one that could actually guide this agenda. That's what come he had to be there, and that's how come I knew when they were actually discouraging other Democrats to run. I said, okay, they're up to something. In other words, they're trying to grease the skids, and then then the person on the other side, which was Nikki Haley, okay,
Mm-hmm.
she's with it too. So basically, that's like when they were trying to tamp down on Trump and said, if Biden can't get in, we're gonna get Nikki Haley in because she's with it too. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, I get that, but my thing, get this. That's why I said I couldn't be that close up because,
You there?
Chuck, you there?
They got him.
Touchy, you might cut off.
Got him.
He'll be back. Okay.
I don't know what the hell's going on with my phone.
we're in public. We're not behind a wall. So.
But my thing is I understand that he can carry them supposedly carry them to to paradise, but
yeah, take them to paradise. Yeah.
But still, I I would have been there saying, well, we don't know the decline. We don't know how fast it's going to decline. We still need to be like I would have been talking about this way back years ago.
They were talking about it. They were talking about it in 2020 when they got him across the line. And
what's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
We obviously don't know, or you got civilians that don't know when it comes to all the shit the Bush administration did. This is what the conspiracy theories, but there were things that we know they were doing.
Yeah.
The Patriot, it was open enough where people can have an opinion on it based on what they saw. They know we were in Iraq. They know it was soldiers. Now the whys, all that bullshit, so much bullshit. People got arrested, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I compare that to what the fuck they're doing,
okay,
this is so much worse.
It's worse is because it's so much more critical. Okay, China and Russia and even what we call the BRICS now were in their infancy. Okay, so they weren't as big a threat. Okay, that's no longer the case anymore.
No, absolutely that part. But what I'm talking about is more so the disclosure of like this stuff. Again, I haven't heard if I wasn't on social media or the BRICS. You don't hear the word BRICS. Like I'm hard pressed to find any news, anybody. And by the way, the Republicans too, because understand the Republicans know more. They know. It's not like they don't know what's going on. So that's one thing that's not being missed when people think we're like saying rah rah Trump. We're not really saying rah rah Trump or nothing like that. At the end of the day, the Republicans are choosing not to disclose information too. If the Republicans really They don't even got to say everything. If they really wanted to G-check and go in a different direction and G-check like the Democrats based on the stuff they've done, they pretty much could kind of do it. But there's things Trump doesn't say.
They're involved too because
Exactly.
look at that wing of the original neocons were Republicans, right? And look at that wing.
Oh, they
Okay?
still are. They still are. They're just
Yeah,
this is
well,
like
you know when Cheney's backing Kamala Harris, they should have told people something.
Yeah, and so that's the thing. Like even JD Vance, Trump, they know the whys behind what. Yeah, so that's one thing that kind of gets missed in this conversation. Or not this but when we're seeing social media stuff, yeah, you know, and that's the thing that really. What the fuck, you know, because it's like
you have to know where to look, and the thing is, and I've required places to look over the past 20 some odd years. Fauci can tell you basically, all the places to look and the names to look up and who to listen to. I've acquired that over the past 30 years. So that's how come you guys are on the inside, and when people start talking, okay, certain people start talking, you know who to listen to.
I say it all the time. I'm going to say it again. I understand and I respect BGS is on a mission, but BGS on a poor level should be making at least $500,000 a year. Poor.
Yeah.
Okay? Like I just got to say that. Because the amount of knowledge and the shit that he gives out and just the sources, and you don't have to like the guy. You don't gotta like him. But Jesus, do your homework.
Yeah, yeah. Just like because I keep hearing that like Obama said that it was a lie that about FEMA and the money, and I said, dude, that's a bold-faced lie. We just looked at the paperwork.
Yeah.
And you're lying that Trump was lying about FEMA, because my mother said the same thing. He's lying, and so the document that Fauci sent me, I just showed my mother. Said, look at that. How much? What does it say right there? How much money they spend on the migrants? Oh,
silence.
I mean, this is
Hear the crickets.
obviously, R&P my mom.
Come on, BGS. You know your mother.
When it comes to politics, my mom, like, she didn't want to ask me certain things, and there's certain things she would ask me that she know I can give her a truthful answer, and it be something that was favorable. She had a really good knack of knowing what those questions were, because I only say that because SWP did a video and he was talking about how he goes back and forth with his mom because his mom's a bona fide Kamala supporter. We understand that, identify, yeah, and I don't want to be. I don't want to be the
mom's probably an AKA on top of that.
actually, probably, to be honest, but I don't want to be a hope killer. But I'm glad I don't have to have these conversations with Mark, like, because this shit. Nah, man.
I mean, because my mother very seldom asks me about something like this, and I just happened to be sitting there with my grandson doing homework, and she was watching CNN, and she said that Trump was lying about the migrants and the FEMA money, and I said, no, he's actually. She said, actually, he's not. I said, actually, there's proof.
What
go ahead.
What bothers me about this is not the not liking of Trump. At this point, I could the willingness to it's the want to believe stuff. And anybody knows when it comes to marketing and selling people like $1,000 courses or stuff like that, you start with the want. What do they say in pimping? Like, you can't put the pimping in a bitch or something like that. You know what I mean? And these people want to believe, they want to believe this shit. And that's the problem.
Because Trump is a polarizing figure. Yeah. And he knows it, okay? And January 6th did not help him at all, okay?
Correct, yeah.
And that was his bad, okay? And
y'all think if it was somebody else running, they wouldn't be able to run this easily? Because I think they would just be on the Project 2025 shit.
I think, basically the Project 2025 shit wouldn't work if somebody else was running, okay? Because then we'll have to prove that this person was associated with the Heritage Foundation and all this other kind of crap.
Exactly. I got an interesting question for y'all. If JD Vance was running for president, let's say Trump decided not to run, and he said, you know what, I'm not gonna run. I'm tired of these fucking cases.
Okay.
And he said, you know what, I'm not gonna run, but this is the guy that that's my guy. And then they had a primary and all that stuff, and JD Vance got at a primary. You think?
I think J.D. Vance is because he's like a junior senator, and he only hadn't been there long enough. I don't think he would have had enough of traction or a name to actually run.
Correct.
And even he said that.
A year or so.
If he
Yeah.
would have did with like what you call it did for Obama, because it was the same situation with Obama, with the exception of Obama had the backing of
Yeah, but Obama had been primed because I think it was 2004.
Yeah,
The
2004.
2004. He
04.
actually gave the 04. He actually gave
but look,
the speech at the
Yeah,
convention,
yeah.
so he had already been primed.
so let's
Yeah,
say
yeah.
he did get to the point though that
Uh-huh.
he was the nominee. Somehow, some way it happened.
Okay, I don't think he would win.
You think Kamala would beat him?
Yes.
So that comes back to my point that yeah, we know Trump is polarizing, but I don't think it's just that. I think it's the willingness to want to believe.
And basically, who's gonna back Vance in a presidential run?
Yeah, right now.
Right now, is because he wouldn't get enough money to actually be backed. He'd be where Vivek Ramaswamy would be.
Right.
So
He's an unknown
He's an unknown
well,
quantity,
I mean,
yeah.
now
He's
family
known, yeah.
But prior to that, no.
No,
Okay,
he wasn't even a known entity prior to, for the most part, prior to Trump picking him. I mean,
Yeah.
he had written a book, but thing other than his book, nobody knew anything about it.
give me a Republican
A Republican.
that could run, since it's just that he ain't got a name.
They could. Okay, there's several that could run, but aren't going to run. Okay, Rand Paul could run. Okay, but the thing is, but he's polarizing because he's not with it.
Different reasons.
He's probably too much of a realist for them.
But I would say because the closest I would say would be DeSantis or what's his name down in Texas.
Abbott?
No, not that. Not what's his name down in Texas.
Ted Cruz?
Cruz, yeah.
Oh,
which both have. I would argue DeSantis is less liked than Trump. Certain people may not like Trump, but even there's a lot of people don't like Trump. They don't see Trump as like they may say he's a moron, but
But you put him up. If you put him up against somebody like Kamala Harris, I think they would have a better shot.
maybe, but those are interestingly polarizing people too.
Yeah, but the thing is, they don't have the charisma that Trump has. Okay,
Yeah.
Do you think
like him or not, huh?
Do you think Sarah Palin could beat Kamala Harris?
No, I mean she has her own sector of people that like her, but it's not broad enough.
Yeah.
Because she did, because after the McCain, she did try to get some traction.
out
She couldn't.
after
Yeah,
McCain.
she fizzled out.
You do realize what you're essentially telling me is on the left and the right, we effectively have no politicians other than like
No, we do.
We have them. The thing is in comparison to whom?
Yeah.
And because basically, because these people have to go up against not just, Kamala Harris by herself is not that big a deal, but things against the machine that is formed around her. Okay, it'd be very difficult to get around that machine.
Yeah.
Because this is probably the biggest political machine I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen
All
anything like it.
hands on deck.
I've never seen anything like it because you got former presidents and senators and all kind of popular people that are vying for it. It'd be very difficult
All
for
hands on
somebody
deck, yep.
somebody without Trump's charisma to actually get through all that.
So let me say, so the thing and the last thing, I'm gonna say this: they start drafting people. At what point is the American people gonna be like, it's gonna be a hard fucking stop?
Drafting.
Okay. Number one. This is the thing, and this is something that I've heard the realist military people say. Okay, number one, the draft pool of these particular boys, which is Generation Z, is they said it's trash. Okay, that's number one. Okay. You did say that. You did say it. Well, I've heard McGregor and Wilkerson and a whole bunch of others, and really said that this draft, the Z's, as far as a draft pool, would be trash. Okay. Number two. Okay. What reason are you drafting these people?
Yeah.
You think you're gonna draft these people to go fight in Gaza or go fight in Ukraine? Are you fucking kidding?
Well, I don't honestly, I don't know where's the limit to at this point. I don't know what the limit is to what the fuck they're doing. At
What
this
once?
point,
Okay,
putting
I'm
money.
asking you I'm asking you a
You asking
specific.
me that question?
I'm asking you a specific question. Okay, for a reason. Okay. Number one, the draft pool is weak. Number two, what is the reason that you're gonna draft people in America?
Ukraine, Africa.
You think you're gonna actually you think this because it has to call up a draft, it has to go through Congress. Okay.
Well, what I'm talking about too is I'm not saying that they'll just decide to call up a draft. I'm saying that we'll magically have a 9/11 event that's
Well,
going to freeze people
Hold on.
out. That all
Hold
of
on.
a sudden,
Ed,
Okay.
what are you
I
doing?
mean, you could do that. Okay, you could do that. It could happen, but things have to take a special event.
you ask me, what am I doing?
And even in 9/11, did they call a draft?
But like, let's
No,
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 but
hold on. Didn't even with 9/11 did they call a draft?
No.
but at the same time, it wasn't as critical as it is now.
What I'm saying is, okay, for Congress to actually invoke a draft after what almost 50 years, okay,
Well,
you're going to have something critical for them to actually fight
Yeah,
for.
I'm out of the draft age, so this is not me saying it for
Oh, no, no,
myself.
I'm so for anybody, okay? Well, I'm trying to get you to think about how this is going to work, okay? How are you going to get a draft bill through Congress?
So the reason why I'm asking this question is
Hmm.
what I'm really asking is what is the event that's going to cause them to have to put the cards on the table?
You basically would have to have
a world war.
basically what you would have to have is either you have to have either Russia invade NATO and investing on boots on the ground going into Europe, okay, some shit like that, okay.
Basically, a World War III event.
Yeah, World War III event, okay,
Yeah.
basically, okay, or you're gonna have to have like Chinese and Russians on the border of Mexico, some shit like that,
So as
okay.
far as I see it,
You
the
know what?
way
Hold
yeah,
on, hold on.
Like, do you know what the draft is for? It's not. It's basically you're basically throwing bodies at.
Yeah. Yep.
And this is the part about it. There's Iraq and Afghanistan, 2 whole wars with 120 conflicts a year that we draft.
Yeah.
well,
And the only reason Vietnam still had a draft, it was a carryover from World War II.
well,
They never took the draft off.
I brought up the draft for the very reason that they would have to go to Congress. So what I'm fishing for is what is the which you already kind of answered it. What is the event in which they're gonna have to start
Okay,
putting some
yeah.
cards on the
Okay.
table?
The last time a draft was actually went through Congress and invoked, okay, it took Pearl Harbor.
Yeah. So again, I'm asking. What I'm really asking is what is the event that they're gonna have to start putting the cards on
something
the
like
table
Pearl
with that?
Harbor.
It had to. Okay, I get. There's a couple of scenarios. Okay, there's a couple of scenarios other than say like okay, say like all of a sudden the Chinese and the Russians start putting troops in Latin America. Okay, you're gonna get a draft. Okay, because
Yeah.
that's a direct threat. Okay,
Yeah.
the other event to get a direct draft. Without some kind of shenanigans, is for Russia to actually invade Europe. So if Russia starts invading Europe, going through Germany and pushing toward France, okay, you won't get a draft, okay?
Which is probably not going to happen because China, the
Ex-
Russia and them can just play for time at this point.
they don't. Number one, they can't afford that shit, okay?
Yeah.
Nobody.
Well,
You're chopped up.
again, the main reason I
Okay.
I said it before. The reason I brought up the draft is because that was a point where they would have to start saying something. But so I get that. I get what you all saying. I'm not really disagreeing with what you all saying. As I see it, China and Russia and all of them, they just got to play for time. Time is on their side.
Basically, the time. Okay, basically, let me be blunt, okay?
Yeah.
The ball game is already over, okay?
Yeah. Exactly.
And what the United States is trying to do is play catch up. The ball game's already over,
Yeah.
okay?
Way behind the 8 ball.
The thing is, what they're calling for right now, I'm not going. I'm going to say this. I'm not going to say anymore. Okay, what they're calling for right now, especially Condoleezza Rice, is not to give up. We still have a chance for a comeback. Okay, don't call it a comeback. Okay, that's what she's saying. Don't call it a comeback. We've been here for years. Basically, you're gonna have to come back because you're behind. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. This country needs a serious huddle. That's what they need to do. Not sitting out here pissing
Like,
everybody, pissing the rest of the world off.
they need Anthony Davis in 1971 or 1972, right? Gentlemen, we're behind, and you're down 31 points at halftime.
But remember, Salchi, when you have a huddle, you're not allowed to say what the play is. You just pray about it, and then we just figure it out.
You
Oh
you
boy.
but that's the thing is that because I've heard people throw around the draft thing a lot. The thing is, okay,
Bad idea.
number one, the draft pool is not that great, and number two,
Minute,
uh,
Mister.
you are not going to convince uh, uh, white women to actually send their boys over there to actually die in the fields of Ukraine
For what?
fighting Russians for what?
Yeah, and just
Yeah,
to,
we're go-
and I'll end it. Yeah, I'll
Real
end it with
quick.
this. I agree with Salchi saying that he says it's a huddle. I call it a martialization, but that's gonna require a certain. I'm not saying everything's got to be said, but that's gonna require. First of all, you have to let people know what's really going on, and they haven't really done that. People are feeling symptoms based on their own quality of life, but as far as the whys behind that, people are fucking clueless. They don't know the
They, they
why.
they don't know because they don't know because nobody tells them, and
Exactly.
the,
So
and
I'll
only
leave.
and the only reason you guys know is because people like me and Salchi and a bunch of others actually giving you the information, so you guys know directly why shit is happening.
So wait a minute.
okay. Hold on. We're moving on because we're gonna go in circles forever.
I
Um,
don't know why it's a circle, okay, but is it
I
yeah,
almost wanted
I
to
just
grab a steel chair.
yeah.
I'm gonna just
Speaking
say,
of,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead, Charles.
you're telling me that this group of young men, you would not trust the protection of the country. Yes, shame on you, old man.
Charles,
What
Charles,
what what what
they're
what
gonna
what,
call your ass. They're
what
not gonna call
Charles
these young ECs.
Charles you coach you teach and coach these kids? Would you trust them?
To shoot themselves, yes.
This. Hell, the Ukraine army that's fighting the Russian men. It took them damn near it took them 8 years to actually train them up to actually go out there and do what they're doing. Right?
Mhm.
You don't have enough troops, and if something popped off, you ain't got enough time to train all these people. You basically send them to slaughter.
Yeah.
Especially with
I don't think.
demographics.
And
I don't think.
the only reason you're gonna throw
Guys, I'm
bodies.
trying to move. Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. I'll just give me like 10 seconds, right? The only reason you actually throw bodies at an enemy like that is you trying to protect your own borders.
Yep.
It's the only reason you would do it.
Yeah. I'm trying to move on, folks. Now for some, well, I know why black women hate this woman's guts right here. This is I'm just a girl.
Why would a man choose to be with a woman who is selfish and doesn't care what he thinks or wants? Like, make it make sense. This comment basically says that you can decenter men and still have a man or want a man, but you just don't care what he wants and put your needs first. And it's just
Well, what we call that BGS? If I'm not mistaken, we call that a ConcuServe.
Yeah, yeah. Basically, this is what all they do with decentering is all they're doing is telling us the same thing that we tell men: put you and your mission first, and put the woman second. Okay, but the difference is that um, men have to give up resources and time for the woman. Okay, the woman
Right.
is not giving up anything for them. That's the part that they miss. Okay, you can decenter a man if you're paying for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
just a lot of selfish, selfish, selfish. What I want matters. Who cares what you want? I'm putting me first, me first, me first.
That's fine.
And that is not how you are going to become somebody's wife.
Exactly.
Not at all.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you become a wife, it's not all about you. Your husband's needs are going to come first,
Mm.
and vice versa. So to say I'm prioritizing me over what you want or what you think,
As you can imagine, they hate her guts.
Huh?
I
Who's
mean,
that?
insane.
Who's she?
yeah, and
Be, she's called I'm just a girl. I forget her real name, but
yeah, yeah.
they practically hate her guts. They
Well, I
they
mean,
The decenter men
what man wants to
movement doesn't work. But go ahead.
well, the thing about her,
go ahead, Ed.
yeah, let it finish in because I got some stuff to say on her.
realistically, why would I sign up for that to know a woman
Not
is
bad.
saying she's gonna put herself first over anything that I want, anything that I need, she's gonna always come first. We gotta get out of this mindset because like I said, we're decentering men but we're having babies with them. So you got to put his needs first because it's all about your child that y'all share. We are too selfish. And we want it to be all about me and me, and whatever I want and whatever I need. It has to come first. And it's not fair to men. Our men have
Alex,
needs, they have wants. If my husband is having a bad day and I may want to do something that I know I've been looking forward to doing, whatever it might be, I want to make sure I can make sure my husband is good. I'm gonna have to sacrifice what I wanted to do for him. That's what it means to prioritize your partner's needs and wants and not be selfish. But trying to be in a relationship and be all about yourself and whatever you say and what you want comes first, it ain't gonna work. It really isn't. Why would
So,
a man choose to
Hold
be with
on.
a woman who is selfish and doesn't care what he thinks or wants?
Yeah, just repeat it.
Okay, that's
yeah,
it.
you
That's
just
enough.
repeat it. Yeah, so she's kind of like Shay Sade was when she first got in on this. Like before Shay Sade got marred, they tried to take her channel. Except she's a little bit more naive than Shay Sade was.
Mm.
Shay Sade was like, "I'm gonna be in the middle. I'm gonna go where the research and information takes me." Versus
Mm-hmm.
she's coming to realize how bad it is, and she's kind of low key in denial. So her kind of story starts with she has her channel, she gets married, she expressed, I'm getting married, da 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 da, and she loses a lot of subscribers because these bitches like, oh, f all that, you get married, blah blah blah. And then this is when she kind of got on this path that she was on, and she's kind of in denial with. She's the women are coming at her, but she's still kind of in denial that it's this bad with this many women. That's kind of where the stage she kind of is with it. So this is why
Yeah,
you
and
see.
she's a school counselor too, so
Oh yeah,
she's
oh
she's
yeah,
seeing firsthand how bad it is.
oh yeah. Another thing, this is where the hate of the guts come in, AB, because you already know this part, where she was talking about how women need to teach other women how to clean themselves.
Mm-hmm.
Oh
Because
yeah,
Yeah.
they're
yeah.
coming, yeah, and you already know that's gonna put you on the hit list like instantly. You first you with a black man, and you even showing that, and secondly, you mentioned that, you already know it's
Let me
embarrassing,
see if
even though that's a
I
problem.
think he has that video pinned. Let me see if that video's still
You
pinned.
fucking pick me.
Yeah, and it's not even that she. I think it's that video with motherhood. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I remember that was the hairstyle she was wearing when she said that. But
Okay. Well, the thing is with I don't understand the decenter men shit because basically it's just a rebrand of what we have been teaching men for a long time. Like you go back
Oh
to
yeah.
my one of my earlier videos, like in 2014,
Mm,
about acquiring a woman, right? The same shit is just for females. The thing is that they're not trying to acquire you, okay? In other words, they're not funding you. They're not picking you, okay?
Feminine hygiene needs to be
see, I
hmm
told you I was a hairstyle.
Yeah.
discussed more
what's
amongst
the
young girls.
incentive,
I work with
BGS?
teenage girls, and unfortunately, a lot of them have odors, don't have the best smell. And I think having that conversation is very uncomfortable, number one. And number two, knowing that a lot of information is like, oh my God, I never knew that. Like they were never taught that or never talking about this stuff. And what I realized, especially in the Black community amongst Black mothers and daughters, a lot of Black mothers either don't know how to have a conversation, are too afraid to have the conversation, um, don't know enough information to have the conversation. They were not taught themselves. So it becomes this thing where like when young girls are growing up just thinking about just feminine hygiene, like not
Mm-mm.
having anything to do with sex. In the Black community, for some reason, I believe Black mothers believe if we talk about that stuff, it's going to lead to sex, and that's not the case. There are girls out here who have odors, who are not wiping themselves
Yeah.
properly, washing themselves properly, just taking care of their bodies,
Yeah.
and then they're out here being sexually active at the same time, and
Nasty ass
that
niggas.
combination is not good at all.
Arr.
I think it's so important that we have to be comfortable with our children to have these conversations even before they hit puberty, to let them know about their bodies. Don't be afraid to talk to your daughters. Like find out the information if you don't know, but we have to do better for our girls.
So they got one. So they got 1.3 million views. And by the way, before you kick out, look at that comment. Look at that comment. Lex, when I used the tampon and my mom found out, she beat me because she said only girls who aren't virgin use them. Lower childhood trauma, 21,000
Damn.
likes.
Arr.
Yeah. It is what it is, man. Yeah.
Our little girl.
So yeah, so that basically put her on the hit list. As far as that decenter men stuff, it's funny because y'all need to tell the truth. It's not men you all are trying to decenter. You all are trying to decenter dick. That's what I call it. And the reality is black women.
You center dick, huh?
I mean, that's what it is. When you actually hear them talk, it's their sexual need for black men or men because they, what it is. They want to separate that. Somehow they want to separate that from what a man wants, and it's cool. But that's called being a diesel. That's called transactional relationships. You're not going to get a relationship that requires reciprocation out of that.
If you decentering men and you're not willing to pay for the transaction, it's not going to work out because what is he getting?
Exactly. Oh, and by the way, and I don't mean to bring up DDG, but it was an interesting video he did when he was talking about how he was telling young brothers that you all need to, think about before you want to be in a relationship, because a relationship is like a job, and he was describing emotional labor. And it's funny how like he literally, I said, he didn't say it, but he was like, yeah, man, it's like, and the things he was describing leading up to that was emotional labor.
Yeah,
Like,
I've learned this, man, because I've done this for like 20 some odd years. Once you put it out there broadly enough into the lexicon, people will pick up on it and not know where it came from. So, because you weren't hearing guys talk like that, 10 years ago or even 5 years ago.
yeah, and Shay Sade kind of, she disagreed a little bit with that. Talk about relationships need work. Of course they need work, but the thing is, men do not know how to measure that work. If I were to ask you to describe, like, give me a limit to what emotional labor is, dudes, they don't know how to quantify that. A job is the closest thing to do that.
What's your time worth, right? If your boss gave you a task that you absolutely hated, right? How much would you charge him? Okay. So in other words, when your chick comes in and she's had a bad day and she want to rattle off and you're ready to poke your eyeballs out because she's just yapping at the gums, right? Okay. For half an hour to an hour, right? Okay. If you were actually a psychiatrist, what would you charge her?
No, absolutely. Well, most dudes don't even know because in American culture in general, we're not really taught we're not taught in school to value our time like that.
Exactly.
That's across the board. And then when you get into a relationship, it's happy wife, happy life, all of that. Not to mention the black stuff.
But women want to be paid for compensated for their emotional labor.
Yeah. So all I'm saying, yeah, exactly. But what I'm saying is, men don't have the ability. Men don't think about that at all.
Because you're not what women are taught to give and value their emotional labor, and men are not, which is why you need the manosphere to do this, right?
And that's why somebody said he is an influencer. That's like my argument when he said it, because he was saying that as far as he was saying advice to like his 22-year-old self.
Yeah.
And so that's why I was saying that's significant for him to say to compare it to a job. And it was funny how everybody was reacting to it because they were, black women, oh, he act like he the breadwinner. He this. I'm like, no, you see him. Like, if you look at the stuff that he was doing with her and for her, these were emotional labor things. I'm not saying he didn't like doing them. You see him, he's with the kid more than she is. My point is, women don't respect that at all.
Yeah, nobody respects the soap and towels until they're not there.
Exactly.
Yeah. Real quick.
Go ahead.
This episode of Colosseum Night was brought to you by Sweet Sassy Rollin' Vote Blue Sauce. Now with extra sassy blue juice. Hit the cash app, support the show. Hit the super chat, support the show.
It's sad. It's all hands on deck and Rolling and get drafted.
I mean, basically, this is down to the wire. She's not doing well, so this will be all hands on deck. Okay.
Now, BGS, you gonna love what this Jelly Roll's about to say.
Okay.
But guess what? It's a whole bunch of these brothers ain't been on the call since then. So here's what I'm saying.
Ain't been on a whole bunch of these brothers. What did he say? They haven't been on the call since then. They did it the first day. They haven't been back. What does that tell you?
But no, here's what I thought he said that I thought was interesting.
Wait, for the Democratic Party to speak to black men, I need black men mobilizing and organizing, speaking to black men about our issues.
We're doing that now. Where the hell you been, nigga?
I would ask Roland why.
Come on, Ed. You know why we need to go kiss the Democrat Party's ass.
Well, yeah. I mean, what's the point in mobilize? We don't need to mobilize about issues if you just want us to vote.
You're kind of breaking up, Charles.
I said
Charles, man, you in that submarine? Where are you, man?
I switched my phone. So when that charge up, then I'll switch it back.
Oh, you got an Obama phone too?
I don't
I
have
like it.
phone. I mean, we do know you got that Buffalo Bills Super Bowl shirt, don't you?
And that's the pimp phone, man. It's all right, man.
But I have a bone to pick. You cannot use the phrase "kissing ass" and "Porky Pig" in the same sentence. I mean, he already. I guess he was asked out when he called, huh?
Yeah, well.
I mean, they already realized he. I mean, niggas ain't listening to him. He go in the barbershop, it's automatically closed.
Like, nigga, didn't you have a bad butt cheeks out on your computer?
Pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, it's again, you know, the rhetoric, you know, we need to mobilize that church shit. Like, dude, seriously. So I would like, okay, Roland, give me 3 reasons why black men should vote. What's in it for black men, other than you know,
because you help out black woman.
I mean, oh yeah, he would say, well, you love black woman, your mama black, right?
Man, I said it months ago. Look at your paycheck and look at your bank account. I said it's and when you go buy food, it's that simple. You don't have to go too much further than that to say, wait a minute, why am I doing so much worse than a few years ago?
You know what's crazy? You got Obama was saying what he was saying, and you know it's a lot of black men can say, "Motherfucker, I voted for Hillary." If you don't shut the fuck up, acting like it's just because she a woman.
That's what I said. Like, I voted for Hillary. What you talking about?
I mean, nigga, I voted for you when she was probably more qualified. Nigga, so on paper.
You know what? What if somebody would have came in there? Maybe I don't want to see her in office because she's a woman.
Man, what if white women say that? Because I remember there was, look, I'm telling you, I said it before, I'm gonna say it again. There was white students in Duke and UNC, undergrads. They were saying a woman should not be president. Now I do not see why, if they were saying that about Hillary, probably the most qualified woman to ever run, and probably the most qualified to run for a long time. You know, I just don't, because I mean, look, I get if we don't like Hillary, I get that, but Hillary Clinton's way more qualified than Nikki Haley, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Yeah. So, and Nikki Haley is not a slouch, by the way. But, yeah, it's like I don't see how they get there voting for Kamala, especially with all the problems. Because my thing that I'll want to ask people is, so can you like, okay, she's in there. It's January 6th. Trump ain't burnt the country down, or declared Resident Evil. And we got like, let's say 30 days. So y'all are off the high. So it's like, it's Black History Month. We're past Black History Month. Let's say that. Do you identify what she would be doing? Can you even picture her really there? Like, can
Who's
you,
that?
Kamala, like for people that are supporting her. I'm talking about for people that like really never Trump.
Okay, they're not supporting her. They're against Trump. That's like, what they keep selling.
And
has nothing to do with her.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing is, I know if she wins, that people are going to have this realization, because once Trump is not there, it's going to be like you're coming up off some kind of hypnosis out of it. And you're going to be like, what have I done? How did we get here? And I swear, when that happens, it's going to be a busy signal on my phone. Shit, like, anyway.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I don't know.
One time. Yeah,
go ahead, play it.
That was my frat, Alpha Pi Alpha. I need to play it again. So here's what I'm saying to Charles and to every black man out there.
That's you, Charles.
I can't wait for the Democratic Party to speak to black men. I need black men mobilizing and organizing, speaking to black men about our issues. So I have this goes back more than a decade. I have directly challenged my frat, Alpha Pi Alpha. I've challenged all the divide.
Which brings me to my next question. Why is it our problem that the frats haven't organized themselves together so they can do all this? Why is that our problem?
It was not our problem. It's the frats' problem.
Yeah.
And the fratters, guess who? Black men.
Yes.
That probably goes
And
into what
that's
Artie's
probably that's probably who he's talking to right now.
and
Yeah,
that's
that's what
probably
he's talking to, and that sounds like a personal problem to me. Black men should have already done what you talking about doing. So.
Are not the frat black men, the black frats black men?
Yep.
In other words, he's saying those are the people that should be talking to other black men. That's what he's trying to tell them.
But here's the point: black men are still being talked down, talked to like we don't fucking matter. Fuck you. Give us fuck you pay me.
That's why I was asking Mr. Z. Have you ever encountered a politician that talked nice to black men?
No.
Yeah, you know, they got other people to worry about. They better worry about these Arabs in Michigan. They better, because you know they sitting here, you know, talking about us like we gonna make or break this election.
They ain't doing shit. They
I
don't
hope
have the
so.
numbers.
You know what? I'm gonna tell you. This is one thing a lot of people scared of. Let them blame us. Oh, so you see this as trouble. Now we might listen to this.
You're breaking up, Charles.
I hear you. We should be like a terrorist group and claim responsibility.
Pretty much. The black
we
man
claim
is
responsibility for Kamala loose.
Oh, yeah, we had no problem with it, but you get blamed. And we're with Jermaine anyway, so it's always Jermaine's fault anyhow.
Yeah, do some 24-hour live streams, you know, to raise some
Black
black
where's
cause why
awareness?
she lose. You know, start doing some firework in case she lose.
Oh yeah, well YouTube's on their period, so you got to be careful.
Well, when I said that my phone was going to be busy, what I also mean is you already know if you got women in your family, they gonna try to find the nearest nigga to cuss out.
Yeah, I said this to BGS earlier.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
It is. I'm trying to get somebody to do. It's always Jeffrey's fault for our UK folks.
Oh, I can hear it now. It's always Jeffrey's fault.
It's always Jeffrey's fault. I wish Rihanna was still my friend, boy. I had to get her to do it. She's perfect.
They should never have given you
that was perfect. Okay,
Yeah,
I was put up the one where she said Ashley Birds too.
That too.
So Cynthia G is back. Put Cynthia G's picture and put it. They should never give you Ashley Birds YouTube. Oh, I think I will. I got to go back and find it. I miss her, man. She's a sweet girl.
Whatever happened to her?
She got into the colorism stuff.
Oh.
And so she disavowed the manosphere.
Oh, and she's Niger as well, so I know it's
She's Nigerian, and I think she was going through issues with her father because her father and her mother weren't getting along, and her father went back to Nigeria. So a whole bunch of stuff going on.
She got daddy issues.
She did, and you know, and wonderful girl, man, because smart as a whip. I don't know what she's doing now. I got to look at her. Whatchamacallit?
She had a very
LinkedIn.
innocent smile and everything. I remember.
She was the sweetest thing, man. It kind of hurt me. Kind of reminded me of my daughter. And
I remember
anyway.
another.
that color drives him crazy.
It did drive him crazy, and she wasn't getting the kind of guys that picked by the kind of guys that she wanted and stuff like that. So
And that's always black men's fault. It's, you know, somehow color. And it's funny because the same white boys you kissing ass are the main reason colorism exists, but y'all never blame them. That shit is amazing to me. You know how long it took for me to get SWP to finally realize colorism is bullshit? He finally realizes that with this Kamala Harris shit. Talk about this bitch, y'all vote for this light skinned bitch, and y'all just gonna color one drop rule at the devil.
I mean, he's a dark man. He's a dark man, and basically, with a colorist mother. Okay, so that's drilled into his head, and that's his problem. Because in my family, okay. We never had that problem. I have a sister that's as dark as Ace of Spades. She thinks she's the prettiest thing walking. Okay, because we never had that issue. Okay, but when I saw how My daughter who's dark, her grandmother gave her that complex about being dark.
and
That's all.
that's where it comes from. And
That's where it
again,
comes
and
from.
you know what's interesting with
Hmm
I'm just a girl and all of that. What when you deal with this gynocracy, you forego men don't protect women from other women. There are certain things, especially as far as black men goes. So there's
hmm
certain things where you don't have a shield against, and
Yeah.
it's a lot of that stuff that goes. And what they do is they just blame men for
hmm
what the women. That's why when Iana Van Zam
hmm
was getting into that stuff, they started giving her death threats. She had to get off air
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
because
And we.
that's what that was speaking to. And think about what that chick said. Her mothers and daughters. Her mother beat her. Her
Yeah.
mother. Yeah.
Yeah. That's where all that. That's where the origination of the sign language actually comes from. It's an internal shit that black men actually go through, and
Yeah.
then what they do is project it out onto the men.
Oh yeah.
That's
I
what I.
mean, you.
That's what I
Yeah.
had to deal with my grandfather's funeral. I had to shut that shit down quick. And it
Yeah.
was like I had to tell that to my mother. I said, I'm over 40 years old. If my
Yeah.
son, if I tell my son to do something, tell him to do something, he better do what the fuck I tell him to do.
Yeah.
And my uncle, her, which was her older brother, he was like, "You better respect that."
Yeah.
I was like, "Yeah,
Speaking of
don't
which,
do that."
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like because shout out to Marty and a couple of people down there. Like some of the stuff I be getting, and it ain't. We get it. You leave a couple hour or two. It's not necessarily as bad, but like especially in the cities. So I'll speak to the cities. Yo, them motherfuckers. The fear that they have, even the white Brazilian, the fear when a European comes around, the fear that they have that they think that European is that white dude like that she's dealing with a black dude. You see it in her. It's funny, and he sent me massive amount of messages that these chicks like. Oh, the white men treat me better, but you're basically the escort shit, the escort
Yeah,
escort.
white guys pay more. Okay.
It's the same concept. There's racism, but the white men treat me. It's like y'all all have
Yeah,
the same
the
bullshit.
white man pays more. Okay.
Well, until they don't. Until they
Well,
Shout out
but
to
then they get another white man that will pay. The white man. We are known. Okay. We are known in around the world for not spending
yeah,
money. Okay.
yeah, but
cheap
these
passage.
but these chicks, these white dudes don't be. Some of them they do, but some of them they don't. Because even
I understand, but the reputation. Okay. You go
Black.
you go any place in the world, right? Black men are known to be cheap as far as tricking is concerned compared to white men.
but I'm talking
Ed, stop fighting
specifically
back.
about
You
the colorism element.
okay, there is okay. Basically, we've gone. Basically, if I did videos on this, it's called Las Castas, right? Las Castas is probably bigger in Latin America than it is in the United States,
Oh
which
yes.
is color hierarchy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Oh
divided to
yes.
16. I remember I remember that clip. You saw the interview where
Yeah,
they
yeah.
showed it's divided to 16 into
I-
16 groups.
I mean, Mara La Negra told you about Las Castas, okay? About the color hierarchy, okay?
Mejora
And
la raza or
oh,
melhorar o raça, they say in Portuguese.
and even in Portuguese, right? What is it called? Improve the race, right? By marrying up. Okay, that's
Melhorar
how
o raça.
that's how come when you as an American come down there, a lot of your dark skinned women don't think they're good enough for you because they think that since you're a upscale dude because you got money and wealth, you're gonna pick a white Brazilian. That's like a lot of times that's how the white Brazilians come at you first because they think that's actually what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Rebecca.
Is Jessica X still around? I ain't heard that name forever.
She probably made her money and moved on. But what I'm saying is that
Go ahead.
I've heard it from Art. I've heard it from so many people down there in Brazil. The exact same thing, right? It says, "How come y'all don't get with the dark skinned sisters? It's the dark skinned sisters ain't checking for us, right? Is because they think that they don't qualify for you."
that's part of it, but that's not all of it.
Okay, what you please?
The other gap of that is the Keisha shit here. A lot of them want a white boy. And if they see you as a black dude, even if you're American, they have the same tendencies that they have up here, which is my pussy for white dudes only. That's a big part of it, too. So it's not just they're innocent. And I'll give you this, BGS. Maybe that's true outside of like the cities, like outside of Sao Paulo and Rio, because you said you go hour. That's different. I'll give you that. Brazil's a big place. I'll definitely give it. In those cities, that's
What I'm saying is that this is Al Grease and a whole bunch of other people that have been down for decades and shit. They said the exact same thing about what goes on, right? The thing is that it's got to remember, color is not only a caste but also a class. Okay.
Yes.
And they said okay because is because when an American comes down, how come a white Brazilian, okay, or a light skinned or a white Brazilian would take an American first, okay, instead of a darker one? Is because they don't think that they qualify for you.
I mean, I've met plenty of Brazilians up here. Many of them who are married, and most of them are either light skinned or white.
Or white, yeah.
Very few. There's only one time I've met a dark skinned Brazilian.
Okay.
In fact, I was also a member also with other Latinos. You see the same thing. It's usually the light skinned or the white ones. I've only seen. Excuse me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Sauchi. I mean, I've seen the same thing with other Latinos when they come up here. It's always usually the light skinned ones or the white ones you find the white dudes with.
You find the white dudes, yeah. But the thing is, if you're an American, okay, okay, when you start mixing class and what we call color hierarchy, all this stuff gets to be blurred. The thing is, and this is something that I asked a whole bunch of brothers about. They went down to Brazil, okay, about who's checking for you, and basically, they were wondering how come all these white Brazilians and these light skinned Brazilians were actually checking for them and the dark ones not, right? And so they asked them. Is because the dark ones don't think they qualify for you, but they think that you're actually going to want the what they consider upper class, which is the improved version of themselves, which is the girl from Ipanema, the either the light skin or the white Brazilian.
So you're basically saying that anytime you see a dark skinned Brazilian with a white dude, it's basically they getting paid for it.
No. In other words, okay. In other words, it's still racial hypergamy, right?
Yeah, but it's still the hierarchy. Yeah.
And it's still a hierarchy. In other words, yes, she thinks that by her marrying a white dude with white blood, that she's going to actually have lighter skinned babies when actually gradually improve her.
What about sex outside of marriage? Because I understand the marriage part, but what about just fucking?
About just as far as what?
Because they're not getting married like that. The dark ones and the white ones. They're fucking them in the broom closet.
Okay, sex still works from your biology, okay? If you will pick the best mate for you, okay, whether it's conscious or unconscious, right? Who you fuck is part of who you fuck is part of your biology, okay? It's not just random shit. Well, okay, this a dark skinned Negro, and I'm just gonna fuck him just because.
Well,
okay?
the reason why I'm saying that is because on the one hand, okay, they don't qualify. The outcome, like honestly, the reason is irrelevant. The outcome is what matters, and you got dudes going down there basically crashing out, trying to talk to dark skinned women, and the reason they don't want to talk to you is really irrelevant because these dudes are going to these women, not these women are coming to them. And what they're finding is if they walk up to a white woman or a lighter skinned black woman that will
they get better results.
Exactly. So we're not talking about we're just waiting for women to come to them and they're scared. We're talking about but the outcome is still the same.
I'm not. You asked me why the outcome happens. Okay, that's what you asked, right? You didn't ask. You didn't. We know what the outcome is. You asked me why does it happen, right? Did you not?
Yeah, but at the same time, I think that's cap.
Ed.
Naima.
In other words, Ed, get on a fucking plane, go down there, and find out for yourself.
Yeah. Yes. Exactly.
I have too many people, Art New Style included, to say the exact same shit that I'm telling you, okay? I have about 3 or 4 guys that actually marry to Brazilians, and the women will tell you the exact same thing, okay?
Are they dark skinned?
About the dark-skinned women, yes.
No, are they dark-skinned, the ones that were married
to? Art's dark, okay? Art's not light-skinned. Art's dark.
No, I'm talking about the women.
Oh, are they light-skinned? I think Most of them are. I think there's one that's married to a dark-skinned Brazilian.
Morena.
Yeah, Moran. In fact, when I went on a dating, when I was on a dating site in Brazil, right, most of the people that picked me were actually dark-skinned women,
Yeah.
but they were
BGS,
educated. They were educated and spoke English. Go ahead.
yeah. Let me caveat it by bringing something very interesting that's relevant to this conversation. I mentioned this to Mr. Z. Regarding mejorar la raza or melhorar a raza, they say in Portuguese. You also notice this with naming, with the way they name their daughters. For example, in Italian, there's the name Bianca. In Spanish, it's Blanca. But in Portuguese, it's Branca. Okay. In all three languages, it means white. You'll never hear any of these folks have a daughter named Nera, Negra, or Preta, respectively, except for one example, and that was the Brazilian musician Gilberto Gil. He wanted to name his daughter Preta at a birth, but because he's dark skinned, he's Afro-Brazilian, he wanted her to embrace her Afro-Brazilian heritage. But when he tried to register her name as Preta, the magistrate there gave him a hard time. And I'm thinking this person might have been light skinned, whatnot. They were going back and forth until he had to finally compromise with, how about Preta Maria? He said, all right, fine, Petra Maria. As long as she's called Preta Maria, you're good. But Preta as itself, no. Just like no Latino names their daughter Negra or Nera in Italian, because that means black.
I mean, from my perspective, man, I'm a man. I'm not gonna sit here and explain my preference or why certain types of women choose me. Period. I'm just not gonna waste my time. And I'm not gonna entertain women who are complaining about the guys they feel entitled to. That's a waste of my time, personally.
Good answer,
If like that's like me going to women complaining that I can't get a I don't know, a Salma Hayek in her prime, or a fucking I don't know. I mean, any like legit 9 without any makeup in their prime. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, the reason, no, I understand that. The reason why this conversation comes up is not because I'm like you, when it comes to who you can get and who you can't get, look, I'm short. It's very simple. Mess with who mess with you. You need to self-improve. I don't get into all of that. The reason why this conversation, not even in this conversation, but why I bring it up outside of this in the first place, is because you have a lot of dudes that when they hear colorism, they walk around with a guilt that black men are being, whether it's them or other black men, are being prejudiced. This is where the dick policing comes in. This is the psychology and the socialization behind that. So it's not necessarily from a who you can't get perspective. It's really from you need to understand that these women are making decisions for whatever reason, that they're making decisions with agency. This is not something that as a black man you have put light skinness onto them. That is not true. And black men it's like talking to niggas in religion. It's like talking to them about God. Like literally that's how embedded it is. And they have this guilt. This is, in my opinion, where a lot of this dick policing comes from, because they think they're holding other men accountable. They're protecting black women against that assault. And that's because at a very young age, and it's global. I'm not even going to say it's just 8 of black men, but I can speak to that more than anything else, are told that this colorism is something that is put upon them. And that is really emotional abuse, in my opinion, because dudes never shake out of that. So when I made the initial statement, I'm done after this, with SWP, and BGS Code said it with his upbringing with how SWP came up, which I've heard him say. You never shake that. Even with even in that CNN chick, he went out of his way to say that dark skinned sister was attractive. Not Nina Turner, but the chick that was talking, and the other chick that's been on those clips. And yes, she is attractive, but I don't see the need to just go out of my way to say that when that's not relevant to what's being said. That's where that comes from. So anyway, that's why I bring it up. It has nothing to do with getting women. It's more so telling you, this ain't your fault. So stop feeling bad and guilty about it.
What is that you said in your one of your previous videos, BGS, your recent videos, that black manosphere is not toxic, we're tired.
Yeah. Basically, but the thing is, man, trying to explain the psyche behind why women do stuff and why they make certain choices and stuff like that. And then what I always get is pushback why women do shit. Okay, and even with racial hypergamy and stuff like that. I know about Lascasas because let's say I did a video on that. We got was it 8-9 years ago about
Back
Lascasas
in
about colorism.
2015, 2016, I remember.
2015, I think it was 2015. It's actually the answer to Chrissy about Las Casas and where shit comes from. Actually, Las Casas actually came from. Actually, believe it or not, actually the Moors actually introduced the hierarchy. Okay, when they came into Europe, and they suppressed the white people there. So when they kicked the Moors out, the white people actually reversed the hierarchy. So actually, go ahead.
I think yeah, I also understand that we do have a sense of colorism in parts of Africa, like in my part where I'm from, sir. Yeah, and a lot of that has to do with the slave trade.
Yes.
The darker you were, the more likely you were going to be taken and sold as a slave. Lighter skinned people were left alone. I mean, my tribe, we're naturally lighter in complexion compared to other groups. So
because you look more like them.
Yeah, well, my ancestors were Semites, so yeah,
and then
my ancestors were brown.
The thing is why do you group of people sell your own people into slavery?
There's the question.
Because it was a trade. The Arabs didn't just run in and start ramshackling villages and pulling people out. The thing is why.
That's right.
So the thing is, and that's my question. Okay, when I say hear about a slave trade, why did some tribes sell other people into slavery?
Hold on a minute. This Negro is talking sense. We gotta do something about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. That's like a lot of Pan Africans don't like me, okay, because I'm black pill. I'm no nonsense. Okay.
Okay. For a moment there, I thought Sacha was talking about me. I just got a little paranoid here.
No. Talking about me. In other words, basically, okay. When I went to Ghana, I said, wait a minute, okay, and they showed me the whole trail. I said, there ain't no white folks going all the way up into the interior of Africa to pull out no folks, okay.
Put them on a boat.
Yeah, white people got a taste of that malaria, and they was like, "Fuck that, we gonna need to re-strategize this shit."
So my thing is this, and then when I read the Daughters of the Trade, I said, okay, in other words, these motherfuckers would die if they went up in the interior of the continent to actually pull these people out. So the only way. And then I find out that slavery in Africa had been there for thousands of years. Right? They've been trading, and guess what? It's still there.
Still there?
Oh, who else do we have slaves there? Oh.
Yeah. In fact, there's a whole bunch of them when Libya broke down because Gaddafi tried to end that trade, okay, by hiring these people. Yeah.
Yep.
And as soon as all that broke down, guess what? Okay, you Negroes are stuck. Guess what? You're gonna have to be indentured service. Yeah, you work off your debt. Okay.
Because they're human trafficking. Because you want to get to Europe, but no, you got to work that debt first.
Work the debt off. Yeah.
But yeah.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Like you said, BGS, we're tired of listening to this kind of crap.
Going over the same shit, talking the same talk.
Oh yeah, her.
And you're gonna walk away. It's just noise, Lou. Shit that you say to make yourself believe something gonna happen that ain't never gonna happen. You ain't going nowhere because there ain't nowhere for you to go. I keep waiting for you to figure it out, Lou. To see what's as obvious as a nose on your motherfucking face, but you ain't never gonna see it. So I'm gonna have to say it out loud for you, so we can stop having these fucking talks because I'm tired. So let me make a plan.
I'm tired of you.
Let me make this shit real simple. I
own you, nigga.
Yeah, I actually played that, man, on one of my black.
I remember. Now, if he put his hands on her to let her know what time it really is, now all of a sudden she got a color purple story to tell.
No, she ain't that kind of chick. Okay, she's a gangster. Okay,
she shoot him in the leg.
Yeah, she's a gangster, or somebody will hit him. Okay.
Yeah.
She ain't the kind of chick she's the kind of people that calls for hits on people. Okay.
Well, you got chicks that'll try to play that. That granted, fine, but you got chicks that'll try to play that role.
Yeah.
Like they think they that chick.
Oh yeah, we have dudes that try to play that role.
Grinch was talking about a real true gynocrat versus the ones that like to play it on TV and then they get checked and then now they got a color purple story.
We're real true to top down gynocrats actually pay. Okay.
Yeah, but like I was saying, but no, well, not like I was saying, but the women be weaponizing that sexual politic and shit. Like I'm gonna get that in the damn lexicon, sexual politicking, because
Oh,
Lord knows most of these conversations.
it's already out there. But
Yeah,
go ahead.
it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't hear it enough. Maybe
you don't hear it
Yeah.
enough, but it's already there. It's sexual politics.
Yeah.
Who used to say that all the time? About sexual politics. I can't remember the guy's name.
because most of the stuff that we talk about, not we, but most of the stuff that gets talked about online, it's really that's not the real issue. It's really, how can I get the most without giving the least? That's basically.
It's called capitalism, sir.
Well, it's not even. I get that part, but when you hear, like for instance, when just a girl was talking about the decentering men, that capitalism requires an exchange. I get you want to maximize that exchange, but it gets to the point where nobody's going to be at the table, which is why men are walking away.
Exactly,
because you have a misunderstanding as to the value of what you have. That's what I mean. Yeah,
decentering men is the same shit I was telling the young men 10 years ago. Okay.
Yeah.
All they doing is reversing the sexes. It's the same language, the same everything else. Okay, they're trying to turn women into men, and it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just wanted to add, Sexual Politics is a book written by a black couple, both of them PhDs.
Okay.
It was I'm forgetting their names, but Ron put me.
Oh, you're talking about the Julia and Nathan O'Hare?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Yep. That's the book.
Yeah.
Also, let's
It's a
not
good
forget.
book.
Let's not forget. BJS did had us peep John Goodman as well. No, John Gottman is his name.
Gottman, yeah, the Gottman Center,
John
yeah.
Gottman.
The Gottman, man, I learned about the Gottmans back in the early '90s, man. About the Gottmans and that kind of stuff. So
You introduced us back in like 2016. I was like,
because I learned about them through Craig Hewlett and a couple other people back in the '90s about the Gottmans.
That's Craig B. Hewlett, folks.
Craig B. Hewlett. Yeah, okay.
Craig C. Hewlett. People get mixed up.
We got 3 weeks.
I got to check on Craig and see how he's doing, man. I haven't
Is he
talked
still
to him in a
alive?
while. I don't know. I'm just going to get ready to check. I'm going to email him and
because,
see if he's how he's doing.
Yeah, because
he's up there in age. He's up there in age because I'm old.
Like
And he was old.
Man.
He's got to be about 80. Yeah.
How you should? Let me play this. How you should talk to feminists.
Suggesting that
I believe this is Saint the Center.
Male is such a primitive sexual being that, as you put it, can't get his mind beyond sex. Well, then that would make me question how you're speaking into a microphone, an electronic device, a significant piece of technology that was created by a man. And the architecture that created the building that you're in, probably an apartment, was also created by a man. Most everything that you observe was created by a man. And let me further expose you, because you're a person who actually takes all of your thinking from a man. For example, on your own Instagram, you only have 2 books referenced. They're both written by men, because you come to the man seeking our superior knowledge. Furthermore, even the book that you have in your hand, which you wrote, you modeled the title of that book after a man's book, Robert Greene's 48 Laws of Power. You're modeling everything you do after the man. And let me explain to you true inferiority. True inferiority is when you think so little of yourself that you don't want to be what you actually are. Your great effort is to emulate the man. You're basically trying to behave like a guy. You're wearing a baseball cap. Are you about to have a baseball game? No, you're not. Listen to your voice. Sounds like a masculine voice. Listen to how people describe you. They describe you as a male. And listen to the books that you reference on your Instagram. Pimp? Well, that's a story from a man. And here's the thing. You want to co-opt all the ideas and say that women can be pimps too. No, the man is the pimp. You're the hoe. Get that part right. Stop trying to flip the world upside down. We don't believe you because you're so delusional, and only a broken, traumatized mind gets to a point where you see up as down and left as right. I yield the floor to you.
Feminist gets exposed.
Yeah, that was him talking to Priscilla.
The Priscilla, yeah. Priscilla trying to mimic a pimp because that's where the money is, okay?
Well, women have always, aped men because that's where when they look at success, that's all that's the only model they can think of.
Lying to women and making them feel good is a big market.
Money.
It makes a lot of money.
Yep, emotional dope.
Emotional
dope.
Now you should coin that one. Yeah.
I don't know how Z and them listen to Priscilla, man. I I got enough of her when she was on the breakdown.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, this bitch is dumb. I'm like, God damn.
Man, BGS fucking denied my patent for sexual politic, and I thought that was my shit. I was
No,
like,
what I'm saying is I heard it way before you said it. What I'm
no, well,
saying, what,
no,
what
I
it,
hear you. I'm glad because the
yeah,
emotional dope dealing is
what,
wild. It's good.
the one I always remember from you is find another store. That was classic.
You don't like it?
That
Go
was
find
that was
another
that
store.
was classic.
That's
Find
a good
another
one.
store. Yeah.
That is
Same thing with a Puerto Rican accent.
And guess what? They still ain't found another store.
Because there isn't one.
3 years later.
I'm thinking
3
about
years later.
Priscilla. I feel bad for her daughter, man, because her daughter, while she was talking shit,
Yeah.
I could see her daughter in the background sweeping up shit. I was like, oh hell, she fucking her daughter up too.
She living a Cinderella story.
Yeah,
Yeah,
pretty
who
much,
knows?
yeah.
Yeah.
Who
So
knows?
well,
D.
I mean, she
Taylor.
could be worse. And why don't the thing is, why don't you just give the? I know she gets the child support. So why don't you just give?
That's right.
Since you're making money, why don't you just allow your daughter to go live with her father?
Well, she
What?
gonna
You
go
just
from
answered
getting
the
child
question,
support to
BTS.
paying child support.
I mean, she making enough money. She can pay child support. In fact,
Oh.
if it's not coming out of his pocket, he probably won't even say nothing.
Shout out to B Taylor. That was an interesting
Because
episode.
I had my daughter for 4 years, I didn't ask for one penny.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Oh, you
Yeah,
did? Okay.
yeah,
I didn't know.
yeah. It's a long like, uh, uh, you know, her mother didn't watch her. Sometimes didn't watch her, and our little kids like to play with the electric sockets. Okay,
Ooh.
Oh,
outlets. Yeah,
woo.
Oh.
yeah. And she had a bobby. She had a
Oh.
bobby pin, an electric socket,
Mm.
and I said, okay. I want my daughter dead. Give her here.
Yeah,
So.
I remember
Yikes.
BGS. Since you brought that up, it's a
Hmm.
report. And I remember when the youngest of my 4 siblings was born. My
Hmm.
father, he did what he did was like he had me and my younger brother help him out. What they did was we had to put those plastic coverings on the electrical
Yeah,
sockets.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
But on top of that, just to make because they were like those that were like knee high that
Hmm.
this little guy, that little motherfucker could reach into. Not only did we put the protective covers on it, we also taped it up with electric tape and everything, so he couldn't try to get a hold of it if he tried to reach out and try to pull him out
Yeah.
when he got older.
Yeah, I would tell guys, man, that try to avoid women that have a real strong gynocratic family, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Because them chicks are hard headed as fuck.
Oh,
You
And
ain't.
dude,
That's
Jesus
an
Christ, they're
understatement.
hard
you
headed.
ain't
Yeah.
kidding. You ain't kidding, man.
and
You ain't
dudes
kidding.
don't never look into that. Be like, yo, so you mean to tell me you had a baby by a chick that nobody in her family is married? She got a lot of aunties. You met them, but you thought
Even
it
if
was
they're
gonna be different.
married, okay,
Yes.
and her
Yeah.
mother
Yeah.
is married, okay.
You're not lying, BGS boy.
Yeah, the
Leave them Democrats alone, man.
gynocratic as fucking. Sometimes the married gynocrats are worse than the single ones.
No, they ain't.
Ooh, that's an
That's
understatement.
that's why I pointed out fences. Fences talk about how Troy abused Rose. Rose ran the goddamn house. Okay, Rose made a pimp decision, and the thing that hurt me is when you married to this dude for 20 years, you had never taught him to read.
I'm gonna tell you what it is. I'm
Mm-hmm.
gonna just be blunt because I know you asses can hear me now.
Mm-hmm.
Had to switch phones. No, no,
No
Good
more
to see you,
Baltimore
man.
Wireless.
Good to hear from you.
no. It's a good one. It's just the iPhones don't do too good on
Oh
That's
no,
true.
in
Well,
Baltimore, huh?
No,
no,
StreamYard.
StreamYards. iPhones never do too well on there. I had to go to my Samsung.
They
God
having
bless it.
Smartphone.
they having a gender war.
It's
It's when you look at the
actually it's a class
married
war
guy.
between those two. But go on.
When you looking at the married gynocrat,
Hmm.
she's used to breaking a man, especially
Mm-hmm.
if the man was abusive. So she
Right.
claims. And I'm gonna tell you, when I first joined the department, I used to think all these men were beating these women. A lot of those women deserve that shit. I ain't gonna lie to you. It may not be right legally, but you talking shit to a person bigger and stronger than you, what normally happens in nature.
You get knocked the fuck out.
So when you keep tempting that guy, and he's walking away, and he snaps on you. Y'all always want to talk about the aftermath, not the bitch torturing him.
Not the
And,
initiation.
By the,
and
by the, yeah. By the way, fuck you, BGS. You're
What happened?
And well, fuck cartel banks too for starting the damn argument. You're right. We do have the worst baby mamas. Good lord.
Oh
We have
yeah.
the worst. When it comes to women, we have the worst everything. I'm like, and I felt so good about that shit because when my homegirl, I asked her, you know, take me out the picture. Put a guy like me in the picture or whatever, lawyer, whatever, police officer, whatever, accountant.
Mm-hmm.
Why did you pick a nigga that you always had to help find a job
Yeah.
and do? And she said it like because I could control him and I couldn't
Yes.
control you.
She was
I said,
honest.
thank you for being fucking honest.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
I said, now I feel vindicated. I'm like, well, because you would make me do a lot of stuff. Duh.
And
Cool.
the the
I'm like, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen? And I knew that I would have a say. I said, that's why I never believe none of you bitches. You don't want no type of leaders. You want a fucking figurehead. I want to blame
Yep.
him. He's the leader.
Oh, they said on TikTok now. I don't want a man with confidence. What the fuck? What you doing with confidence? I was like,
Man,
okay.
they just be talking shit. Like I swear
I
that
know.
shit is just bitch
you know
babble
what?
bait.
Yeah, yeah. You know what? You know what? We should check out. You all just need to check out Passport OG's one of his most recent videos, and he addressed something that Ali Wong said. That was also it also included some bullshit from Leslie Jones's stinking ass.
Mm-hmm.
And Ali Wong was saying like, as a divorced woman looking for who's back on the dating scene, she wants a divorced dad, a pre-yelled at one who's broken from his
Yeah, yeah.
ex-wife.
In other words, he's already got.
He's
He's
been
already broken.
programmed.
No, it's not. He's broke. The thing is, that you built up a resistance. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because you build up a thick skin because you've been married. Okay, that's you see a lot of that with guys coming out of monkhood, right? Because they haven't dated in like a year or something. Like during COVID, hadn't dated in a year. They found out they couldn't actually stand these bitches anymore. Okay, the snarkiness and stuff they used to put up with, they couldn't deal with it
I ain't got time for
Oh
this.
shit.
because their resistance was low was
That's why
too
I
low.
played that video of that chick talking about they don't even want to deal with us anymore. You have to pay. They have to pay these dudes just to hang out with them.
Just hang out with them, yeah, because the thing is that um, what you find out and what I had to find out is 90% of the time, okay, you're
Mm-hmm.
doing the entertaining. They're you have to find ways to entertain them
They're boring as fuck.
because they're boring as fuck. Okay, they don't do shit, man. Because when I was with my baby, because I lived with like one, two, three, four women, right?
God
And
damn.
um,
That's nothing.
yeah, and the only one that was interesting is the woman that when I was in my early 20s, I actually had a 40-year-old woman. That kind of matched where we can actually talk to each other, right? But after that, man, um, trying to communicate and figure out how to keep these chicks interested and trying to keep them off your fucking nerves, man, is a chore, right? Okay,
Yeah.
because they're not interesting to themselves. Okay, so they depend on you to make their life exciting.
That's why if you always ask a woman a hobby, what she's usually gonna say? Shopping.
Yeah, which is not a hobby.
And when here's another thing that'll fuck dudes up. If you come
Mm-hmm.
across a couple of more than a couple of women that actually do have a personality, I'm not saying it's like how what's that chick name on Insecure that everybody hates. I'm
Issa
light
Rae?
Molly, talking about Molly? Or
the light skinned chick,
oh,
the
okay,
real
yeah,
actress. I'm not talking
yeah,
about like she crazy, so
Amanda
she
Sears.
yeah.
yeah.
Amanda Seals.
I'm not talking about the doing the most personality type. I'm talking about a chick that's down to earth, but actually has a sense of humor. Most
Okay.
women don't have a sense of humor. Like just that simple
Mm-hmm.
thing. And I'm talking when I say sense of humor, I'm not talking about like you entertaining them. I'm talking about in their own internal head work.
Most
Yeah,
of them are boring.
yeah.
Yeah,
Most women are
Yeah.
boring.
So when you come
Patrice.
across women that are not that way and you actually deal with them and you make compare and contrast, you really see it then too.
Most chicks, unfortunately, most chicks that are really interesting to
Or dudes.
guys or dudes like you could hang out with Pearl all day long, okay,
Yeah.
and have a good conversation because she's a dude, okay.
You know who's a dude?
Who's that?
What's that model name?
Which one?
Which one?
Zendaya.
Oh, Zendaya is a dude. Yeah, she's a dude.
It's a day as a dude. If you look on TikTok and
Yeah, yeah.
Twitch,
It,
you'll see Rennie Goddess. And
it, it,
you notice the one thing about them, they
yeah,
have very strong relations like Rennie Goddess. She's
with the
half
father.
black and half white.
Yeah,
She adores her father.
yeah.
Like
You know, what's crazy about what you just said? There's a couple of people I got in mind that are mixed, and it's the same thing you just said to the T,
But
but and their dads are black, but
Yep.
yeah,
There's the black.
they talk of like they mention their father. They don't like obsessively talk about him, but it's like certain things that they're talking. They're like streamers, and they're random like, well, my dad says, and my dad did this, and it
yeah.
comes up enough. You know that was the primary influence.
Michelle Obama adores her father. Okay.
So does Condoleezza Rice.
So the Condoleezza Rice. They adore their father. That's
Like
why
you would
go ahead.
you would actually sit down and have a beer with Condoleezza.
Yeah, you would. Yeah.
She's a football fan. She's cool as fuck, and
yeah,
it's
She's from
funny
Alabama.
that when you look at a lot of this shit, and that's why when dudes were like, "Yo, what type of girl should I get?" I said, "Do you really want to sit down?" I said, "Number one, give me $50." A couple of dudes actually did pay because you know what? I don't believe in the poor righteous teacher, right?
Well, I don't blame you. I don't blame you for that.
And I'm like, look, first of all, if you get a chick who has who rides a bike that goes to the gym, you got a winner.
Yeah.
Get a chick who also has a great relationship with her father,
and
she will respect you.
And I also ask her about her reading list.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
Does she read a lot of
Yeah,
smut
shit? Does she read? If she reads, even if it's smut shit, if she reads, that means she has ideas. Okay.
Yeah, I was with someone like that once.
Mm-hmm.
Although she didn't have the best relationship with her father.
Yeah, but most women don't read, and the ones that do are probably more interesting.
Also, BGS sir. I remember. Yeah, I gotta be polite to get it to wedge my foot in the conversation. I've done this before. I've once asked women, what was their father like?
Mm-hmm.
And I could tell that whether or not they adored their father by their tone in the voice when they respond.
No, you can tell by the look in their face.
In my case, with my own mother, I once asked her, like, what was Grandpa like? And then I would see the smile just light up because she had like good memories. Even though she lost her father when she was 15, but she always kept his memory alive. I remember I've seen pictures of him and everything. I never knew him, but But I get that. I even asked my grandmother once about my great grandfather, and she held him in such high regard. Although it was a different time, different culture, and everything. I've asked certain people this, and you can just hear it and sense it in their voice when I ask anybody, any random person when I'm conversing, what was your dad like? And I'm like, oh well, he was like this. Or in one case, I even asked some people, what about your stepfather? And same reaction. They adored their stepfather because that was their father. That man became their father. And as far as the thing about most men that want to hang out with women, Patrice O'Neill said it best. Ladies, we don't like you like that. You're boring. I mean, he even asked that one important question in a half hour special he had, where he was like, ladies, let's say your JJ was damaged in a train crash, in a train accident or a car wreck.
Yeah, I love this one.
Right? And I can't just leave you. But for the next 6 months, I gotta stay with you. But afterwards, how do you keep the relationship going? And he's like looking at them. Nobody answers. It's like, come on, you can talk. And somebody said, blowjob. Okay, head. Okay. Somebody said anal, saying F. Yo, okay, ass. And then he looked at them and said, see, this is the point I'm trying to make. You want us to look at you guys more than just your vagina, but you guys just relegate yourselves to a bunch of holes. Nobody said learn how to tell better jokes, how to play Xbox or PlayStation better, or bring a girl who has a vagina. One time he said that right now. Another chick said, how about a pussy transplant? And he looked at her and said, you've been paying attention. I never thought about that. But the point he was saying is like, we don't like you like that because we have to always entertain you. Like he even said situation like one time he was like dating a chick and he asked her questions like, so what, you like this? You like this? Nah, I don't know.
Yeah,
It's
that's
frustrating.
normally,
What up,
and then
Artisan?
Yeah.
then you're either weird or you're boring. If you have your
Yeah,
own
that's their
interests.
number one complaint. You know,
I'm
pretty
bored.
sure
weird.
I'm
I'm
pretty sure
bored.
that's the number one issue with these divorces outside of money and
It's
sex.
boredom. It's boredom.
Boredom.
Anyway,
Boredom.
but yeah, what's up, artisan? Man, it's a lot of
Yeah, when you basically that's the number one thing when you stop entertaining her because you ain't got the fucking time. You know, in other words, you first dating, you ain't got no kids, you got all this free time, blah blah blah. You can actually entertain her, right? Once you get together, start having kids, and you're working extra hours and shit like that. You got to come home and with the kids' homework and take care of the house. You ain't got time to entertain her ass, okay? And then she gets, well, I'm bored. I got to go find myself.
Hey, BGS, I must be doing something right. I'm getting some trolls in here. Oh well.
Yeah,
Cool.
I see.
Cool. Hey, what's up, brightness?
Darkness. I am a troll.
Brightness.
China.
Glass of milk, motherfucker.
So where you
Light
at,
bulb.
man? I know you ain't home.
Starbuster.
Where you at, Artisan?
I just came from shooting pool at the bar, so I'm heading home.
Okay, I figured. Yeah.
So you put your balls. So you put your balls in a hole. Is she okay?
Yeah, like
Yeah, she'll live.
She'll live.
She'll live.
She'll live to play another day.
Yeah, she loves to play another day. BGS got it exactly right. Like nothing she can't walk off, man. Nothing she can't walk off.
Well, she couldn't walk. She couldn't. She couldn't walk in the first place. You know, that's kind of hoe.
Wait, was she using your balls like a ball, like Benoit balls?
And she took the ball and the stick, so that's a good hoe.
There you
go. Thank you for speaking. I wasn't sure if that was the real artisan or not.
It's always the real me.
So
There's
what's
only
going
one
on?
artisan. There'll only ever be one artisan.
So what's going on, Mixmaster?
The usual. I was listening to you guys talk, and you was talking about women in relationships and how much time certain things take. And yes, I was just talking about this in the bar.
Okay.
I was telling my teammate my schedule. He said, "Man, you must be single. You can't have a relationship like that." I said, "No, because it takes too much goddamn time, and it's not a priority like that."
Yeah.
So saying the same thing you were, and that Patrice was highlighting that, relationships take a lot of time sometimes.
They
if you don't have a chick that's secure that has her own interests or hobbies, like Charles would say, then you're going to have a problem because she's going to make you miserable to get there and start performing like a monkey for her.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
She got to have her own interests.
That's what DDG was saying, basically. You know, he was saying the same thing. It's work. It's because now I have to entertain you.
See, I just did 3 videos and I gotta do the 4th grinding, and you like, bitch, why ain't you talking to me like I ain't said nothing to you all day? I'm like, fuck. That's what he was saying. He said, but you should have said after you got a kid. And yeah, Zendaya is a dude, man. But when we're saying that, she has a dude's personality.
Yeah.
That's what we mean. We understand that she's a female.
If you got to explain that, you should not date. Period.
Nah.
No, you should understand what their choices have been. They don't know the difference. Me personally, like Charles was saying, I don't even want to date a chick that doesn't have a stable relationship with a father figure, a man in her life that she's not sleeping with. Like, no, I can't even do it anymore.
And it's funny because you see it in some of these streamers, like some of these female streamers are starting to come up, like not the ones that are doing the typical sexual shit, but the ones that are, they actually look what normal's supposed to be. I mean, they're still females, but they look normal. And it's quite a few of them that are coming up, and they all have the personality types like what you're talking about.
Let's talk about this real quick. Like Zendaya isn't a dude, man. Like I didn't like.
Are you gonna go through the weeds?
So you're saying she doesn't have a dude personality?
Let him get it out, man, because he'll be going back and forth for an hour. Let him get it out, okay?
Thank you, BGS.
Zendaya ain't a dude.
She is a dude.
Do you know what we mean by dude?
Do you know what we mean by when I say she's a dude?
I would like you to explain it to me because
No. You explain. Give us your interpretation.
Y'all are the ones saying she's a dude.
No. In other words, you say she's not a dude. Why is she not a dude?
She's a chick. she played feminine roles. I'm not sure.
Wasn't paying
She's a
attention.
dude.
Okay.
When I talk about the roles that she plays, I'm talking about her personality.
She's
Well, personally,
masculine in a
I
sense.
didn't like her in Euphoria.
Okay. So in other words,
I didn't like that.
what was the most feminine role you've seen Zendaya play?
What was the most what? Sorry.
Feminine role you seen Zendaya play?
Well, all I know her from is Euphoria.
You didn't see her in Spider-Man.
That was the closest to what she really is.
Yeah.
She's very tomboyish. That's
a
what you're
tomboyish.
saying. She's a tomboy.
Who did I give an example when I first said it? It was what? I gave Pearl, right?
Pearl, yeah.
Pearl is not Pearl is not really feminine like that. She's not dainty.
Well, tomboy doesn't make her a dude, though.
No, but
okay.
God damn it!
No, hold on. When I say that she's a dude, that means she has a dude-like personality. Okay, she's
a tomboy.
Basically, she has more in common with guys as far as interests and the way she carries herself, and the kind of conversation that she has. Right? Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say that, so she's a dude. Okay, not a man. A man is different. Okay. When I say, go ahead.
Let me just break this down, dude.
You please, because you better at it than I am.
Do you have a female friend that hangs out with a lot of guys?
If you're asking me,
Beerler?
Yes, he's asking you, Negro. Come on.
I only had a few, and like they were typically like a dyke.
They were what? They were dykes. They were dykes.
Yeah, like
So. Let me ask you this question: could you hang out with them and do the shit that you like to do?
Yeah, this is not the SAT test, man. It's real simple.
Yeah. Can you break down the essay question for them?
Can I hang out with them and do the things that I want to do?
In other words, you don't have to entertain them. They're just like one of the guys when they hang out with you.
Yeah.
For example, a typical chick that you could probably play a fighting game with, and you actually have to try a little bit, or she's not like, "Why am I here?"
Like majority of the girls you'll find at BlurCon, yes, they may be sexy, yes, they may dress provocative, but if you sat down and talked to them, which I have talked to many, and asked them, what's your favorite anime? They will break down 10 of them motherfuckers and tell me a few I could watch.
Yeah, in other words, those are kind of chicks you can tell. The guys can get around and start telling jokes, and they don't get offended because they probably throw a few in themselves.
Oh,
that's why
they're gonna give you a couple.
In other words, their interests are far more in common with, even though they're not homosexual. Okay, they still like men as far as sexually, but things they have far more in common with men than they do with women.
Yeah, shout out to Joe's. I've had girls call me and ask me to entertain her. Yep.
Yeah.
I've had that happen to me a couple of times, but like what you said about be careful with who you get involved with. I've also been involved with women, and they were open with me about they didn't always have the best relationship with their father. I remember one, she kind of estranged herself from her father because he's got alcoholism. He's got an issue with alcohol.
Okay.
Another one, father, was dysfunctional. Another one.
If she got issues with alcohol, you got to go back and you really got to do a deep dive and say, was she touched when she was a kid?
Yeah.
No. Her father had an issue with alcoholism, not her.
Okay.
But she sometimes that's why she. But in that one's case, she was kind of intrigued by me, but she was open up to the fact that her first boyfriend was black. And I was like, oh, okay.
Okay.
So that's why she was open to talk.
As far as Black American or what?
No, he was African. This is up here in Norway, sir.
Oh, that's a totally different.
Dark-skinned.
I mean, but there are plenty of soldiers that wound up in Norway. Okay, in fact, I know a couple. Okay.
Yeah.
So when you say black, okay, you got to say where they come from.
Yeah, he was a Gambian.
Okay.
He was from the Gambia. He was her high school sweetheart and such.
Okay.
Yeah, but
because this flat blackness is killing me. He's
black.
black.
My apology.
He's black.
Sir.
No. That's a different type of black.
Mistake.
Is he
My
crunchy
mistake. I
black?
should have been
Is
more
he ashy
specific.
black? Is he
It,
ashy black?
so we have to ask, is he Yankee? So that's why I asked, was he American?
Okay. Oh no, he was
Was
not
he
American.
Negro?
No, he was West African. He was Tarangan. He was the British Tarangan, not French Tarangan.
Because normally in Europe, when they differentiate between Black Americans and Africans, if they say that they married a black person, they say he's African.
Yes, right. I keep forgetting to make that distinction.
And that stinks. Now, if they come from the West, then they'll say that they're black, like from Jamaica or Haiti or someplace like that. They'll say they're black.
Afro-Caribbean.
And yeah,
In my
whereas
case, they say African.
and when they say African, then they make a distinction because there's a difference between you natives that didn't get put on the boat versus the ones that did.
Motherfuckers were left behind. The motherfuckers back home, you know.
Yeah. Oh, he's not worth taking. Leave him.
BJS, I would if you saw what I look like, you realize, oh no, they would have tossed you over the boat. They would have tossed you over the side.
All you had to do was tell them a few bad jokes. They were like, "This nigga here."
This nigga right here.
No. In my case, this Abu. Abu.
Hey, well, the fact that I'm here, that means my ancestors must have had some kind of worth. Okay.
You're like, imagine that. Like shit, I think they were like, God damn, these niggas here, God damn, complaining about conditions. We gave
Look
you
at the
slop.
yeah. Talking about look at you skinny ass motherfuckers with the high foreheads and everything. And wait a minute. Are you sure you're not? They would look at me sometimes and be like, "Are you sure you're not Somali?" Because I get mistaken for Somali.
Yeah. In Dune, they did rewrite the character.
Oh, you see, Chad. Yeah. He was saying like, "I hate how Zendaya did," and I'm blaming the writers.
No, they're not blaming the writers. They wrote the script to her personality instead of the original Chani.
That's probably
the original Chani. The original Chani was real submissive.
Yeah, so and even in like I haven't watched Euphoria, but even in Euphoria, even that what's that the tennis thing she did, pretty much all. And so the point is, we're talking about more of a tomboyish personality type.
She is, yeah.
But see, the thing is, back in the day, you could be a chick could be a tomboy and still be feminine. It ain't like no.
You know, she's what you can like. She's a tomboy who is pretty enough to model.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them that are tomboys.
Gentlemen, since I got Artisan up here, why are they making a Matrix 5? Why?
It's called Money.
I know.
But somebody wants to see my head explode. That's why.
Nah, they want to make money. Okay.
Well, I mean,
I'm that too, BGS, but
and Warner Brothers. What else does Warner Brothers have to sell?
Not much.
They still Warner Brothers still owns them, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I think their TV station is not doing that well. Their TV channel's not doing that well.
No.
So
no, they. I bet money that it will not be directed by Lana Wachowski. At least the article I was reading was making it seem like she's an executive producer, but she's not the one directing it. That they're going to finally bring in a different director and pump out another one of these movies to make it.
Well, basically, after she did 4, basically she gave Warner Brothers the middle finger. She's not going to touch another one.
Yeah. Well, that's the same thing I said about, everybody's getting their feelings all ruffled about the Joker. And I said, that's what happens when you make these people do sequels that they don't want to do. Lana did it first, and then Todd Phillips followed suit and threw a finger to your ass and killed that character so he don't have to do another sequel. So you can be mad all you want to. He said he didn't want to do it. You made him.
It's called the Kaiser.
Hey, how bad was Joker 2?
It wasn't bad. I don't see it as being bad. Everybody who says it's bad is only pissed off because, like I said in my video, they wanted carnage, is what they wanted. They wanted to see comic book Joker, and that was not comic book Joker. It never was. And every time you hear them complain about it, that's what they're relating it to. I want to see the King of Crime Joker. I'm like, you're not going to see that because there's no fucking Batman here.
That's
so
true.
How are you getting that?
And the thing is, so why do they like the first one so much?
Them motherfuckers like the first one because they saw it as he had become himself.
Oh,
and
the
he's
original.
going to become this Joker that they
Okay.
love. Right?
Okay. The original,
That was not the
the
story.
villain story, huh?
Right. That was
Okay.
not what that story was. That story was about mental health and the sad case of this guy. And this is one thing that he did that actually caught the zeitgeist at the same time all this other shit is happening.
Yeah.
So he just became the face of it. But that was never who he was. So when you open this other movie and you see, oh, it's just Arthur Fleck, yeah,
Okay.
that's who he always was. And
Okay.
he didn't kill anybody but people who had abused him. So what are you putting all this? He's gonna be the king of crime? He ain't that damn smart. No,
No.
this is not that character. And that's what everybody's pissed off about. They're wanting a comic book Joker. And I always say this to people, read the fucking title. Did it say the Joker or did it just say Joker?
Yeah.
It just said Joker. It didn't say the Joker. This was not the definitive state. No, it's in a different place. Bruce Wayne is a kid. Thomas Wayne is alive. So you're not getting that. That's not what you're gonna get. So I personally didn't see why they were all upset. So I put out my video and I told you about it, BGS.
Yeah.
And sure enough, when Todd Phillips came out of hiding and said what he said, what did he say? He said the same thing I said in my fucking video. I said, I told you.
Yeah.
What? Now what you are? Oh, fuck Todd Phillips. Oh, now it's hey, he was a genius one year. This year you're a villain, right? Gotcha.
Yeah, and that's the way it happens though in
Yep.
entertainment, right?
You know how it is. One thing that when you get over in that world, like you know, when it comes to like covering the movies and geeks and stuff like, over there, a lot of these motherfuckers, a lot of them do think for themselves. And I'm not talking about the content creator. I'm talking about more the commenters and people that watch stuff. They don't like have their own opinion. They just want to hate something. They look for the people that they know are gonna do it. You pick your favorite personality, but they don't think for themselves. And
it's
they
funny.
put their finger in the air.
Yeah, it's funny because I probably have to do a review of the original Black Panther because me and cousin Tito had a disagreement about T'Challa getting thrown over the falls and being found by the women. I said,
what was the argument?
Actually, got found by the Jabari tribe, but yeah.
What I'm saying is the women actually came in and revived him. Okay, and that goes back to Osar and Aset. Okay, where the women came back and put his body back together. Osiris, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because the Jabari was going to leave his ass in ice till he died.
Yeah.
I just got to say this.
But he disagreed. It was a different. I said, "Man, come on, man." I said, go look at it again.
I'm like this. What you think about it? And did you get a chance to read Absolute Batman?
Absolute Batman? No.
Artisan, what I'm talking about.
Oh.
It's interesting so far. You know, it's basically the DC universe created by Darkseid.
Oh yeah, I heard about that, but I haven't read it yet.
If Bruce didn't have the money, if Wonder Woman wasn't raised on Paradise Island, and if Clark Kent wasn't raised by the Kents, if Kal-El wasn't,
so Wonder Woman would be a single mom.
Yeah.
Bruce Wayne would be a criminal, and Clark Kent would be a douchebag.
He'd be a douchebag.
Yeah.
He'd be a douchebag somewhere.
Well, Charles, like I actually have a question for you. Like, have you seen Your Next?
What's that about?
Your Next is it's the movie for My Hero Academia.
No.
Oh yeah. Yeah. No,
I gotta say that I told you I predicted Deadpool would hit 1.3 billion. By the way, so shout out to them for hitting that.
The Deadpool
1.367.
Yeah, I thought they were past.
Oh, Deadpool. Oh yeah, but they were waiting on Deadpool.
Yeah, they were going 1.367
billion.
Yeah, and it got to 6, and obviously that's inflation. So shout out to Black Panther, but it passes rare movies past 600 million domestically. So yeah,
but basically, so basically he was right. They were looking for a throwback movie with all this feminist shit.
Oh yeah, and I mean that's one reason Joker got popular because and shout out obviously to Wesley Snipes and him. Yeah, that was.
In fact, cousin Tito was telling me that the Black Panther 2 was not a feminist movie.
What?
Wait.
What in the all types of blue hell?
Let that one slide. How
I
is
mean,
it not in this movie?
yeah, I
And
mean,
I was trying to tell him, I said, did you read Ta-Nehisi Coates' version of the World of Wakanda?
Ta-Nehisi
That,
Coates.
yeah, well,
Ta-Nehisi Coates with the way he wrote that shit, I thought that man dushed.
he's an intersectional feminist. What else
yeah.
would he write?
I mean, I
They
saw
don't.
Black Panther
He
too.
does douche in his
Yeah,
mouth.
I mean, he takes a dush. He should stay the fuck out of comics too.
He
the
should.
thing,
He's a good writer, but he doesn't need to write comics because
no, he doesn't.
his Black Panther was kind of, it was some interesting stuff in there, but it was some bullshit mostly. Captain America was worse. He really pissed off the white boys doing.
Oh, really? With Captain America, it would, but yeah, but the World of
Wasn't he
Wakanda
the one who
was
turned him into a fucking Nazi?
No, he wasn't, but he would have went that way. It could have went that way for him.
I'm looking
I
forward
mean,
to that.
what I'm saying is, you can tell the full-on hatred of men that they have.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that Wakanda was a feminist movie. I don't know who was disagreeing with you with that shit.
Oh yeah, it was cousin T-Tar about it because
He's all funny sometimes. Boy, he gotta to start that comedy career.
Hold on, wait.
He's got to get in, man. He can't help it. Okay,
I know.
He has no impulse control. He's like teacher. So what do you want, Johnny?
Yeah, you got now you got Chaos, Andre, and Nema. Oh my god, boy, I need medication for this.
Hold on, wait. Here's what I was going to say. The only part I liked about that movie is when she went to the other plane and Killmonger sitting there waiting on her. That was the best part of the movie. That was the best part of the movie.
It was.
I mean, the simplest way to make make more money on the Black Panther is make Killmonger the Black Panther and bring him back.
I mean, that
to
would
life.
have
It
been
would have been simple.
that would have been you'd have got shout out to Avatar, the other Zuko people, people like that. Like that spoke. Another thing too is you can tell because they still ain't done this Armor Wars bullshit as Riri Williams. They still say they supposed to release it. The TV show with Riri Williams.
Oh, they gonna release it, but you don't want to see
later.
it.
Yeah. I mean, there's nobody people lining up to see Riri Williams.
No.
For what I understand, it's already been filmed. It's done.
Okay.
It's been done. They just haven't released that.
They got it shelved, and that's why. So they know it's not.
They probably did a pre-review and said,
What I'm saying, if you're gonna have a female Iron Man, right? You need actually somebody that has enough acting chops that you pull that off, and she doesn't. Basically, William Downey Jr. is a one-off. Okay.
I mean, she got enough ass, but not enough chops.
But not for Iron Man.
Ironheart was an afterthought in that movie.
Well, it was. What I'm saying is, if you're gonna, you have to have an actress that's compelling enough that she pull it off, just like Black Widow. Okay, you can do it because she has enough acting chops to actually pull it off.
Well,
even though the script was garbage, but she had enough acting chops to
and
pull it
it's
off.
funny because you have obviously they keep wanting to do the witch bullshit with the Star Wars Acolyte.
I haven't even watched it. Is that worth watching?
Well, I
the Acolyte. Don't you ever watch the damn Acolyte?
No, like the other witch show.
And then they went and did the Agatha thing right after.
If you just want to be entertained, it's not that damn good.
I mean,
if you just want to watch it to see what's going on, watch it that way. Don't take it seriously because they're not taking it seriously.
What I'm saying is, you have the scripts actually written for preteen girls. Okay.
if
that right. It's not written for adults. So when you look at it, it's like, okay, this should be a cartoon instead of a live action thing.
Yeah.
Well, what's
it
crazy
would work better
is
as a cartoon.
It would work better as a cartoon for kids.
But the slick shit that they're doing, I ain't gonna lie, I didn't pick that show up, but I went and got Disney Plus because they had it for $1.99 for 3 months. So what they're gonna say is, oh, look at all the subscribers we picked up with not, and they did it as that show came on. So now they're trying to sell Disney Plus for $1.99 because I've seen it in commercials, and then say, "Oh, we picked up subscribers, so the show must be successful." That's the
No,
type of game they playing. It's funny.
no.
I mean,
They picked up subscribers because they keep trying to bundle that shit with Hulu, and people
That
want to
too.
watch Hulu, and that's why they gave you Disney Plus for $1 because they want you to come for Hulu. They picked up subscribers because they really tried to merge all that shit together and keep it merged together.
I mean,
But
we've
for
been.
Disney Plus. I guarantee you that it ain't for Disney Plus. Trust me.
I know Andor's expensive, but we've been waiting for Andor to come back forever, man.
It's coming next year, I believe. Next year is coming, but understand that KK don't want to see an Andor come out, even though Andor is her character in a sense, because it was in Rogue One. But Andor is the show that's working, and she had cleared the landscape from everything being out, so this Acolyte can come out, thinking that was going to just, this was going to be her year. You got the Acolyte in the beginning of the year, you got Skeleton Crew at the end of the year, and that's going to be her triumph, and everybody just waiting for the next bullet to the head to come. Like,
is that true?
Yeah, hold on, wait a minute. BGS, straight up. I tried to watch the Acolyte. Fuck the Acolyte. I think that show gave me ADHD because every time I try to watch it, I was like, "Fuck this shit! I gotta do something else."
I told you, it's better as a drinking game.
It's written for an 11-year-old girl. That's what it's written for. Okay, it's better as a
don't know
cartoon.
Star Wars.
Is it Artisan? Is it true that because I know they said they spent 180. Is it true they spent more closer to 300 on the show?
That's what I heard. Because the European filings came out because they filmed it overseas, so now they finding out how much money they actually spent on this motherfucker, and it's like upwards of 300 million. I'm like, where's the fucking money? I know how many times they rebuilt sets and stuff like that, and so carpenters, painters, all this shit, they did that like 3 or 4 times, but they also redid the script like 7 times. So I can see some of that money getting spent in having to do this over and over again, but it don't show in the show.
Yeah,
what they did, what they built, or how they dressed them. Like, no.
I mean, there's ways to tell females, like the Wheel of Time that me and Green Gratis reviewed. Right, it's actually a decent female story. Okay, that's well told.
Yeah, but it wasn't supposed to be a female story, from what I understand. The book was about dudes. It was written by a guy.
It was written by a guy, but things when they rewrote it, it was actually decent.
Well, I mean, and BJ's, and by the way, The Boys was 90 million. But the thing is, I mean, I understand you keep saying it's written for females. They're not selling this to females, though. That's true. I'm not disagreeing with you as far as the style, but that's not. They're not selling that.
The thing is, they're trying to sell scripts that are even what's her name, Ahsoka, right? Okay, they're writing it for 11-year-old girls.
Dave Vagina. Y'all just gonna hit all my pancakes tonight. I should just ate my burrito.
They're trying to sell an 11-year-old girl's story to adults and to men, okay, that don't have any kind of, interest in that kind of story. Especially when they're trying to tell it.
Yeah, because they're not. I would say this: they're not even trying to sell it to men. They're really trying to sell it to women. That's why it's written for like an 11-year-old girl. But the 11-year-old girls are not into that damn story that they're telling, because those 11-year-old girls like the stuff that their father might have liked, and their father ain't watching that shit.
And the women are not either, because women
exactly
we don't like this.
That's why they're selling.
And that's why And yeah, there are some people that definitely, they get the bag off of shitting on everything. But I always say X-Men is a perfect example of that. They were shitting on that heavy until like episode 3, and then it kind of died down. And then
wasn't even talking about it.
But once the 5th episode, because what happened was they were jumping on the first scene. It was the scene, I guess, what Gambit was wearing in the first episode, and once the it started dying down.
It's the 90s. That's what niggas wore in the 90s.
I get that. That's what they were doing, though. But my point is, once it got to like the 5th episode,
the 5th episode's a classic.
Well, it completely flipped.
Yeah,
Like,
they figured out what they were doing wrong.
So my main point, I'm gonna be quick about it. My main point is when the shows are good, it doesn't carry the hate traction. So even the people that make money off that, they got to move on to another show. So it's this idea that these influencers are driving down the viewership. It's not true. And the other part about it is if women are aimed at the show, like if the show is written from women and women are watching it, it doesn't matter what they say either, because most of the subscriber base of those dudes are dudes. But they keep on blaming the men.
If the product is good, people will watch it. Okay.
True.
Andor had very, very strong female characters, well written. Okay. Well written.
Lesbian characters that were lesbian better than the lesbian who supposedly wrote the Acolyte. That's why I said she probably ain't a lesbian.
Yeah.
Or she's just a shit writer.
Well,
I know.
I know artists have seen this. I don't know about the rest of y'all, but the Penguin has a strong female character in the show. But,
is it a show or is it a movie?
It's a show on Max. Let me just say this to Andre too.
Go ahead.
Let me say this to Andre real quick. Good call, Andre, because your ass popping up and mentioning that shit on my show. These motherfuckers been all over the Penguin this week.
Oh, is it?
They've been all over this motherfucker now. 3 episodes in, now they all over.
Is it
great
good?
Show.
That's good. That's a great show.
It's one of those shows that people. I mean, it was.
Andre, hold on, man. Stop talking to people for a second.
It was there. But people, like, it was there. It wasn't negative or positive. It was there, and then people watched it. It was like, oh, this shit is good.
It's because they've been turning out so much garbage. People kind of
leery. They were leery on watching it. They were leery on watching it, and they didn't want to review it. They weren't really talking about it.
Yeah.
And then by the 3rd episode, now they're talking about it heavy all week. But at the same time they're talking about it, they're making the same mistake that they're making with the Joker movie, which is now they want Batman to come into it. I'm like, fuck Batman, he don't need to show up in this shit.
Why don't you accept the world as it is and enjoy it?
Because they only go by what they know. They keep wanting it to get back to what they know.
Okay,
and it's on some path that they don't know. But so they want to keep steering it back to, well, Batman has to show up. He's a big deal. I'm like, no, he's not. It's year 2. He ain't a big deal about shit.
No,
you had to knock on the door to get in the club. Like,
go ahead, Andre.
Yeah, the reason why I was trying to jump in is like the show The Penguin is amazing. You gotta watch it.
Okay. What do you like about The Penguin?
2-minute pitch.
Basically they made it like kind of like a mob show.
Okay. And
I'm not trying to give away spoilers. But
I don't give a shit about spoilers. What do you like about the show? God damn it!
Well, basically, it's supposed to be like a guy that, like, you know, like he came from a fucked up position and gained power, and like he schemed and plotted and all this kind of stuff. And his second in command was like it's like a black dude. And you know,
so it's told like a mobster movie.
Yeah.
God damn, boy, put the pitch into it.
Well, I'm trying to finish, but like his second in command was a black dude.
I will never have you review a movie or a series, Andre. I'm sorry.
You killing me.
I get better than this, but it's just you're like forcing me to do it, and like I'm getting interrupted.
Dude, Andre, that's not your stilo, okay? You should actually it should be more. You have more in common with the Penguin than you actually think, okay?
Here's the pitch. You're starting out basically year.
Stop. Hush, Andre. Go ahead.
Here's the pitch. You're starting out the Penguin where he used to work for Falcone, which was a classic mobster in Gotham.
Mm-hmm.
He got off like all gangsters do, and you see the Penguin who's trying to become a big shot, but he's ridiculed by so many families. You're basically seeing the growth of the Penguin we all know and love.
Okay. So basically,
year 1 to year 2 Penguin.
It's almost like what is it? The Daredevil mobster. What's his name? The Kingpin, right?
Kingpin was already he was already settled, but it's it's a little bit more. He's a little bit more how can I say it? He's a bit more regressed than Kingpin was, because Kingpin was pretty much made back then.
Yeah, he's not even he's not even an underboss really. He's an
No.
underling, but he was the man next to the man, and so he's trying to
work his way up.
He's trying not even work his way up, because he's up enough to where he's in the meetings with the families, right? But they don't respect him.
Okay.
He is trying to find the ways to maneuver, keep himself alive, and actually gain power and gain a position that he always wanted.
Okay.
You and Dr. T should probably watch it, because his dynamic with his mama is a trip.
Okay.
Yeah.
His mother, that mother-son dynamic is a trip, because she flat out called him weak and shit like that, and like, why are you not doing this and whatever. So it's like she's kind of riding him to do these things and be great. He has a disability. He looks all fucked up. People think he's stupid, and he uses that all the time.
Yeah, so it's closer to like The Wire. Okay.
Yeah, it would be.
that.
It's in the mob sense, but it's more like a Wire sense, where you're seeing this character. And I'm just saying this to Charles because he knows this is in the world of the Batman, the Glitter Bat movie, right? So he's not going to grow into the comic book Penguin as we know him. He ain't gonna be carrying umbrellas and top hats and none of that bullshit.
He's gonna be close. He's gonna be closer to the gangster version of him.
Yeah, but the thing of it is, you don't see him killing
Andre.
a lot of people, right? He's not killing a lot of people. He's just maneuvering. He's manipulating and maneuvering and gaining this kind of power over all these different things. But he has a rival in a sense, which is Falcone's daughter.
So
she's killing it. I don't know where she came from.
So it's like a version of Peaky Blinders. In the UK.
I couldn't say that because I haven't watched Peaky Blinders yet.
I would say it's more like it's think of little bits of Sopranos. Think of it like a Sons of Anarchy and Sopranos feel.
Sons of Anarchy, Sopranos would be closest. Sopranos because it's mob related. But Sons of Anarchy, where Jax is forced into that role as president. So there's people around him that's trying to manipulate that power for themselves. Everybody's trying to gain that.
So in other words, he's a junior partner that's trying to scheme his way up to the.
If he was a junior partner, because otherwise he could just get pushed out. They don't really like his ass.
They looking for reasons to get rid of him, but he's got his fingers in. But he has his fingers in so many different things that they kind of need him.
Okay. So they're basically figuring out a way to stay relevant and gain power. Okay.
I like the relationship between him and the black.
Now, Andre, we gave you your chance to actually explain why you liked it, and you didn't.
I got
No, you didn't. Shut the fuck up, man. No, you didn't. No, you didn't.
Yeah, Andre, you see, I said that, and I didn't give a spoiler. You can tell somebody about a show without giving a spoiler, but it's based on you understanding what's happening in the show. That's all.
I like the relationship.
In other words, Andre, what you should be doing is, because you're listening to an expert that does this all the time, should be actually learning how he actually describes a movie and describes a show. And learn from him.
Learn how to present
and learn how to connect thoughts together into a narrative, which you didn't do.
I'm just saying, I listened to articles. I don't see nobody there.
No, you didn't. Stop trying to be right, man.
I like the dynamics between him and the Afro Latino kid. So I like the dynamic because it's kind of like you were.
Wait a minute, Darkness. You said you mean Miles Morales?
Yeah, pretty much Miles Morales.
Miles Morales.
You know, he has an afro, but he also has a taco. Shit.
And his afro look like shit. I just thought about that this episode, right? This last episode of Penguin, episode 3. They finally show Victor's family.
Okay.
And Victor does have an Afro Latino family. His dad is kind of black, but they're like forgot what it was, not Cuban or something like that.
I kind of like.
First thing I thought about was like, this is supposed to be Miles Morales. I mean,
what is he like? What is he like, Dominican or some shit?
Yeah, Dominican.
They need the Afro Latinos. I kind of like what DC's doing with these the retelling of like secondary characters and shit like that.
If you like that, you'll probably like this Absolute series they're doing, because it's basically the Ultimate Universe from Marvel.
No,
DC.
What I like is actually, Netflix actually did this with the Marvel characters, right? Okay, where they actually actually personalized the secondary characters. Actually told them from a different vantage point
What
instead
was
of the
the character in Suicide
A
Squad?
street level.
street level.
You,
Yeah, yeah.
you're
Where
talking
they
about
where,
Peacemaker.
instead of them being these big ass superheroes, there's actually human beings
Godlike.
with extraordinary powers. Okay.
Yep. Break it down.
Break it
Make
down to the
make
human
it
level.
relatable to people
Make it
nowadays.
relatable. Yeah. I think DC's kind of pick up with that. Disney actually killed that. It should have actually continued that.
Yeah, decent. Warner Brothers is doing better with that than their mainline stuff. That's why I don't want to see any of their mainline heroes and shit. Because Joker worked for what it was supposed to be. Penguin's working for what it's supposed to be, and it's existing without a Batman showing up in it at all. Which is why I don't want to see it in there. Because as soon as he shows up, it turns it into something else. It turns it into another Batman thing. Now everybody wants to see all the shit that they know, grappling hooks and capes and all the rest of that shit. Where this story is awesome right now, just as it is, just going along, and nobody's used anything extra fantastic. Nothing.
Yeah.
It's all related. The most outlandish thing you've seen in this so far is a purple Maserati.
Yeah, which if you know the character, that's definitely him.
There's one thing about the Batman character and the Batman villains. They didn't have superpowers. They're all just human beings.
Yeah, they're just regular people. Most of them are regular people. Because it's all the psychological play between what's going on with Batman and what's going on with these people.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it more interesting.
One crazy guy beating up other crazy people.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
One
Like, who's gonna be the king of the
dude-
crazies?
One traumatized dude dealing with some guys with some other types of sick ass issues. And such.
Or you get people that are within the reach of human ability, like you just have to be smarter, more cunning, or more connected, and that's why you rise to power.
Most of his villains got PhDs.
No, they're geniuses
They're
in some
geniuses.
way or another. They're geniuses.
Yeah.
Mr.
Even the
Freeze,
Joker is supposed to be a criminal genius, even though all that mania and shit like that. He's supposed to be a genius.
Yeah.
Super sanity.
Yeah, it's that time, fellas.
All right.
Aw, and it's just getting good.
I'm surprised you was on this late, AB. That's why I was like, holy shit, it's 11. What the hell?
Now, Andre, replay this, okay? So when you bring up a show and when you watch a show, okay, because they watch, like Artisan watches shows specifically
Yeah, I
to
know.
retell it.
I
So
go
you
over to his channel.
so you need to, instead of trying to be right, which you're trying to do.
I'm not trying to be right. It's like
Yes, dude.
Yes, you are.
Andre, I got kids, okay? I got kids your age, okay? I know what you're trying to do, because I'm the guy that used to try to tutor you when you were a little knucklehead, okay? You try to make excuses, okay?
No, I'm just saying, like,
Andre, stop.
Shut the fuck up and listen.
No, he's trying to be right.
Exactly.
I'm right. I'm trying to make an excuse of how come I failed in my mission, okay?
I'm just gonna give you this piece of advice, Dre. I'm gonna give you this piece of advice, Dre, because I've been to a lot of business classes. When you're giving your pitch has to be 30 seconds or less.
Yes, the elevator speech.
And it's the elevator pitch. You know why?
Andre, be quiet for a second.
This is what makes young people irritating for
that was the name, man. And that was
No, I didn't say anything. He's gone.
Was that Dre? Okay, I can't hear. It was like an echo or something for a second.
No. Basically, okay, we get this one runs all the time. They have to prove that they're ultimately right, and that's the problem with them. Go ahead, Charles.
And the reason why I said that is because if you want somebody interested in your business or whatever you watch, like, give me a subject that I should know in 30 seconds or less to explain it to you.
You know where I learned about the elevator speech? I learned it from a lady I was actually doing a seminar with, and she's the one that helped what's his name sell Boys in the Hood. Okay.
Michael John Singleton.
I'll give you a good. Example.
In other words, she had him write. She had him write it 4 times. She helped him pitch it and sell it. That's where I learned about the elevator speech.
I'll give you a good example. I got hired for BlurCon 2 years from an elevator pitch.
Yeah.
So literally, I got it down to 30 seconds at a business card.
Yep.
And I literally paid no rooms, no food.
Yeah.
Got paid $10,000 plus extra from exactly Trump and elevator pitch.
And basically, that's how Google got started, right? Basically, they worked it down to elevator pitch and a couple of slogans, and that's how they sold it to the in an elevator going up. Okay,
If I remember, that's how Microsoft got started. A pitch.
A
to
pitch.
IBM, and they ain't had shit.
They ain't have shit. No, they sure didn't have shit. They did not. They had not software to begin with. Had a goddamn thing.
And I'm not picking. Sometimes I'm gonna pick with you.
Now.
And sometimes I'm gonna pick with you, Dre. But at the same time, we want you to do because you never know. If you do live streaming, you got to get that elevator pitch, and people are gonna follow you because of your personality.
The thing is, man, you know, I've been a Gnostic for damn near 40 years, man. I've been doing this shit for so long, and you're trying to tell me that you're not doing something that you continue to do. Okay, I know what you want to prove that yourself, that you're smart. You want to prove that you're right. But the thing is, at some point, you got to shut up and listen to people that are experts. I do all the time. Okay. First thing I do, if Artisan's speaking, I don't know shit about it, I shut the fuck up because he knows. Okay, same thing with Charles. Charles starts talking about cop shit. I shut the fuck up because he's an expert. Yeah, and I listen and I get my pen out and start taking notes. That's what you should do.
The thing about Andre is, and it's what's his name?
Yeah, yes, you do, sir. I have nothing. Yes, you do.
He was, what I'm seeing in the chat, he's saying Naaman was being more disrespectful. I did think it was disrespectful that everybody was telling him to shut up when BGS was already handling it. That gets a little repetitive. I mean, none of us that have been his age will want to hear no shit like that.
No.
Yeah.
Especially for someone you don't see and can't put hands on. Like,
as I was saying,
like you're doing right now, Naaman, that shit is rude. As I was saying.
Excuse me, but as I was saying,
I
remember TK Kirkland once summed it up by saying, "See, you're just listening to respond instead of listening to comprehend."
Here's another thing.
We'll let me say this, and we'll actually go right. I've been trying to get Andre to work on his impulse control for years. Okay, for years. Andre can tell. I've been trying to get him to do that for years. Okay, he hasn't mastered it yet. Okay, in other words, you don't know what you're talking about. Be quiet for a second. Okay. Like when I was trying to read that article about FEMA. He wouldn't be quiet. Okay, well, go ahead, Art. I'm out. Go ahead. Go ahead, shut it down.
All right. I'd like to thank everybody came through, and I always remember this one fact.
I'm done with life, and it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm done.
It's always it never gets old.
Somebody doing an after party.
Oh,
yeah. No, not this late. Hell no, man. It's like midnight here. Hell no. Ain't no after party.
Yeah.
If you want to start it, see who comes, okay? Because this old nigga's going to bed.
This old nigga's going to bed.
This old nigga's going to bed too. This has been AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace. Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.